stress. Some take it to get rid of pain. Others just take it for general well-being. For me, Brett Harrelson, it just makes everything about my day a little better.
Give your life a boost.
It's just the best you've ever felt in your natural state.
My happiness in a bottle is the best.
So to sum it all up, you're going to feel the benefits quickly, love the way it feels, and like the way it tastes. Pay a fair price, and you're going to thank us for it. We are so confident you're going to be satisfied that we back every bottle with a 60-day, 100% money-back guarantee. Give Harrelson's Own a try, from our family to yours. Go to HO.com to order Harrelson's Own now. Yep, it's that easy. Just our initials, HO.com.
What do you do when your tire goes flat and there's no air anywhere? You reach for Bullseye Pro, the smarter, faster, hands-free way to fill it up with air. Bullseye Pro is equipped with a rechargeable power plant, smart pressure sensor, and custom nozzles. It's like the power of an air compressor in the palm of your hand. Get your complete Bullseye Pro inflation system for just $79.99 and get free shipping. Plus, we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. Order now.
Well, if you're looking for a new opportunity or know someone who is, how do they feel about being an air traffic controller? I say that with all seriousness. Sean Duffy, Secretary of Transportation, has expanded the enhanced ATCTI initiative because the FAA has a shortage of air traffic controllers nationwide. He's stepping into the gap, as is the Trump administration, expanding the number of schools that can participate in a fast-tracked air traffic control training program as the administration seeks more ways to address the nationwide air traffic controller shortage. They said they need about 3,000 more air traffic controllers around the country. Of course, they'll need more as the years go forward because of retirements and so on and so forth, but 3,000 today, okay? The Trump administration has added schools to a program that can offer the training through the FAA's Air Traffic Control Academy in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. The Enhanced Air Traffic Collegiate Training Initiative program allows selected institutions to provide FAA Academy air traffic control training with their students who then head directly to the FAA facility to kick off their training rather than undergo additional training at the Air Traffic Controller Academy. Let's see. Nashville Community College became number 5 alongside the University of North Dakota, the Southern University of New York, Schenectady County Community College, Vaughn College, Middle Georgia State, all over, in fact. If you want to be an air traffic controller, check around. You might have a school somewhere in your neighborhood that can get you there. Pretty good idea, right? 3,000, and it pays really well. It's a good paying deal. So, I mean, you got a kid or a grandkid, you want to know more. If you want to know more about running a business or being successful, I read this book years ago, The 10X Rule by Grant Cardone. He's become a friend of mine. It's a great book. Ivy read the book first, to be honest with you, The 10X Rule. Ivy read this book, said, we got to read this book. She talked about Grant's been on the show many times now. Maybe he'll run for governor in California. But in the meantime, he's offering you, if you're a business owner, a business executive, somebody who wants to do better in business, a free phone call at Gruber10x.com. You can get a free chance to talk business. Find out what's going on with your business. Maybe get that thing that will unlock your potential and really put more money on your bottom line. Get expert insights, proven systems that you can use right away. Your breakthrough starts at Gruber10x.com. The breakthrough, Gruber10x.com. Do that right now. Get on with business, right? Meanwhile, we've got Grover Norquist, Charlie LaDuff, straight ahead on the Steve Gruber Show.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff and less flexible? Do you have trouble sleeping? Are you less active than you once were? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences delivering health-boosting treatments to your body. Full-body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation, bringing relief to joints and muscles and reducing inflammation while supporting your overall mobility. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's amazing. It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to relax and soothe your body, reducing joint pain and stiffness and increasing circulation.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes is designed to mimic a professional massage specialist's hand kneading and working tight muscles in just the right way to bring maximum relief and pleasure. It is even detachable, allowing you to get a deep tissue relief in your upper and lower back, neck and shoulders, feet, calves, or anywhere on your body.
I can't even describe to you the feeling. It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Call or go online now to receive the Remedy Massage System. Your system includes the Zero-G memory foam layer, the vibrational infrared and ultra shiatsu therapies, the removable shiatsu pillow, remote control, and a convenient carry bag free. Just one massage visit can cost almost $100, but you can own the Remedy Massage System and have as many therapeutic treatments as you want. The sooner you order, the sooner you can experience the true remedy for your pain, stiffness, and stress. Call now.
Ahead on American Sunrise Early Edition, can President Trump save New York? Reports are flying that the White House is in negotiations to get current New York Mayor Eric Adams to drop out of the mayoral election. That way, it would make it easier to defeat communist, anti-Israel radical Zoran Mamdani. This is what defending the homeland looks like in 2025. A Venezuelan drug boat blown out of the water as the Trump policy of using the armed forces to stop drug trafficking at the source begins with a bang. Here it comes. There it is. On Capitol Hill, Jeffrey Epstein's victims gather at the Capitol to tell their stories, but President Trump remains adamant that they and their stories are being used as a political weapon and a diversion. Florida's Surgeon General announces that the Sunshine State will soon remove all vaccine mandates, even for children in school. But will other states follow this lead? And tonight, America resumes indulging in the nation's #1 addiction. It's called NFL football, and the financial figures that were just made public show just how deep that addiction truly is. American Sunrise Early Edition begins now.
Welcome to American Sunrise Early Edition, the show where faith, freedom, and the values that built this nation take center stage.
Your good deeds and bad deeds, that's how we're going to judge you.
Join host Jake Novak as he breaks down the stories that matter.
We will be letting the public know regularly what we have found.
American Sunrise Early Edition with your host, Jake Novak, starts now.
Welcome to this Thursday here on American Sunrise Early Edition. I'm Jake Novak. Thank you so much for joining us. Going to be monitoring the situation at Lincoln Financial Field. I think they're going to open up the parking lots to Eagles fans in a few minutes. So President Trump, be ready to send the National Guard there. That is about to become the epicenter of crime and violence in the United States. Just kidding, Eagles fans. Just kidding. All right. Joining us right now, though, in a very serious vein, is retired Air Force Colonel Rob Maness. He's also the host of the Rob Maness Show every Monday through Friday. And Colonel, I'd like you to weigh in first, on Hillary Clinton's new comment on what I continue to be seriously, I consider to be the #1 story running in America for the last several weeks, which is the Trump crackdown on crime, using of National Guard troops, the discussion of sending them to other cities besides D.C. She posted about how it's not normal for an American president to send troops into our cities and things like that. Of course, this has happened in the past. If a president can send troops, and I think this was the right thing to do, by the way, if a president can send troops to get make sure that people can get into a university, use a bathroom, sit at a restaurant counter, we all know what I'm talking about with civil rights, then I would argue that a president can do that to make sure the person has the civil right of actually living. But as a military man yourself, retired, how have you been feeling about this continued process? It really isn't troops in the streets marching in large numbers, but still, how do you feel about this? And do you think this is something that should go to other cities here and there, provided it has a certain timeline to it?
Well, when the situation warrants it, Jake, of course. And Hillary seems to forget the state that she says she comes from, Arkansas, and the city of Little Rock, where President Eisenhower sent troops in to the school system there to protect people.
The 101st.
Yeah, absolutely right. So when the situation warrants it, absolutely no president of the United States should hesitate when it comes to protecting American citizens and protecting federal office buildings, federal forces, no matter what, like what was going on in Los Angeles. I know there's been a court case about the Posse Comitatus Act here in the last couple of days. That is absolutely incorrect. I am not a lawyer, but I drink coffee every morning, and we need to get some people in these judge benches that actually understand the law instead of our partisan ideologues. This is absolutely right. I think we should see more of it. I think that Governor Landry ought to invite him to New Orleans. I'm not more than about 60 miles from there and have lived close to there for the last 15 years, and it is a disaster when it comes to crime, and we all know it is, just like Chicago is, and that should be the number one target. Chicago is the worst of the worst. 58 shootings over Labor Day weekend. When you look at the closest city to it, the number is about 17. That is incredible. And no, the guns didn't pick themselves up and shoot anybody. It was a lot of black gang members that did that and continuously do that, and nobody wants to talk about it.
Yeah, and I don't think there were any white victims, by the way. I mean, again, this is the civil rights of people who live in these black communities is being much more threatened and destroyed by this than things that we saw in the past that I think rightfully were addressed by the National Guard and our presidents in the past. You don't have to trash that to support this and vice versa. I want to get something that may truly be unprecedented because, again, it's not unprecedented to send troops in to protect people's civil rights. That is the use of the U.S. military to attack with force at the source drug traffickers, as they did earlier this week. This is a drug boat loaded up to the gills with probably enough fentanyl and other drugs to kill millions of people. Literally, that's how much just a small amount can do. And there you see it getting blown out of the water. I want to know how you feel about this because I think we've talked about this in the past, but I know I've talked about it with some other guests. If you read the book or watch the movie Clear and Present Danger, this is kind of what was talked about in the movie. But in that movie and in that book, it was covert. It wasn't on the news. It wasn't on video. The president was trying to keep it a secret. I mean, I think this is something, as someone, who's you participated in them, and for me, someone who watched them, all of these foreign wars over all of these decades, and of course, before our times, the foreign wars of more than 100 years. This, to me, seems like something is finally being done to protect our homeland right here along our own borders.
Oh, you're absolutely right. And it's not exactly unprecedented. Look, I have one Navy picture in my office, and it's a print of a painting called Payment in Kind. And it's the USS Constitution firing its cannons on the Barbary Coast pilots who had been attacking Americans on American shipping. And Thomas Jefferson did that. So this is not unprecedented at all. What is new to us in this time, but not new to America overall, is that finally we have a commander-in-chief and a president of the United States that is going to use the American military to actually defend our own people, like Jefferson did, defending Americans and American shipping. But this time it's in our homeland. We lose close to 100,000 people a year to drug cartel fentanyl that comes in through this means more often than any other way. And this is a good move. It's the right move. And it's actually the appropriate use of American military forces that any commander-in-chief in my lifetime has ever done since Ronald Reagan took the Cubans off of the island of Grenada. And that was also an act of defending the American people and our Western Hemisphere, which is what we should have been doing all of these years, instead of letting countries like the Communist Chinese Party come in and do things like take control of the ports at each end of the Panama Canal, which we also have to remedy that. And I know that work is in progress.
It's amazing that at a time when you have so many people pushing for more intervention in Ukraine, those same people are up in arms about protecting our borders here in the United States. I mean, we can discuss doing both, but the idea that they want one over the other, getting involved in a foreign situation over this is just beyond logic. And of course, you mentioning the Barbary Pirates, I guess it'd be too much of a stretch to get you to sing the Marine Corps anthem, from the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, which of course refers to the Barbary Pirates. By the way, that's the only song my father can play on the piano, but I'm not going to ask you to sing it. Speaking of foreign wars, however, we still have a war going on, of course, between Israel and Gaza. The United States, of course, not directly involved in that. But President Trump made it clear earlier this week that the easy way to end this war would be for, of course, Hamas to release all the hostages. He says there's 20 living hostages. Of course, I'm going to trust his number on that. That sounds about right to me. Really wish there were many, many more, of course. But beyond that, it looks like Israel is just on the cusp of making its final push in this war. How do you think this could shake out? And by the way, I guess the big question is, can Israel take out Hamas and get the hostages at the same time, or is it an either-or situation right now?
Look, with the human endeavor of warfare, it's never an either-or situation, quite frankly. I know that the experts try to paint it that you have a clear choice and everything, but it's possible to eliminate Hamas and save the hostages. Even luck has to come into play. But more than that, a professional armed force like the Israeli Defense Forces that does its job to try to take care to limit civilian casualties and is very effective in this urban warfare, the most horrendous urban warfare of modern times. They are good at it. And if any force had a chance to get the hostages out, it'll be this military force. And I'm with President Trump. Let's get it done. Prime Minister Netanyahu, get it done quickly, get it over with, and then let's get moving on to making sure that the remaining people of Gaza can live free from a government made up of these Islamist Nazis.
Yeah, and you know what? If we have an entire department in this country that's supposed to deal with foreign affairs, that's the State Department. I would love to see them be involved here even more than they already are, and that way we don't have to get our Pentagon involved in it. As simple as that. Colonel, let's get back to the homeland here for a second, because there was a pro-terrorist. Speaking of Islamo-Nazis, there was a pro-terrorist conference. There's no other way to call it, in Detroit over Labor Day weekend, with a lot of people, including Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib, literally threatening the lives of American leaders and other innocent people across the world. But I want to focus your attention, especially as a former Air Force officer, on a part of it that was especially troubling. A young American woman, looks like she's in her 20s, explaining step by step how to attack the supply chain of the F-35. Check this out.
So what I'm saying to y'all is that if one specific node of the F-35 supply chain is intervened in, it has a huge impact on our people back home. And so we've really developed a methodology, and then I hope that we can get into this and we can talk about it a bit more through this panel. But what's important for us to know here is that the more that we know, the more that we can do. Knowledge is really power here. And we need to be surgical, we need to be strategic, and we need to be bold in our actions. Because there are many different points of these supply chains of death that we can intervene in, and we must intervene in.
Colonel, I think this woman should be arrested, and if she has something on her computer talking about the step-by-step attack on the F-35 supply chain, I think that should be confiscated. Am I crazy?
No, I think you're absolutely right. As a matter of fact, I'm doing a whole show with a counter-Islamic terrorism expert today on the Rob Maness show at 3 p.m. Eastern. And that woman is the star of the show. We're going to dissect that. Our supply chain is vulnerable, and we know that it's vulnerable because we do things still like buy things from China that go into aircraft like that F-35 she's talking about. But that supply chain and all of the parts that are manufactured around this country is very easy to find. If she wasn't a pro-Islamic terrorist person, I would say the Pentagon needs to be hiring that woman because she's extremely intelligent and has figured out the target set for the supply chain of the F-35 in such a way that even just citizens carrying signs, if they show up in enough numbers, could disrupt that supply chain if we happen to be in combat operations somewhere or even in peacetime. Of course, it's a lot easier to rectify a lot more easy to rectify in peacetime. But in wartime, when you use systems that involve just-in-time logistics, as she's talking about there, it's very easy to disrupt those supply chains. All you have to do is find, say, the two companies here in the state of Mississippi that build parts for the F-35, get them surrounded and disrupt the logistics coming in and out of there, and you've got a problem.
Yeah, this is a specific threat. Very, very disturbing. Colonel Rob Maness, thank you so much for joining us. Have a great, it's only Thursday, but I'm going to give you a great weekend wishes, and thank you so much. We'll speak to you again soon.
Thanks, Jake. Have a great weekend.
Coming up, have you checked the price of gold lately? It's shining even brighter right now. I'll talk about that. And first, there are reports that President Trump may be intervening in the New York City mayor's race to save the city from Zohran Mamdani. American Sunrise Early Edition. We'll be right back.
Part of it. New York, New York, these vagabonds.
The poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time.
This is the home of Galina. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. If you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
If you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives.
That's a live look at Macy's, their flagship store on 34th Street. You know, in case you think Macy's is completely dead, they actually just reported really good results earlier this week. We've had actually a little bit of a comeback in the department store world. But of course, we're not showing it because of Macy's. We're showing it because of New York. We're going to talk about New York right now. Joining me right now is Real America's Voice contributor, Emily Finn, joining us here on American Sunrise Early Edition. Emily, New York Mayor Adams is kind of denying it right now, but there have been reports flying everywhere, all over the media, right wing, left wing, middle of the road. There's not really any middle of the road, but you know what I mean. Saying that the Trump administration is in negotiations with the Adams team to give him some kind of role in the administration, anything but ambassador to Turkey, you know, the country that basically bribed him. Anything other than that, I hope. But to try to get him to drop out, to try to clear a path for somebody else to beat Zohran Mamdani, presumably Andrew Cuomo, which of course would be ironic because Cuomo's been such a jerk when it comes to his relationships with President Trump. Mm-hmm. What do you think of it? I mean, you know, listen, I am deathly afraid, someone living in the suburbs of New York City, of Zohran Mamdani becoming the mayor. But I can understand somebody who might criticize this and say this is a little too much meddling in local politics. But I wonder what you think about this.
Well, you know what? I agree, Jake. I think there is meddling in local politics happening here. But let's think about this perspective. Everyone wants to pin this on the Trump administration. That's how the media is spinning this, that, oh, Trump is meddling in the New York mayoral race. But this is a huge win for Eric Adams. He is a totally embattled politician. Trump has been sympathetic to him in the past, said that they were both persecuted by the DOJ for certain things, for being critical of the southern border. Adams is never going to win this mayoral race. He's probably never going to be able to be involved in New York politics ever again. So if the Trump administration is willing to offer him a position in the Housing and Urban Development Department, then that's a huge win for Adams. So he, I think, is probably pushing this a lot more than the media is trying to spin it to seem. But that's just my take on everything, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've watched Mayor Eric Adams for many, many years, at least since 1997, when he was in the NYPD. No one can really remember him doing anything other than being a political activist inside the NYPD. He somehow became a captain. I know a lot of current and former NYPD officers who absolutely warned us about him. You know, it's interesting. You talked about the scrutiny that he's been under for criticizing some of the border security and things like that. That's all he ever does. He talks. He doesn't actually ever do anything. He could have very easily won this re-election, even with the scandals and the charges against him that were eventually dropped, if he had just taken a real stance against crime instead of just saying a few things. For those of you who think that politics has become something all about social media posting and preening in front of the cameras, there's some good news in the Eric Adams story in that it still shows that even in this modern era, you still have to actually do something to win votes. I agree with you, Emily. He doesn't deserve to be reelected. Do you have any idea where you put him in the administration? And by the way, he's a great nightclub goer. Is there a department in the Trump administration for nightclub administration? I don't know. Do you know? I'm not sure. Maybe
you could put him in charge of making the ballroom really cool. Like, is that a position? Is that a project? You know, I don't really know. But like I said, this Mamdani guy is pretty scary for New York. It's really sad to say that Andrew Cuomo would be a better option than him, but I think he really would be. And you have to remember that President Trump has a very special place in his heart for New York, specifically New York City. So I think that, you know, the meddling, so to say, in this election isn't surprising. I think there is a win-win all around for all parties involved, Jake.
Yeah, I'd like to see it. Emily Finn, thank you so much for joining me. We'll see you again tomorrow here on this program. And, of course, stick around because Emily will be with us for the next 2 hours in American Sunrise. So thank you so much, Emily.
Thanks, Jake.
Is the continued divide between the Trump administration and the Federal Reserve putting us behind the curve again? Can the Fed take the right action this time, or are we going to be looking at a potential economic slowdown? And what does this mean for your savings? Consider diversifying with gold through Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been viewed as a safe haven in times of economic stagnation, global uncertainty, and high inflation. And Birch Gold makes it incredibly easy for you to diversify some of your savings into gold. If you have an IRA or an old 401k, you can convert that into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold, or just buy some gold to keep it in your safe. First, get educated. Birch Gold will send you a free info kit on gold. Just text America to the number 989898. Again, text America to 989898. Consider diversifying a portion of your savings into gold. That way, if the Fed can't stay ahead of the curve for the country, at least you can stay ahead for yourself. Coming up, it's not America's number one pastime. It's America's number one all-out encompassing addiction. I'm talking about the NFL, and it kicks off tonight. I'll have some financial stats to prove my point when American Sunrise Early Edition comes back.
Monday Night Football's taking over the town. We gotta get ready. We gotta get right. It's gonna be a battle in the NFL tonight.
Mama, look. It's just like our new house.
Warranty.
I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Clogged AC coils? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? Ta-da! If AHS can't fix your covered item, then replace it, no matter its age.
A warranty is smart.
Oh, a happy family. Is that us? Too much. American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Call or go online now to get the Superlight 25-foot pocket hose Copperhead today for only $29.99. Order right now and get our 10-pattern thumb drive spray nozzle free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. There is a strict limit of 3 per order, so don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Gonna be a big man someday. You got mud on your face, you big disgrace, kicking your can all over the place.
The sun is up here in New York City this morning, here on American Sunrise Early Edition. Welcome to all of you watching and commenting on Getter, on Rumble, on X. You can watch on Substack, by the way, now as well. A lot of places to watch the show, and thank you so much for watching and commenting, especially folks on Getter and Rumble. Let's take a look at where the markets are going to begin today, also in New York City. You see some green arrows, but pretty muted there. Not a very large jump on any of the indices, but we do see some green. Yesterday, we had some big green for the tech sector. The Dow closed just barely down yesterday. And see, look at gold. We're basically at the $3,600 mark there. I have a lot more to talk about gold in just a second. Now let's take a look at Bitcoin, because this continues to go in the other direction. We're now at the $110,000 handle on Bitcoin, down another 1.25% about this morning. So watching that very closely. I want to talk again more about the price of gold right now, because this is an interesting story developing right now. So we're at the $3,600 level. We were well over that yesterday. So we're at an all-time high. That's the key for gold right now. If you bought, a lot of people bought physical gold about a year ago, and if you did that, you're up about 33%. From where you were a year ago today. That's pretty good. Remember, the average for people who make investments is usually between 6 and 8% for a year. So that's pretty good on gold. But of course, the fact that gold is going up has a lot to do with the fact that the markets, people with money, the people with the skin in the game, do believe that the Fed will indeed cut interest rates later this month. And when interest rates go down, usually gold goes up. So that's another indicator that the people with skin in the game are betting on this. Doesn't mean they're right. Remember, I always say they're not always right, but they do tell you they don't necessarily hide. They don't really have a mechanism, that good a mechanism, to hide what they're doing with their money. So they are betting on a rate cut. The people with a lot more riding on it than you or I. So there you go. A big reason for this week's strength in the big tech sector that we've seen is because of a legal decision. Here come the courts getting involved in our lives again. A federal court ruled this week that basically said that Google is committing a lot of antitrust monopoly type violations, but they spared Google from the worst of the punishments, the worst financial punishments, and they spared Google from doing things like having to sell off their Chrome browser or just breaking up the company. I have to say, this is a case where I would have liked to have seen a little bit more judicial activism. Actually, I don't like judicial activism, just judges doing the right thing. Google is absolutely a publishing monopoly in this country. I know there's some other servers out there, other browsers that are getting some traction. But the fact is that if you write something, publish something, or even really produce something in this country and it's not prominently featured on Google, you might as well not exist. That is a publishing, in my opinion, monopoly. I also believe that Amazon is a monopoly. We've broken up companies in this country for much less in the past. But listen, if you're an investor in Google, you're happy about this. But remember, if they do break up Google, the investors in Google will also make money because they'll make money on new shares of a new company that they have to sell off. I just don't know why they celebrate this stuff because, frankly, they would actually make money if they split up Google. It's about their power. I guess that's what they're celebrating. All right, folks, the NFL kicks off tonight with the Cowboys, Dallas Cowboys, taking on the Philadelphia Eagles in Philadelphia. And if you think there's anything slowing down the ultimate entertainment moneymaker in America, then you would be wrong. NBC Universal announced just late yesterday that it is going to make its most money ever on its Sunday night football franchise. Also, by the way, NBC has the rights to the Super Bowl this year. The Super Bowl ads already sold out. completely sold out. And 90% of the ads for all of the Sunday night football games this year, starting with this Thursday night game tonight, have already been sold as well. And the amount of money that each one of these ads is bringing in is the highest ever. Remember, folks, the NFL is one of the few entertainment products in this country, it's actually really the only one, that crosses every single economic line, every racial line, even gender lines. If you have a girlfriend, a wife, or a daughter who likes sports, the chances are the NFL football is the sport that she watches. It is one of the most incredible machines ever. It's one of the reasons why the NFL's crazy politics over the years, and yes, it did turn a lot of us off. The fact is, it's still an addiction, and there's a lot of people who still come to the NFL altar and bow down to it every night. I enjoy a lot of NFL football, but it is a machine, and they really know how to squeeze every penny out of it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, start your engines. This is Moving America, sponsored by Artillery Tea Company, artilleryteaco.com. Use promo code PAYLOAD for 15% off your order. That's payload for pumpkin payload. Artillery tea is all natural, whole leaf. The tea bags are chemical free, and each tea bag can be used twice. Artillery Tea Company is family and veteran owned and operated, and a portion of your purchase goes to help veteran and first responder charities. ArtilleryTeaco.com, promo code PAYLOAD for 15% off your order. Hey, we got the August U.S. vehicle sales yesterday, and I'm not going to bother you with a bunch of figures and percentages, so I'm just going to tell you about the winners and the losers. The big winners, Toyota, Ford, and especially Kia. Kia keeps breaking all-time records. Remember when Hyundai and Kia just a couple of years ago, maybe even less than that, were in big trouble because hackers are figuring out how to break into their cars and people weren't buying them? They fixed that problem, and Hyundai and Kia, especially with some snazzy Kia designs, really, really hot right now, but especially Kia, they did really, really well. Not doing as well, GM and Honda, not the greatest numbers for them. But another factor in the sales in August, and going to be a factor right now in this month of September, is remember, the federal $7,500 tax credit for buying an electric vehicle expires at the end of this month of September. So there's been a big boost in EV sales because you buyers have the advantage. These dealers don't want to have these EVs on their lots anymore after September 30th. So make sure that you put the screws to the dealer. Don't worry, they do it to you all the time. All the big unions push that motto, solidarity forever, but the U.S. tariffs seem to have created a permanent gulf between the UAW and the Canadian version of the UAW. It's called Unifor. Now, jobs being lost in Canada in the automaking industry because of the auto tariffs are apparently a deal breaker, and this makes me scratch my head a little bit. What about all the jobs over the years that the U.S. lost to Canada because of NAFTA and other reasons? That didn't make the UAW angry at Unifor. I never remember anybody in the UAW saying, we're going to stop being members and friends with our Canadian version of our union. They got pretty angry at the politicians, but they never broke up the unions over that. Well, Unifor is willing to do that. That should tell you how strong union solidarity is. It's not that strong after all. This is an interesting story developing. There could be some other unions that end up splitting up as well. So much for the international. Speaking of tariffs, there's one company in the auto industry that may be figuring out how to win this thing in this environment. Or maybe it's just going insane, but the company is called Ineos. It's a British company that makes Jeep-like vehicles. Now, when the tariffs hit, Ineos increased the price of its Grenadier model from $76,700 to $80,200. Not a huge jump, but a jump. But now Ineos is doing something really interesting. It's reducing the price to lower than where it was even before the tariffs hit. So the new list price for the Grenadier is now $72,600. Here's what I think they're trying to do right now. Remember, I've been telling you on this program that the interest in off-road vehicles that can go off-road, will soon, probably within 5 years, maybe even sooner, become a stronger demand than we have right now for electric vehicles. This company is hoping to ride that. I think they're willing to take some losses for a few years in the hopes that they will be seen as a really cool alternate version to Jeep and some of these other brands that are out there. And no, they don't sell anything electric. All right, this next story seems like a sick joke, but I promise you it's real. I checked. You may remember that Charleston, South Carolina was hit by 11 inches of rain in 3 days late last month. That led to some serious flooding. One woman in that city had the misfortune of floodwaters dragging her Honda Civic literally away from her. She thought she lost the car forever, but when she did find it a few days later in another part of the city, she had got another surprise. The car had several parking tickets on it. Can you imagine? Her car was floated away from where she parked it. It floated to a place where I guess it was illegal to park. And instead of helping, instead of trying to find the owner, instead of trying to rescue the vehicle, a bunch of meter maids put parking tickets on the car several times. Now, by the way, there's actually a precedent for this in sick joke history. Some people may remember, this was a real picture, of the smoldering Twin Towers after they were hit by the jets. In the background, while a parking meter person in New York, a traffic cop, put tickets on an illegally parked car instead of going to those buildings and trying to help people. And there was an infamous picture in Chicago in the 1970s, a massive snowstorm, cars buried under 10 feet of snow, and meter maids putting tickets on those cars. Folks, the government is not your friend. Okay, coming up, let's get into this move by Florida to get rid of all vaccine mandates, not just COVID shots. That's next. An American Sunrise Early Edition continues.
Every day like a Mardi Gras, everybody party all day, no work, all play, okay? So we sip a little something, leave the rest to spill. Me and Charlie at the bar running up a high bill.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Kevin paid off over $12,000 in credit card debt with the help of Consolidated Credit. They cut his interest rates and lowered his payments so he could pay off his debt fast. Call 800-596-8062 for a free consultation.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
It's Thursday, September 4th. Here are this morning's top stories. Can President Trump save New York? Reports are flying that the White House is in negotiations to get New York Mayor Eric Adams to drop out of the mayoral election. That way it would make it easier for someone to defeat Zohran Mamdani, the communist anti-Israel radical. Jeffrey Epstein's victims gathered at the Capitol to tell their stories. Those stories are true, but President Trump remains adamant that the use of these victims is a Democrat hoax to try to undermine his agenda. Florida's Surgeon General announces that the Sunshine State will soon remove all vaccine mandates, even for school children. But will other states follow this lead? And tonight, America resumes indulging in the nation's #1 addiction. It's called NFL football. And the financial figures that were just made public prove just how deep that addiction truly is. American Sunrise Early Edition continues now. Welcome back to American Sunrise Early Edition. It is a Thursday morning. I'm Jake Novak. Thank you so much for joining us. A special thank you to those of you in the Getter chat, on the Rumble chat, those of you making comments on X and on Substack. Really appreciate this. As you know, my motto for this program, but really I would make this my motto if I were anywhere, is that the years and the days of passive news watching, where you just watch it and sit there with your eyes glazed over and listen to it without you commenting are long over. I don't know if this is your tradition in your home. I'm a Gen Xer. But when I watched TV news at home growing up, we talked back to the TV. No one was actually listening except for the folks in our house. Now, someone actually listens because I do look at your comments. And by the way, many of you have corrected me in the past over some things I've said or a guest have said. So believe me, it's valuable. You're never going to get that from the mainstream media, just telling you that right now. As I said in the opening intro this morning, we have some interesting developments coming out of the state of Florida. Yesterday, the Surgeon General of Florida has its own Surgeon General, they talked about getting rid of mandates for vaccines. But first, because this is part of this story that President Trump, I think, kicked off earlier this week with this long Truth Social post. I'll paraphrase it for you. Basically, the president, and I talked about this with David Brody earlier in the week, is doing something that I think is very unprecedented. He's basically saying, I don't know. I don't know really what the value of the COVID vaccines were, and I want to get to the truth of this. Very rarely, again, I can't remember any time a president in the past has gotten up and said, hey, one of my policies, I'm not so sure what the results of them were, and I want to find out. Now, usually when they say that, they end up finishing it off by saying, but I know what the real reason is, and here it is. In other words, it's kind of a phony question. This seemed like a real question from a sitting president about an important policy that literally got inside the bodies of just about all of America. I know a lot of you refused to get COVID vaccines, but remember, most Americans did get it. And so this is a very, very big story. Now, this is coming at the same time that we have a real upheaval going on and a real revolution going on against Robert F. Kennedy Jr., our Health and Human Services Secretary. There have been a number of people in the health department and also at the CDC who are now calling for RFK Jr.'s resignation. Of course, they were probably calling for that before he was even confirmed. We know that he was a very controversial figure. Now, the question, of course, this becomes a specific question now in also the state of Florida, as I was talking about earlier. The Surgeon General of Florida spoke out yesterday at a news conference and explained that there will be no more vaccine mandates in the state of Florida anymore, even for children going into schools. And of course, this is sparking a debate among people who say, yes, there are some problems with some of these COVID mandates, but what about some of the other vaccines? And again, speaking of the Getter chat and speaking of those of you who do interact with me, I've been aware of, and again, even before the chat, but I appreciate the reminder, that this isn't a question of the way vaccines were in the past. There have been some changes to the way vaccines are manufactured in this country and other countries, and it's not clear, folks, whether there's been enough oversight of that. Now, of course, RFK Jr. has been calling for that. A lot of doctors are up in arms about this. They've always been up in arms about this, and I certainly understand that. But whenever you have an industry or anyone making a product who gets angry at the fact that there's even any scrutiny at all of the product, that's a red flag. That's a red flag to me. It should be a red flag to others. Whether or not you feel that the vaccines other than COVID are needed or not, you need to always be prepared to take a look at what's going inside of our bodies. That goes for food as well. Of course, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is a probably even better expert when it comes to the health and the safety of our food in this country. And anyone who says that food is as safe and as healthy as it once was, of course, knows that we all know that's not true. Now, there's another health controversy in this country that's going on right now that I think RFK Jr. may soon weigh in on a little bit more than he already has, although he did just weigh in on it this week. That is the trans issue. Now, again, I want to make it very, very clear. Whatever you think about people who are transgender, if they are adults and have their own money to pay for these surgeries and drugs, that's one thing. The issue in this country that we should really be focusing on, and I think we are, at least on this program, are trans surgeries and drugs for minors, which have been banned in places like Europe for years. But we allow it here in this country. The Trump administration is trying to ban it, and they've gotten a number of hospitals and insurance companies to go along, and that's good. That's a good development. But honestly, what we're looking at right now is the damage that this is doing to children. Now, after last week's shooting in Minneapolis by someone who started getting these kinds of treatments as a minor, RFK Jr. said he's going to look into the safety of these drugs. I think that's a good first step. But for those of you who think that Europe has banned trans surgeries and trans drug treatments, I don't even like using the word treatment, trans drug administration, I guess you could call it, to children. If you think they're doing that because they're suddenly conservative or religious radicals in Europe, of course, you know that's not true. The reason why they banned it there is because it's not safe. It's basically insane to do this. And unlike the United States, the European health system, and it's not a great system, is very socialist. There's not a lot of money to be made on these kinds of surgeries and drug sales in Europe. There's money to be made, but not as much as the United States. This is a huge cash cow here in the United States. Right here on Long Island and in other places around the country, they have gender counseling centers for teens and even younger people that are connected to the same hospitals that do the trans surgeries. That is a massive conflict of interest. They wouldn't allow something like that on Wall Street. Why they would allow it in our hospitals with our children, I don't know. But as long as they do, there's a lot of money to be made from this. And that's what's going on right now. So these are all issues that I really want to talk about with some medical experts. We had a guest lined up today, wasn't able to make it. But as you can see, there are plenty of things to talk about. For now, I'd love to get your takes on Florida getting rid of all vaccine mandates, whether you think that's wise and why. Please tell me why. I'd love to hear why. And I know a lot of the arguments, and I think a lot of the arguments are definitely worth listening to. And this trans situation with children. You have to start somewhere. You can't ban all of it, especially if there are adults willing to pay. But for children, if Europe can do it, we can do it. And that's something that we should look at. And I would love for RFK Jr. to make this another priority. This is an 80-20 issue, maybe even a 90-10 issue in the polls. If RFK Jr. makes his health department very, very strong in scrutinizing these drugs and surgeries for children, I think he will get even more support across the country. All right, coming up, the victims of Jeffrey Epstein told horrific truths about their victimization on Capitol Hill yesterday. No one's denying they were telling the truth. But President Trump and many other people believe that the timing of this event yesterday was all about politics, all about theater, and all about trying to undermine his agenda. Is he right? David Brody and I are going to discuss when American Sunrise Early Edition comes right back.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Kevin paid off over $12,000 in credit card debt with the help of Consolidated Credit. They cut his interest rates and lowered his payments so he could pay off his debt fast. Call 800-596-8062 for a free consultation.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, I've been making fun of Philadelphia all morning, a lot of other times on this program. Look, all credit to the Eagles. They were the best team in the NFL last year. They are the Super Bowl champions. It's just that their fans are really rowdy. And by that, I don't mean that they beat up the fans of the other teams. They beat each other up. I don't know when the parking lot opens for tonight's NFL season opener, Eagles and Cowboys in Philadelphia. But when it does, if you are a peace-loving person, avoid that parking lot. That's all I can say. Welcome back to American Sunrise Early Edition. Special welcome to those of you on the Getter and Rumble chats. We also, of course, are now live also on Substack. People commenting there, people commenting on X. again, this is not a passive exercise. I am reading and very often learning from the things that you're saying on these chats, so I appreciate it. You know, we had a very interesting moment yesterday. We had Democrat Congressman Ro Khanna and Republican Congressman Thomas Massie hosting and arranging an event on Capitol Hill yesterday where several victims of Jeffrey Epstein stood up and told their stories. I want to be the first to say I don't think anything that they said was untrue, and certainly some of the stuff they talked about was very horrific. But here's the issue that I have with this, and I think this is probably at the core of President Trump's criticism of this as I bring in David Brody to talk about this. It's all about the timing. You know, you could have had this news conference at any time over the last, 8 years. The fact that it was staged now reminds me of a couple of things. One is the fact that it does seem to be done at a time where they can try to get some political advantage of it. But I have a real strong aversion, even when they're willing, to using victims of crimes or their families in staged events like this. You might remember when the Congress was voting on a gun control measure that President Obama wanted passed after the Newtown shootings. He literally dragged the parents of those children killed at that elementary school and put them in a roped off section of the Rose Garden, just standing there like they were refugees or something, so that he could basically put them through the pain of seeing a vote that he knew wasn't going to pass and then using them as a prop. David, I wonder if you feel the same way, because it felt like those women were being used as a prop and being used again yesterday to me.
I don't know. I think we see it a little bit differently. Here's the deal. I mean, President Trump, at the time, he was not president and had been talking about Epstein when asked about it, say, yeah, we need to see everything. You know, let's get the files released. Let's do everything. And, you know, this had been a thing for him for a while. I mean, he had been talking about it when he was not president. Then he became president. And then I trace this all back to Pam Bondi. When Bondi came out and said, and, you know, here are the binders with nothing in them, ... and all of that, that's where the problem began. Because, you know, as president of the United States, you had a DOJ that could actually do something about it. And so that was the action, I say the action in air quotes, taken. And so that's what gave impetus to all of this. I mean, in other words, you say in the last 8 years, 10 years, 20 years, whatever. Yeah, but President Trump is now president, and the DOJ was trying to fulfill a promise that they had talked about for a while. So, I mean, this is on, Democrats. This is on Republicans. And quite frankly, can we just have some real talk here for a second? I don't know. This may be a bit controversial. Sorry if you need to somehow, not you, but if our viewers need to kind of show me the door after this. But President Trump has called this a Democrat hoax. And I get what he's saying, right? Okay, let's do the disclaimer. I understand what he's saying. In other words, Democrats see this as a political liability for Republicans and the Democrats and to take Trump off message. I got it. Yeah, that's low-hanging fruit. Right, that's true. They're doing that. Shame on the Democrats. Got it. But let's talk about this for a second. If President Trump had, let's just say, reversed himself and said, you know what, I want everything. Let's go. Let's make this happen. You know, then guess what? Mike Johnson and all the other Republicans would be behind him. There would be no discharge petition. There just wouldn't. But there is, because Trump has said, let's move on. And the base doesn't want to move on. MAGA doesn't want to move on. And so this idea, by the way, this just in, that MAGA is a cult for Donald Trump, I think this is Exhibit A as to absolutely they're not a cult for Donald Trump. They never have been. You know, they're standing up to the president and saying, no, you know what, I understand where you're coming from. I know it might distract from your agenda. I got that. But we want answers. And so honestly, if President Trump had just come out and said, yes, let's get to the bottom of this, and I want everything released, which is, by the way, he's saying that the files have been released, or a lot of them have been released. But let's be honest, we have a lot more questions than answers. If he would be the one behind it saying, I want answers, guess what? Mike Johnson and all the other Republicans would jump and say, how high, Mr. President? But he's not doing that. And so this is on them. This is on the Republicans. I know what the Democrats are doing politically. That doesn't surprise me. But I don't know, Jake. I mean, that's my take. I'm curious where you're at on this.
Yeah, no, I think, you know, that's a very important point. I wonder, and I'm really trying.
I mean, doesn't Trump have some responsibility here? I mean, Jake, yeah, I mean, straight up.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. And what I'm trying to do here is not do any partisan stuff here. I'm trying to be very careful from a journalistic standpoint and not get into speculation. But here we go. I mean, I'll get a little bit into the shallow waters here, and hopefully I don't go any deeper. The question is that a lot of people are asking is, I think that the idea that President Trump was personally involved with this has been shot out of the water. It's not that. But These are the questions. These are real questions that people are asking. Is President Trump protecting someone that may be either not connected to him, but someone who doesn't want to be harmed in some way? Or could this be a case of this? Listen, David, if it turns out that the Justice Department under other presidents, under President Obama, or maybe even the second President Bush, if they were liable in some of this, they could be sued in some cases, and maybe the president is just trying to save the government from some kind of financial liability that wouldn't hurt him politically, but would hurt the government as far as from a financial. I mean, where do you think that is? Because it feels like it's one of the other of those things going on right now.
Yeah, it could be that for sure. But I think Trump sees it very in a simplistic way. I'm not calling him simplistic, but he sees this in a simplistic way, which is like, this is not good for Trump. This is not good for the agenda. And you know what? Wait for it. He's right. He's right. It is a distraction politically. But tell those women that it's a distraction. Tell the MAGA base that it's a distraction. Tell them that it's a Democrat hoax. Yeah, it's a Democrat political stunt. That's for sure. But at the same time, this could have been, this is a big Republican. They screwed this up. It's just that simple. They screwed it up because they wanted answers, and now we don't want any answers. Come on. I'm sorry.
Well, again,
I don't buy it.
I don't buy it. We'll see if Pam Bondi can survive this, because it does seem like, as you said, it started with those promises. All right, David, Brody, everyone stick around and watch the next 2 hours. American Sunrise. I'll be on there at the 9 a.m. hour, and American Sunrise Early Edition comes back at you for a No Tie Friday tomorrow at 7 a.m. I'm taking attendance. See you then.
American Sunrise is a great way to start your morning. Join us Monday through Friday from 8 to 10 a.m. Eastern Time. We've got the news of the day and some compelling interviews that you don't want to miss. Here's what you missed from yesterday. There's a news conference set for just a couple of hours. About 10 victims we're hearing are going to be speaking during that news conference. But David, all of this comes amid this Axios headline, which says House Oversight releases redacted batch of Epstein files. Those files, we're hearing about 33,000 pages or so, released yesterday. Do you see this as being preemptive in advance of what we're expecting to hear today during that news conference, David?
The truth of the matter is, Republican leadership in the House doesn't want this discharge petition by Ro Khanna and Tom Massey to go forward. It's just that simple. So they're trying to prevent certain Republicans. They need 6 Republicans. They, as in Ro Khanna and Massey, they need 6 Republicans to sign on to this thing. And they're trying to blunt that with saying, hey, we're releasing documents. DOJ is releasing documents. Yeah, there's about 33,000 that were released, but get ready for the womp womp, because most of it is already in the public domain. This is what Mike Johnson and honestly President Trump and others are going to just say, which is like, look, we're releasing the documents. And my understanding, it's going to be a trickle situation to say, look, no need for the discharge petition. They are releasing the documents. But there doesn't seem to be a lot of there this morning.
Iran is calling out President Trump on nuclear talks. Officials argue that joint U.S.-Israel strikes have already damaged Tehran's program. European nations have backed Washington with sanctions, while Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the goal remains clear: no nuclear weapons for Iran ever. But diplomacy is still on the table. So the question is, can this approach deliver real stability in the Middle East, or does Iran's response signal more trouble ahead?
Once again, I'll say that Iran is not going to give up its nuclear weapons program peacefully. I never believed it, and I always believed it had to be taken out militarily, however it was going to happen. President Trump genuinely does want to have a peaceful resolution to Iran's nuclear program. And if anybody can do it, it's him. But I'm not so sure that Iran is willing to give it, because it's basically all that they have right now at this point. That is a sort of a bulwark, or is their chip, their get out of jail free card in a sense of their position as more than just another nation with a lot of oil. This nuclear program is very serious. Frankly, I'm more concerned about Iran exporting their nuclear technology, exporting nuclear materials to other nations or perhaps terrorist organizations by using it for themselves.
Messes happen every day in every way, but who wants to drag out a bulky vacuum? Introducing Horsepower Duck, a super compact vac with ultra-powerful suction. Watch as it effortlessly crushes this large bottle. This is a small but mighty duck, making it quick and easy to clean any mess. Just duck it up. The compact design can reach the tightest places. It's smaller than a water bottle, so store it in any drawer where it's always at your fingertips. Plus, it dumps out with ease, so it's ready to clean again.
I used to have to drag out this huge thing they call a portable vacuum cleaner. Now I keep the duck in my kitchen drawer and I clean up messes in 2 seconds.
The turbocharged motor is engineered to create a powerful vortex of suction, while the HEPA filter helps remove dust and allergens. We attach the duck to this tube, and the powerful suction lifts the water all the way to the top. Clean up that mess in the kitchen, the spill on the sofa, even sawdust and screws in the workshop. Plus, it's rechargeable. Got messy pets? Duck powerfully picks up pet hair from anywhere and cleans around that dish in a flash. You can even store it in your glove box for the ultimate car vac. Clean seats, the floor, and deep into those hard-to-reach places. Other bulky hand vacs sell for up to $150, but get the Horsepower Duck hand vac for just $39.99. Order right now and we'll upgrade you to the Duck Pro package, a $30 value, yours free. You get the bendable tube to get into tough spots like under appliances, the crevice nozzle to reach into those cracks and crevices, and the soft brush nozzle to vacuum gently with no scratches. You'll get the Duck with all the deluxe attachments, but supplies are limited, so there's a strict limit of 3 per order. This may be your last chance to get yours at this low price. So don't delay. Duck it up today.
To order, call 1-800-692-0144 or visit duckback.com. So call 1-800-692-0144 or visit duckback.com. Order now.
Coming up on American Sunrise, President Trump is weighing what cities could be next for the crime crackdown. Which major one could be up next? We have the answers. Plus, Jeffrey Epstein's victims demand justice on Capitol Hill, promising to compile their own list of high-profile figures involved in the sex trafficking ring. We'll discuss the pressure mounting on Congress to release all files and hold the elites accountable. And later, Coldplay's lead singer Chris Martin is under fire after humiliating Israeli fans from on stage, leaving many calling his words mortifying and dehumanizing. The shocking moment caught on tape that proves once again, out-of-touch celebrities care more about pushing politics than respecting their audience. Those stories and so much more as American Sunrise starts right now.
Good morning, America.
Welcome to American Sunrise.
Whether it's culture,
We have breaking news to share with you.
politics,
President Trump is joining us live now from Florida.
we've got you covered.
This is what it looks like to be a patriot.
We have to protect the American family.
The American dream is still alive.
I'm David Brody.
I'm Terrence.
And I'm Dr. Gina.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in to American Sunrise. I'm Emily Finn, filling in today for Dr. Gina. Live from West Palm Beach, let's bring in David Brody in Washington, D.C., and Terrence Bates in our Denver newsroom. Good morning, you guys. You know, I was reading some of those headlines before the show here, and I have to ask, are either of you Coldplay fans? After all of the controversy with them, I don't think anyone should go to Coldplay concerts. David, we'll start with you.
Oh, wow. Well, they're good. They're good. I mean, I'm not going to be at a Coldplay concert. I'd probably be at something from the 1970s. But yeah, no, they're good. Now after this, yeah, womp womp. Not happening. T. Bates. No, thank you.
I prefer
Anti-Israel,
cold cuts.
done.
I prefer cold cuts to cold play. I'll just leave it there. I think that gives you your answer, no. So let's move on. And really the big story is, and we kind of ended our show yesterday. Shame on me, right, David? We ended our show yesterday taking you to Washington, D.C. for that news conference on the Jeffrey Epstein files. 10 victims testified there, or actually were part of that news conference. Well, The Hill is now out with this headline, which reads, Republican rebels square off against GOP leaders on Epstein files. 4 House Republicans have apparently signed on to this discharge petition. Yes, I am going to name names. Thomas Massie, of course, is one of them. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Nancy Mace, Lauren Boebert are the others. 2 more Republicans would need to sign off in order for this thing to get to the floor and move forward. And basically, this is it's all about oversight, and it's all about making sure that there's transparency and getting as many documents in the public realm as possible, David. That's the goal here.
Yeah, and I think they're going to get those 2 last Republicans. I don't know who they're going to be, but I think they're going to get them. Such a powerful press conference, obviously, yesterday with these women, these brave women coming forward to tell their stories. Good for them. I will say it was strange bedfellows to see Gloria Allred on stage and Marjorie Taylor Greene on stage. And I'm thinking, at the same press conference, and I'm like, wait, what? What's happening? That's like a J.D. Vance AOC Unity ticket in 2028. I was like, wait a minute, hold on, what's happening here? But that just shows you the power of what their stories are all about. So we'll see. I think that discharge petition could happen, though Mike Johnson is going to fight against it, Emily.
Yeah, well, David, like you said, it was extraordinarily powerful, the press conference yesterday. And I think, there's so many unanswered questions. A lot of people want accountability. They want justice. They want these files to be released. So I think there is a good chance that that we will be seeing some more information come out. All right, in the meantime, let's check out today's Bible verse. It comes from John 8:12 and reads, "Then Jesus spoke to them again, saying, I am the light of the world. He who follows me shall not walk in darkness, but have the light of life." Always great to start the day with a Bible verse. But turning now from the Bible to today's headlines. President Trump is now saying he could send National Guard troops to New Orleans to clean up crime ahead of places like Chicago. Take a look at what he had to say.
Washington, D.C. is a totally safe city. You're not reporting any crime because there is none. They said crime is down 87%, and I said, no, it's not. It's down 100%. We have a great thing going. I could do that with Chicago. We could do that with New York. We could do it with Los Angeles. So we're making a determination now. Do we go to Chicago, or do we go to a place like New Orleans, where we have a great governor, Jeff Landry, who wants us to come in and straighten out a very nice section of this country that's become quite tough, quite bad. So we're going to be going to maybe Louisiana, and you have New Orleans, which has a crime problem. We'll straighten that out in about 2 weeks. It'll take us 2 weeks, easier than D.C., but we could straighten out Chicago. All they have to do is ask us to go into Chicago if we don't have the support of some of these politicians. But I'll tell you who is supporting us, the people of Chicago. And I sort of want them to let it be known they have incompetent
reaction.
people.
Let's bring in Illinois Congresswoman Mary Miller. Congresswoman, thank you so much for joining American Sunrise this morning. Would you like to see the National Guard in Chicago?
We would love to see the National Guard there. J.B. Pritzker is a failed governor. He sides with thugs, gangbangers, and illegals. And Chicago is a wonderful city with so much potential, but they have led the country in murders for 13 consecutive years. The murder rate in Chicago is 3 times the murder rate of Los Angeles, 5 times the murder rate of New York City, and 15 times the murder rate of the capital of India. Is that crazy or what? And J.B. Pritzker a year ago was all about having the National Guard come in to protect his buddies at the DNC. So he should swallow his pride and call President Trump.
All right, he should. He has publicly said that he will not do so. So how would President Trump go about mobilizing the National Guard in Chicago then in the absence of support from the governor there, J.B. Pritzker?
Well, President Trump is, he has the responsibility, he even said it, to protect the American people. And if governors that are failed, like J.B. Pritzker and the mayor of Chicago, cannot protect the people, he does have a responsibility to come in there with the National Guard and as an emergency. There is an emergency there, and I think he should come today. I think not one more person should die under J.B. Pritzker's failed governorship.
The question arises, though, of responsibility, and I fully agree with you, but the reality is this is probably going to end up in court if he were to mobilize the National Guard. I point to California as the most recent example where a federal judge said the president did not have authority to deploy National Guard troops in L.A. One would imagine that should he do so in Chicago, it would be a similar situation, no?
Well, President Trump keeps on moving with his agenda and to protect the American people, whether, as lawfare is, he's fighting that constantly in these judges. So I think that he'll move forward and fight the courts.
Okay. Congresswoman, hey, David Brody here. So let's talk about these Epstein victims. They held that press conference after the House Oversight Committee released its latest dump of the Epstein files that they turned over from the DOJ. One of the victims is calling for more accountability. Let's take a look.
And to those in power, hear us clearly. Do your job. Release what needs to be released. Yes. And hold those responsible accountable. Survivors. Sorry. Thank you. Survivors deserve peace. Survivors deserve truth. Survivors deserve justice. And to my fellow survivors, your voice matters, your story matters, and you matter. Together we are louder than the silence. Together we will not stop until justice is done.
So, Congressman, what about this discharge petition? Are you for it? Do you think they'll get 2 more Republicans to back it? And I'm still trying to figure out this whole thing about the list. We hear there's not a list, but then these victims are saying we're going to compile our own confidential list. And Marjorie Taylor Greene has said if they give me permission, I'll tell you the names if they give me permission. What do you make of what's happening here?
Well, there's a lot going on behind the scenes, but I think the American people need to remember that this is the most transparent administration that we've ever had. And I personally am going to hope and pray for transparency and for justice for these women.
What does that mean exactly when you say hope and pray for transparency? Are you for the discharge petition, or what do you want to see done?
I'm going to wait and see how President Trump leads on this issue. I want to say again, this is the most transparent administration that we've ever had. So I believe that he's going to do what's right. You have to remember that there are victims that they don't want their names released, and we want to make sure that the victims are treated well and that innocent people aren't caught in some dragnet and their lives ruined also.
Congresswoman, I do want to switch gears here for a moment and get your reaction to this NPR headline. It says a bipartisan bill to ban lawmakers from trading stocks is unveiled in the House. Speaker Johnson does support the ban. I want to get your reaction.
Absolutely, I support it. Being in Congress is a place to serve the American people, not to build some big stock portfolio. And it's absurd that people come with little net worth and leave multimillionaires. Obviously, it can cause conflict of interest in a member's priorities out here, and it's unfair for them to have insider information and then enrich themselves. I'm 100% for that.
Congresswoman, I can't let you go without talking about these appropriation bills. You and your colleagues are going to have to make some move. The conventional wisdom is that you're probably going to pass another CR, continue to kick the can down the road. But there are a lot of American people who say, let the government shut down so that we can pass these appropriation bills. Where do you stand on the issue? How do you expect to vote as we're now down to a, September 30th deadline or so?
Well, we're going to have to pass the CR, so there's a lot of things going on behind the scenes, but I want to remind the American people that President Trump did not create this problem. He inherited it, and Congress has to help him deal with the national debt. This is suffocating, and the national debt plus what it's going to cost us to service the debt will bring us down. So we're going to have to we're going to have to ratchet back our spending, which this administration and Congress, the Republicans, are trying to do that.
Well, Congress-
So why can't you and your colleagues just pass the appropriation bills? And I ask this respectfully, but there are a lot of our viewers who say, well, just pass the appropriation bills and do your constitutional duty.
Well, first of all, everything has to go through the Senate. And I know on paper we have the majority, but we have people maybe on our side that won't vote for what the majority does. And we only have a couple votes that we can give up. So it's very complicated. I'm super conservative, but we have people completely on the other side that say they're Republicans. So we have to deal with that and come together. So I think we're going to end up passing a CR.
Congresswoman Miller, we so appreciate your time. Thank you for joining the show this morning.
Thanks so much.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
All right, coming up, we check out the hottest headlines from the RAV newsroom with T. Bates. And later, crime and fear are out of control in America's blue states, pushing communities to the brink. The federal government is finally taking action to protect residents and restore order. We'll be right back with more on American Sunrise.
Guys, if you plan to retire in the next 20 years, or if you've already retired, I have a message for you that you need to hear. Central banks, BRIC nations, and our allies are pumping trillions of dollars back into America, but every dollar they send could make your savings worth less. Hi, I'm Donald Trump Jr., and I just want you to be prepared for the future. So protect your hard-earned savings with gold. A gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group offers you the safety net of gold with the tax advantage status of a retirement account. To see how it's done, click the link below to get a free info kit on gold IRAs. This kit reveals why gold IRAs are exploding in popularity, so do it now. What do you have to lose? It's free and there's no obligation. Click the link below to get your free info kit from the Birch Gold Group.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibo Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
This news break is brought to you by AMAC, Association of Mature American Citizens.
Should I know that city? Wait, let me put on my glasses. Is that Chicago? What is that? No, that's New York. Oh my gosh, there it is. Sorry, now I put on my glasses. Oh my gosh, I'm just getting old. I literally grew up in that city. I'm like, what is that city? You know, that's pretty pathetic. But then again, pretty much par for the course. That's Central Park. There it is. Is that Chicago? Sorry, I'm working out my issues on live national television right here on American Sunrise. Welcome back, everybody. All right, coming up, crime in Chicago. Have you heard? This just in, it's really bad. We're going to talk to Bobby Charles here in a moment. He's running for governor up in Maine. What about up there? It's a blue state. We'll check in. First, though, T. Bates standing by with the latest headlines from the Real America's Voice newsroom, sponsored by AMAC.
The Association of Mature American Citizens is the conservative voice for Americans 50 and older. AMAC is fighting for the values that you hold dear. Join today. Together, we can write the course of America.
As President Trump works to end deadly wars happening across the globe, he's simultaneously mounting a war against narco-terrorists in Latin America. Both Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth and Secretary of State Marco Rubio say military operations against cartels will continue following Tuesday's strike on this Venezuelan boat allegedly carrying illegal drugs. 11 people were killed as the president and other top administration officials watched the order being carried out.
We're sealing the border, but President Trump is willing to go on offense in ways that others have not been, and to send that clear signal to Tren de Aragua, Cartel del Sols, and others emanating from Venezuela. We're not going to allow this kind of activity. You're poisoning our people. We've got incredible assets, and they are gathering in the region. And so you want to try to traffic drugs? It's a new day. It's a different day. And so those 11 drug traffickers are no longer with us, sending a very clear signal that this is an activity the United States is not going to tolerate in our hemisphere.
And back on U.S. soil, President Trump continues to face legal battles. For one, the administration is reportedly planning to appeal a federal judge's Wednesday ruling that finds the Trump administration illegally cut more than $2.6 billion in research funding to Harvard University. In her ruling, the judge said the cuts amounted to illegal retaliation over Harvard's rejection of the Trump administration's demands for changes to the university's governance policies. You may remember, President Trump called for the funding cuts in part due to the university's pattern of discrimination against Jewish students. In a separate case, the president is asking the U.S. Supreme Court to allow him to continue with his tariff policies. The move comes after a federal appeals court found that 47's duties on imports to the United States are an illegal use of the emergency powers law that's being used to justify the tariffs. However, the tariffs do remain in place this morning until the issues are fully resolved. That's a quick check of your headlines. Now, let's get you over to Weather Nation. Our friends there standing by. Meteorologist Adrian Hernandez joining us. Adrian, good morning. Last week, you and I were together here in our Denver studios. You're back in West Palm, and I'm sure it's much warmer there than it is here. It's about 60 degrees at last check.
Wow, that is quite frigid. I don't know if I'd be able to last in temperatures that cool, but of course down here in Florida, things are looking excessively warm, Terrence, and also excessively rainy. Looking at the national forecast here, we have two fronts we're dealing with, one that's well out over the northeast and then another one, kind of like a 1-2 punch combo, so to speak. That second front, it's what's going to bring the more chances for severe weather. Here's Thursday highlighted in yellow, associated with the first front going over the northeast, and then the second front, once it comes down later on into the work week and into the weekend, we have a better chance for severe weather on Friday, and of course this includes hail, wind, and a slight potential for tornadoes. And then on Saturday, highlighted in red as the front continues to move on towards the east. And this is going to be the big weather maker over the next couple days or so. We do have wind alerts up in the Dakotas and northern Montana associated with this front starting to dip down. It's going to bring high levels of wind chill and also high wind speeds. Those temperatures are really going to start to drop over by the Dakotas. Over in the Pacific Northwest, though, lots of heat, kind of the polar opposite situation. A ridge of high pressure is just pushing all that heat down in that region and keeping that area very, very hot. But the good news is that some more storms are going to come in starting early next week and hopefully give them just the slightest bit of relief down there. And then over in some flood alerts down in the southwest and closer to Southern California with some more monsoonal moisture in the mix. So here's a better look at the forecast precipitation over the next 5 days following the front. As you guys can see, most of the rain congregated over in Kentucky, but then another very obvious outlier. I've been living in South Florida my whole life, so I know that we're always the outlier. But looking at the rainfall forecast precipitation, notice the red colors down in orange and red down in South Florida. Back to you, Terrence.
All right, Adrian, appreciate it, my friend. We'll talk in about an hour or so. Coming up, as President Trump deploys the National Guard to Los Angeles and Washington, D.C., crime statistics show an epidemic of underreporting of crime. In moments, why the president says other states with surging violence could be seeing a federal response soon. First, though, a quick check of this day in history. It was on this date, way back in 1781, that Spanish settlers stumbled upon and then laid claim to what is now known as Los Angeles. Today, the city is the second most populated city in the United States. It also is home to Hollywood, whose name is synonymous with the American motion picture industry. More American Sunrise coming your way in 2 minutes.
Poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time.
This is the home of Galina. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help Rush, a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. If you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
If you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives.
Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love, unless you're at an Eagles game, and then every man for themselves. Welcome back, everybody, here on American Sunrise. Thanks for being with us. Join us on Getter, on Rumble, and on YouTube as well. We are in the chat. We're chatting up a storm. You know, we talk a lot about faith, family, and freedom here and how important it is to protect those values. That's exactly what AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, is doing every single day. AMAC is the conservative alternative to AARP, and their members receive discounts on travel, insurance, and more. Plus, access to helpful tools and the excellent AMAC magazine filled with stories and information that truly matter and Don Lemon hates. And right now, you can receive up to 33% off when you choose a 5-year membership. That's just over $1 a month. A great investment to hold Washington accountable and keep America strong. So join the community that's standing up for the future. Go to amac.us/sunrise and become a member today. All right, for more, let's bring in a man of many hats. That would be AMAC spokesman. He's also a former Assistant Secretary of State. He's also our friend. He's also Maine gubernatorial candidate. That would be Robert Charles, or we like to call him here Bobby, because we know him. And soon, we might know you so well, Bobby, that we'll call you Bobster, but we'll call you Bobby for now. Thanks for being here.
Always among friends. Great to be talking to you guys.
All right. Well, Bobby, let's talk crime. We've heard a lot about how President Trump is planning to send the National Guard into Chicago, Baltimore, etc., as in hellhole. But what's going on in blue states like Maine, where you're from? I mean, is help there needed as well? Good morning to you.
Good morning to all of you. I personally think it is. And to be honest, we're in a position right now where governors can take a lesson, I think, from Donald Trump. What has he done? Using Title 10, he has made D.C. safer. And frankly, every single governor has the right under Title 32 to mobilize the National Guard in support of law enforcement. And I spent years working behind the scenes with the National Guard. Bottom line is they are well positioned to stabilize things. In Maine, we don't have as high a crime rate in terms of the riot type activity, but we have a very high undisclosed crime rate. I mean, people underreport dramatically in this state, and we have a rising, really overwhelming tide of drug trafficking in this state. We have 4 or 5 of the major drug trafficking groups are here. We've had, I mean, I hate to say it, but I repeat the issue a lot, but we have extraordinary numbers of drug overdoses, between fatal and non-fatal, 10,000 overdoses last year in the state of Maine, just intolerably high. So it's, you know, there's an epidemic, and I think you all alluded to it before. There's an epidemic of underreported crime, but if you ask the average Mainer on any given day in Bangor or in Portland or South Portland or Lewiston, if there's a crime issue, there's a major crime issue.
So if and when elected, how would you propose working with the federal government, with federal agencies, to deal with, let's say, the drug trafficking? You mentioned that you've got several major drug trafficking cartels that are operating there in Maine. How do you propose working with the federal authorities to try to get that problem under control?
So let me give you 2 answers to that, Terrence, because the real question that you've just asked is how do you turn it around and work with the federal government? The answer is you have to get high intensity drug trafficking designations for all 16 counties in this state. You've got to bring the resources in here from Justice and from ONDCP. And then, you know, all of that is to get law enforcement back in a position of some authority. They've really undermined. The Democrats have dramatically undermined the authority of law enforcement. I could give you 20 or 30 different regulations they're under that prevents them from actually doing their job. And then you need to upfund them, improve recruiting and retention. Ultimately, what you're doing is you're rebuilding trust inside the state and using the federal government's resources as they offer them to be able to create joint interagency task forces that have the power to turn the volume down on crime. Having said all of that, one of the other things we've got to do is understand that people, in the end, crime breaking or crime getting after drug traffickers only really works if people trust the law enforcement community and trust that they have their backs. And I personally have had great experiences with the law enforcement community. I think most Mainers have. But you have to rebuild the lost trust here in the state. Because people are fearful and they're fearful of reporting. I mean, we have 300 of these Chinese drug trafficking houses here. We have Dominican drug traffickers, the Trinitarios all over the state. Just last week, we had 2 or 3 shootouts and taking down stash houses. We have car chases that involve shootouts in cities and state, you know, towns around the state like Rumford, which are not known to be big, you know, they really are not publicly understood to be big hubs for drug trafficking, and yet they are. So one of the things you've got to do is you've got to get the connectivity back between the state and, in this case, the Trump administration, the federal government, so that we can get that support. The other is you have to build public trust. And that is a very difficult thing to do in a state where we have, I mean, it's a national problem, but it's also a state problem, particularly in rural states. We have 60% of the violent crime goes unreported, 70% of property crime goes unreported. And in our state, we have a particularly difficult time with kids and children, crimes against children. We had, you know, as the foster care system showed a 15% decline in a recent study in crimes against children, Maine showed a 40% increase in crimes against children. So we have a lot of unreported crime, and you have to re-empower people to take it to law enforcement, and then re-empower law enforcement to address it.
You bring up this trust in law enforcement. I think that's why we've seen in so many of these cities, in Los Angeles in particular, Chicago, these lawmakers pushing back because there simply isn't that trust. You had mentioned this, but how do you rebuild it when you have to also address the immediate crime situation?
And it's a good question, and I want to be clear about it. The trust in law enforcement in Maine is high, but the overall reach of law enforcement, their ability to get to a scene in northern Maine, is very, very difficult. I mean, it can take an hour. It could take 2 hours to get to a place because they've dramatically cut the reach, the access that people have. And we've got a lot of problems up here, but one of them is that people didn't and don't trust the political leadership in the state. Our capital is Augusta, and the governor and the Democrat legislature have betrayed their trust on everything from taxes to drug trafficking. And so they don't trust their political leadership. On the law enforcement side, they obviously do trust their law enforcement presence, but the problem is you have to get them there. And we've not had an increase in the patrols for the northern part of the state for our state police since 1977. They are undermanned. Portland, one of our major cities, really the largest city in Maine, Portland, which sucks down again about 60 or 70 or 80% of some of the main program money that the state generates. That city right now is 30 to 50 officers undermanned.
Wow. Bobby Charles, making such headway out there in Maine as you run for governor. We appreciate you as always. Thanks for being here.
Thank you all so much.
Brother.
Yes, sir.
Fantastic. All right. Coming up here on American Sunrise, the big show, taking care of your health. In moments, find out why scientists say a simple daily shot of beet juice could bring greater benefits to older people. Hey, that's calling my name. What are those benefits? We're going to tell you next on American Sunrise. Back in a moment, everybody.
How many times have you tried to clean a stubborn mess but end up with no success? What you need is the all-new waterproof Ruby Horsepower, the new cordless and rechargeable power scrubber that cleans faster and easier, guaranteed. Watch, baked on oven grease is no match. It easily blasts away dirt and grime in no time. The power comes from our rotating brushes spinning at 350 RPM. The incredible torque fights calcium, soap, mildew, mold, and more. Forget harsh chemicals. With just plain water, Horsepower can clean bathroom tiles and tubs back to their original shine and luster. It's a game changer in the kitchen, where it busts through caked-on crud. Take it outside and tackle tough tasks with ease. How strong is Horsepower? We took this distressed 100-year-old antique and restored it to like new with Horsepower. Amazing! Get your Ruby Horsepower scrubber today with bonus scouring sponge for just $39.99. Save on buying batteries. It's powered with the latest rechargeable technology. But wait, you'll also get this stainless steel brush to make range hoods and gas stoves look brand new again. Yours free. And we're not done. You'll get this Smart Flex cone brush that fits perfectly into corners, tiny crevices on toilets and tiles, or hard-to-reach shower door rails. Yours free. And to top it off, we'll include this microfiber cloth to clean delicate surfaces and polish cars sparkling clean. It's also free. Great news! Horsepower is now in stock and ready to ship, but due to high demand, there is a strict limit of 2 per order. Order now.
Call 1-800-953-8622. That's 1-800-953-8622 or visit horsepowerscrubber.com. So call 1-800-953-8622 now.
All right, welcome back to American Sunrise. Thank you so much for joining us. It is time now for today's health news, sponsored by The Wellness Company. And under the microscope today, beet juice. A new study is highlighting a natural way to lower blood pressure in older adults, and it is beet juice. Researchers found that 1 glass a day significantly improves blood pressure by changing the oral microbiome. That's the balance of good and bad bacteria in the mouth. The findings suggest diet can have a faster, stronger impact than many realize, and it's a reminder that food can be powerful medicine. While a new administration in Washington, D.C. has brought a lot of positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system, the reality is, however, that there is only so much the government can do, and that if we really want to make America healthy again, that starts at home with each and every one of us. That's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from TWC doctors all the time on this network, and you know that their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy. The Wellness Company gives you the opportunity to make sure that you are prepared for whatever happens with their series of prescription medical kits. Kits that contain an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks to assist in the proper use of these medications. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more that can help you stay healthy and live a longer and more satisfying life. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Go to www.twc.health/RAV today and order. Again, that's twc.health/RAV and use the promo code RAV to save 10%. Now let's send it over to David Brody.
All right. Appreciate it, Emily. Let's talk more about Epstein. Speaking about wellness checks, let's check on the wellness of the Republican Party right now. T. Bates, let's talk more. We had Mary Miller at the top of the show, the Congresswoman. Look, she's clearly not going to support that discharge petition. I mean, I think that's pretty clear. And she's waiting for President Trump, she says, to take the lead. But here's the thing. I mean, he's calling it a hoax. I don't know if I would use the word hoax. I think what it is, it's a Democrat political stunt. There's no doubt they're taking advantage of this whole situation. I don't know about it being a hoax. What's your take on what we're seeing right now, T. Bates?
Yeah, so I agree with you. I don't believe it's a hoax. People were victimized. I think that was clear based on what we saw yesterday. 10 witnesses, 10 victims, spoke during that news conference. You and I have been talking about this all morning, and really this is a situation, I would argue, of Republicans making, specifically Pam Bondi. She came out and said, "Oh, I'm going to release information," and then she stopped and didn't do it. She wasn't clear. And I think, unfortunately, the impact of that is that people aren't going to trust anything that has ultimately come out. And even beyond that, earlier this week, the House Oversight Committee let out about 33,000 pages of documents. Most of it, though, wasn't really anything new. It was what we already knew and what was already in the public realm. And so I think those are the sorts of things that create more questions because we're not getting the answers. In my opinion, and I'd love to get your thought, this could have very easily been handled simply by the Justice Department releasing everything that it had, or as much as it had and as it possibly could release, and moving forward. The argument is always, oh, well, we don't want to put people out there just because their name is associated with this. The accusation alone could be lasting. I get all of that, but to quote Dr. Gina, in the interest of justice and pursuing people who truly might have victimized someone, I could see it being worth it. Maybe you disagree on that, David.
Well, that is a good question, T. Bates, because and here's part of the problem. The DOJ never really articulated what you just said there. I mean, they kind of did. They said, we're a little concerned about putting names out there. But what is this really about? I mean, to me, help me if I'm wrong here, it's about lawsuits. I mean, they're concerned about lawsuits. I mean, if you start putting out names of people that were associated with Jeffrey Epstein, I'm assuming the government is concerned about these folks saying, well, wait a minute, you're putting my name out there in the court of public opinion and you've got no proof. I mean, so you have to, it's one thing to say, hey, I was with Epstein or there's allegations made against me. It's another thing prosecuting the case. But I feel like we haven't even heard that argument much from the DOJ. They've been kind of flat-footed on this. And I think that's what Dan Bongino, the associate director of the FBI, has some issues with. Like, this was just not handled well. My other issue here is, like, we keep hearing about protecting victims. And of course, everybody wants to protect the victims. But let's be honest, we also hear about client lists and we hear about files. But can we just cut to the chase? What people want are names. That's what it is. It's not about files or lists. They want names. Who was involved? Who was hanging, not just hanging with Epstein. It's not about hanging with Epstein. Like these victims yesterday. Yeah, these victims yesterday, they know the names. They said it. They know the names, and they're going to compile a list privately. Okay, well, I'm not trying to diss them or anything. I get it, privately. But, where is that? They want Congress to release these names publicly. Why are these names still not being released? I mean, there's people obviously covering up here to make sure that these names never get released.
See, and my thing, just to add to that, is context is everything. But as the DOJ, you have an opportunity to add context if you think that simply a name being named could be a public indictment. Then add the context based on the investigation that you have. Such and such was named. Here's what our investigation found about this person's involvement, whatever it may be. Give context. As the Department of Justice, you've got the investigators, you've got the staffing to offer up that context if that is a concern.
Yeah, and also, let's remember, what's the harm in releasing the files? It's not like the DOJ is coming out and saying, these 7 to 10 to 50 to 100 to 300 people we've got real issues with. They're not saying that. They're saying, just release the files. Let us see some names. There are clearly names in there. Now, I know some of it's grand jury testimony, and there's issues with the judges there. But I'm still trying to figure out, where are these names other than in the grand jury testimony? I mean, other than that, is the DOJ literally sitting on names that were around Epstein? I mean, that's been always the view here, that they have names and they're just not giving it to us. And if they don't have names, they should say it, but they do.
And here's the thing, if they don't have names, then what harm is it in releasing the documents? If there are no names in there, then release the documents. What harm is it? If there are names, then release the documents, and hopefully, I do trust the American people enough to be able to read through the entire thing and not just pick a name, but read through the documentation that's part of the investigation for a clear perspective on why the name is in the document and what the association between Epstein and that specific person might be. I trust people enough. I would read far enough into it. Just my 2 cents.
No, and I'd like to give us both a compliment, because I thought that was great analysis by both of us. So thank you, T-Bates.
Thank you, David.
And thanks for joining me on American Sunrise. Just kidding. I'm just playing. All right, coming up, forget cold cuts. I know you like cold cuts. Let's talk about Coldplay and their failure. In moments, find out how their frontman turned his concert into a political lecture and an international embarrassment. And Israel, of course, the focus. That story on American Sunrise when we return.
You push it. You try to slide it. You even try to hold them shut. But your doors just won't stay closed no matter what. Introducing Ruby Monkey Magnets. Brand new ultra-thin magnetic plates that will keep your doors and drawers shut. And now may be your last chance to get them at a low price. Just peel to reveal the super strong adhesive. Place the monkey, then the magnet, and close. Installation is that simple, and now you have a door that will stay shut. So forget drawers that won't stay closed. Every drawer stays closed. It's so fast and so easy. Even large sliding doors or cordless window blinds. Everything stays closed with Monkey Magnets. The secret is the ultra-strong industrial magnet that's powerful attraction keeps your doors and drawers securely shut. These magnets are so strong they can hold this hammer that's nearly 5 pounds. Plus they're super thin. They'll fit just about anywhere, and they stay out of sight. Even screw them in for a more permanent solution. Monkey Magnets are perfect for cabinets, dresser drawers, sliding closet doors, accordion doors, and more. They're made of ultra-durable metal, so even your outdoor problems are solved in an instant because they're corrosion and rust resistant. Use them anywhere outside the house, even on that stubborn mailbox that won't stay shut. Monkey Magnets can stick anywhere, from drywall to all types of wood frames, metal surfaces, and more. Call or go online now to get 8 sets of Monkey Magnets for only $9.99. Monkey Magnets are guaranteed to last 10 years or your money back. But wait, due to rising costs and supply chain shortages, this may be your last chance to get Monkey Magnets at this low price. There is a strict limit of 1 full house pack per order while supplies last. So order now to keep all your doors and drawers shut tight with Monkey Magnets.
Call 1-800-519-4810. That's 1-800-519-4810. Call or visit getmonkeymagnets.com. So call 1-800-519-4810. Order now.
Welcome back to American Sunrise. It is time to stay awake, not woke. And now that we are caffeinated, who is woke today? Coldplay frontman Chris Martin. The singer is under fire after humiliating 2 young Israeli fans during a Wembley Stadium concert. Martin brought them up on stage and asked where they were from. He then told them he was grateful they were here as equal humans on earth, drawing boos from the crowd. Martin pivoted to welcoming Palestinians in the crowd as well. Take a look at how all of this played out.
Where did you come from today? From Israel. Okay, well. Okay, well, listen. I'm going to say this. I'm very grateful that you're here as humans, and I'm treating you as equal humans on earth, regardless of where you come from or don't come from. Thank you
fans and commentators blasted the move as dehumanizing, saying Martin made Israelis feel conditionally tolerated and guilty of simply being Jewish. Critics accused him of ignoring Hamas hostages and bowing to anti-Israel sentiment. Let's bring in David and Terrence for discussion. Terrence, what say you about this?
Yeah, it just didn't come off well. I think I get what he was trying to do. He was trying to appeal to all fans. But it fell terribly flat. And David, really, I'm more curious about your perspective. And I'm sorry, but given your Jewish heritage, I'd like to know how you see all of this and how it came across to you.
Yeah. Well, I'm kind of tracking with what you're saying. I mean, I think he was trying to kind of thread the needle a little bit up there. And so I get that. I think what was telling in the video is that when he asked where they're from and they said Israel, his first reaction was like, that's controversial. Why is that controversial? Shouldn't be controversial. Yeah. Of course, we know why it is, because the world thinks Israel's the devil. But, stop believing the world, because the world can be wrong. This just in. So I just didn't kind of like his reaction there. And then this idea of the human aspect of it, like that was, I mean, it's a little like we're all human, like as in life lesson, I'm going to treat you as human. So the part he didn't say is, which was implied, which is I'm treating you as a human. So maybe you could treat the folks in Gaza as humans as well. He didn't say that, but that was the implication of all of that. So I understand. Okay. Look, there's a sensitivity in all of this, right? And so I get it. I don't think it was outrageous, anything that he said necessarily. I think what was more disturbing to me is, and I knew this would happen, the boos coming from the crowd and the cheers for Palestinians, because were they they think they're cheering for the Palestinians, okay? You're cheering for Hamas. I'm sorry, because guess what? 67 to 70% of those Palestinians voted for Hamas. They voted for Hamas. Now, some will say, it was because, they were forced to, or, they had to, yada, yada, yada. They voted for this type of stuff. So that's.
See, David, your perspective is interesting to me because, and again, there's no right and wrong here, I don't think. The way I perceived what was said was that he was trying to humanize everyone, saying, hey, I see your humanity. I know what's happened in your country, and I see your humanity. And then I think he tried to hedge by saying, and to my Palestinian fans, I also see your humanity. That's how I took it. Well, but I think it fell flat because he didn't have to go there. He could have just said, thank you so much for being here. Welcome. We appreciate you being here, and moved on. And he created a completely different conversation by adding all those extra things in. Go ahead, David. I'm sorry, you were going to say.
I just want to quickly say that, I don't defend Israel just because I'm Jewish. And quite frankly, my heritage, I grew up Jewish, but I grew up in a liberal Jewish household, Reform Judaism. And, if you not to invoke my family members, but I'll just talk about Reform Judaism writ large. A lot of them are very pro-Palestinian. Most of them are. The liberal Jews. That's how I grew up. So it's more of the poor Palestinians, not we love the Jews as much. So I just want to be clear about that. What makes me defend Israel is my Christian Zionist beliefs that came when I gave my life to Christ in 1988. So I just want to be clear on that, though obviously Judaism plays a part in it. But my Judaism heritage was from a Reform Judaism perspective, which is liberal, and it's not conservative or Orthodox at all.
And to be on the record, David, I asked you that question, and maybe it was insensitive. If so, I apologize.
No, it wasn't.
But I think you've got a unique perspective, a perspective that I don't share, similar to if we were talking about an issue related to African Americans. I think my perspective would be unique, something that would be different than anyone else on the panel. And so that was what informed that questioning. And again, if it was taken out of context, I apologize.
It's all good. My ancestry DNA test literally came up 100% Ashkenazi Jew. You know how you have 8% of this, 12% of this? No, not me. 100% Ashkenazi Jew. There you go. And that's the end of that.
Well, Coldplay got quite the discussion going this morning, that's for sure. All right, we do have more coming up on American Sunrise. It is our daily moment of faith. Where does the anointing actually come from? In moments, find out why real power doesn't come from hardship, but from a higher source. Founder of Revival Today, Jonathan Shuttlesworth, joins us to discuss right after the break. Stay with us.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
Kevin paid off over $12,000 in credit card debt with the help of Consolidated Credit. They cut his interest rates and lowered his payments so he could pay off his debt fast. Call 800-596-8062 for a free consultation.
Life is precious.
I want to make a point. No matter what happens, I'll always be there for you.
I know. When a woman experiences an unplanned pregnancy, she's faced with a difficult decision. Preborn connects with life-affirming pregnancy clinics across the nation and provides them with free ultrasound sessions for expectant mothers. When a mother sees her baby on an ultrasound and hears their heartbeat, it doubles the chance she'll choose life. With your gift of $28, Preborn will provide a free ultrasound for an expectant mother. Visit preborn.com/life to save a baby's life.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
God bless the USA.
In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth.
Welcome back to American Sunrise. It is time now for our Moment of Faith, brought to us by Lee Greenwood and the God Bless the USA Bible. In focus today, faith leader Jonathan Shuttlesworth is challenging the popular belief that strength and spiritual power come from enduring hardship. In a recent post on X, he said true anointing doesn't come from being pressed by life struggles, but instead flows from a higher divine source. He writes, quote, "People teach the anointing comes from being pressed by hardship. Not true. The Bible says the anointing comes from the Holy Spirit. It's not manufactured by pain. Fire tests gold, but it doesn't make gold. Trials don't create the anointing, they reveal it. Be encouraged. You don't need more crushing to be useful. Stop glorifying the pressure and start glorifying the God who put the Holy Spirit within you." Let's welcome to American Sunrise, the man himself, Jonathan Shuttlesworth. Thank you so much for joining the show this morning. You are the founder of Revival Today, and I think this post on X was so thought-provoking. I want you to expound a little bit further, especially on the part where you say that trials don't create the anointing, they reveal it. Tell us more about what you meant here.
I've been hearing a lot of people in church that preach, tell people that God needs to, like how you crush an olive oil, that's what brings the olive oil out. That's why God has to do things, whether it's sickness or bad things, because it'll develop his presence and power in you. And I don't like that because it's not scriptural. The anointing, like you read, is a product of God's Spirit living in you. And God doesn't use bad things on his children to develop his character. He uses his word and his spirit. So if people start expecting that God, who's a good father, is going to start making their life miserable, then they actually have nothing in them to fight against the trials of life, because they think God's using cancer, or God used a car accident. The devil is they call it the gospel in one verse, John 10:10. The thief comes to steal, kill, and destroy. Jesus said, I have come that you might have life and have it more abundantly. So I just wrote that to encourage people that are going through a hard time. God is the source of your help, not the one who's looking to hurt you.
And it's interesting you bring that up because, through hardship, so many people, that's the time that they end up going to church. They end up praying more. They end up leaning on God and needing help and really needing to lean on their faith. Jonathan Shuttlesworth, I so appreciate your time this morning. Thank you for joining us.
Great seeing you again. Have a great week.
You too. Be sure to tune in to Revival Today this Sunday morning at 9 a.m. here on Rev. We'll be back with the second hour of American Sunrise in just 2 minutes. Stick around.
Introducing the limited edition God Bless the USA Bible, inspired by Lee Greenwood's hit song and the most recognized patriotic anthem in America, God Bless the USA. The God Bless the USA large print leather-bound King James Bible also contains America's founding documents, the U.S. Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence, and the Pledge of Allegiance, along with a handwritten chorus to Lee Greenwood's song, God Bless the USA. With its large print and slim design, this Bible invites you to explore God's Word anywhere, anytime. The God Bless the USA Bible makes the perfect gift and cherished family heirloom keepsake to pass on to future generations. Designed for an easy reading experience in the trusted King James Version translation, this large print Bible is perfect to take to church, Bible study, work, and for traveling. Order yours today at GodBlessTheUSABible.com.
If we've learned anything over the past few years, it's that devastating events can strike without warning. Global pandemics, acts of terror, and even bank collapses that can cause chaos in a matter of moments. And I just want you to be prepared. Hi, I'm Donald Trump Jr., and it's for these reasons that I strongly recommend a gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group. For thousands of years, gold has protected wealth through every kind of crisis. Birch Gold can show you how to move your retirement savings into an IRA in gold, legally and tax-free. For decades, they've helped thousands of Americans protect their IRA or 401k from unexpected events. To learn more, click below for your free info kit on gold IRAs from the Birch Gold Group, the only gold company I trust. Don't wait for the next crisis to strike. Take action now to protect your family's financial future. Click below for your free info kit on gold IRAs from the Birch Gold Group.
Stay tuned to get a free automatic toilet bowl cleaner from Mermaid. Your sink stopper's broken, and fixing a drain is a pain. Introducing Mermaid Drain Magic, the instant solution to most broken drains. Just remove and replace. In seconds, you can fill and drain with a simple press of a button. Drain Magic makes replacing your old, broken, rusty, even missing sink stoppers fast and easy. Drain Magic's anti-clogging basket helps prevent clogs in your sink, catching hair, food, even jewelry. Made with brass and chrome and a silicone gasket, it creates a watertight seal. Order your Mermaid Drain Magic today for only $19.99 and get a Mermaid Toilet Bowl Cleaner absolutely free. Drop it in the tank for up to 3 months of cleaning. But wait, this could be your last chance to get Drain Magic at this low price with free Toilet Bowl Cleaner. There's a strict limit of 3, so order now.
Call 1-800-519-4303 or visit GetDrainMagic.com. So call 1-800-519-4303 or visit GetDrainMagic.com. Order now.
Coming up on American Sunrise, victims of Jeffrey Epstein gather in Washington, D.C., demanding President Trump unseal the full Epstein files, just as he once again labels the case a Democrat hoax. Plus, only 2 more Republicans stand between a forced House vote on transparency. The bipartisan push for justice is gaining momentum. And a former Biden White House aide accuses squad member Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib of abandoning her district's priorities in favor of an activist agenda. The question, where does representing constituents end and activism begin? And later, President Trump is putting pressure on Hamas to release the remaining 20 Israeli hostages. In moments, see his post on Truth Social directed at the terror group. Those stories and so much more as the second hour of American Sunrise starts right now.
Good morning, America.
Welcome to American Sunrise.
Whether it's culture,
we have breaking news to share with you.
Politics.
President Trump is joining us live now from Florida.
We've got you covered.
This is what it looks like to be a patriot.
We have to protect the American family.
The American dream is still alive.
I'm David Brody.
I'm Terrence.
And I'm Dr. Gina.
Welcome back, everybody, to the second hour of American Sunrise. I'm David Brody, coming to you from the deep state, guarded by the National Guard. Let's bring in T. Bates. In our Denver newsroom, Emily Finn filling in for Dr. G down in West Palm. Good morning to both of you. Can I just say, as you look in the chat, it's amazing. The chat is... it's just a phenomenal place. I was on the YouTube chat. We got Getter, we got Rumble, all of that. You got to join us. They're talking about Epstein, talking about news of the day, talking about Judaism, and then it always transitions into pizza. Who's the best pizza? Emily, where are you on this? Are you Chicago as well?
I'm gonna have to go with Chicago.
Emily,
yeah, that is the best. I lived there for a few years.
It's been a pleasure.
Can't get enough.
All right, goodbye.
All right,
Bye,
Andy,
David.
let's you and
See
I
ya.
move on because he obviously has no taste in
No,
pizza.
hold on. New York.
Papa John's pizza is better than New York pizza in my book. I mean, I'll just go there. While he gets set, let me just get at one of the internet's most powerful gatekeepers, and that would be Wikipedia. House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer and Representative Nancy Mace are demanding answers about what they believe is anti-Israel bias and alleged anti-Semitism. They're also calling for an investigation into alleged foreign propaganda in the site's editing practices. The lawmakers want internal records, IP data, and documents that could expose editors who may be tied to state-sponsored disinformation campaigns. A recent Anti-Defamation League report flagged concerns about the site. Another from the Atlantic Council warned of Russian manipulation through AI. Wikipedia actually claims the accusations are unsupported, though. Florida's changing political demographic is leading to even more freedom in the so-called free state. It's now set to become the first state to end all state vaccine mandates.
It's wrong. It's immoral. They do not have the right to tell you what you put in your body. People have a right to make their own decisions, informed decisions. You want to put, whatever different vaccines in your body, God bless you. I hope you make an informed decision. You don't want to put whatever vaccines in your body, God bless you. And I hope you make an informed decision.
Governor Ron DeSantis says the effort coincides with the establishment of the Florida MAHA Commission. He describes it as a working group that will recommend state-level integration of Make America Healthy principles, including individual medical freedom and parent rights. Initially, the Florida Department of Health plans to roll back mandates on about a half dozen vaccines under its authority. Beyond that, the department will work with the Republican majority Florida legislature on a broader package of reforms. All right, that's a quick check of your headlines. Now, let's get you back over to Adrian Hernandez, our friends from over at Weather Nation, with a quick check of your nationwide forecast. Adrian, good morning. Where can I go for a little cool down? It's football season now, and I can't stand watching football games when it's 85, 90 degrees still at 7 o'clock at night.
Thanks, Terrence. And yeah, well, actually, a great place maybe to check out a football game. I don't know if the Packers are going to be playing, but up by Wisconsin, things are really going to start to cool down, Terrence. And a lot of that is going to be due to these two fronts we're actually going to be watching. One larger one that's out over by the Northeast now, and then another one that's going to be sweeping through most of the northern portions of the nation later on this work week and well into your weekend, bringing the chances for some severe weather. Here's a severe outlook for Thursday. Here's that yellow here, the yellow coloring. That's the first front. And then the second front, once it does pass through, we have more severe outlooks in the coming days and even some more severe outlooks today associated with the front I was just mentioning, the second one that's going to be passing through most of the spots over later on this work week. And then over by Saturday, as that second front pushes out further towards east, maybe some better chances for something severe over in Washington. Looking at the national alerts right now, we do have heat alerts out in the Pacific Northwest. Out west, though, a little bit further east, we do have wind alerts associated with that second front. As it pushes down, it's going to be a windy one. So some of these areas here in the Dakotas picking up some wind chill values, low as 30 to 40 degrees. It's going to be nice and frigid for those guys early on this morning. And then down south, in the southwest, we do have some flood alerts starting to rip by. Forecast precipitation over the next 5 days. You see it's kind of hugging the front there as we continue on. As it continues out east, the highest concentration of rain everywhere else but Florida is actually here in Kentucky, eastern Kentucky. Anywhere from about 2 to maybe 3 inches of rain is possible, but around most of the areas here, anywhere from about an inch maybe to an inch and a half is expected. But of course, like all great things, the South Florida always seems to be the outlier. As we take a little bit of a closer look, we see most of the forecasted precipitation, actually the highest values in the entire nation over the next 5 days is right down here in West Palm. We could see anywhere from about 5, maybe closer to 5, maybe 6 inches of rain expected. All these yellow coloring showing me about 3 inches of rain, and then it stays a little bit lower as we go a little bit further up the Panhandle. I want to throw it back to you, Terrence.
All right, Adrian, appreciate it, my friend. All right, folks, let's get you back over to Emily now. Emily, good morning.
Good morning to you, Terrence. Thank you. Well, we want to get to some top headlines. Yesterday on Capitol Hill, Epstein survivors were speaking out publicly, many for the first time. Lawmakers from both parties held a joint presser, including Representative Thomas Massie and Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene. It comes after House Republicans released 33,000 documents on Epstein. Democrats call it a distraction, but the victims say they want transparency, not politics. Does this move help or hurt Trump, or is that missing the point entirely? For that question, let's welcome to American Sunrise Republican strategist and the host of the 13-Minute News Hour, Bobby Eberle. Bobby, so great to have you in studio with us today. Want to get your reaction to the presser yesterday.
Thanks, Emily. Yeah, I thought the press conference was incredible. I've been pushing for this for a long time. Anything that you can do to get justice for these victims and to find out who is behind this massive trafficking scheme, that's what we should be doing. Now, the Oversight Committee is doing a great job. They're doing their thing. But, you know, how many times have we seen oversight investigations from Benghazi to Hillary Clinton to Hunter Biden crime family, and nothing's come of it? Absolutely nothing has come of it. So to get this into some congressional members that are very motivated and very focused, and to get the victims to actually have a voice. I always talk about being the voice for the victims. Well, these victims are speaking out for themselves, which I think is phenomenal. So let's keep it going. And I hope, you know, to answer your question on the lead-in, you know, that Trump is truly on board with this. It's not a hoax. It's for real. And it's one of the galvanizing points of the movement as far as getting rid of the deep state and looking for accountability and transparency and more power to this movement for sure.
Bobby, you used the word galvanizing, bringing people together. It seems to me that the Republican Party would be more galvanized, would be more united behind this, but the reality is it's not. How do you explain that away?
You know what? I think I hate to say this, but I think it's criticism from the top. I really think that this is a galvanizing movement or issue for the movement. And, you know, we talked about it. One of the first things in the first month, you know, was this meeting with phase 1 of the Epstein files, the binders, and people were saying, hey, okay, that's phase 1. You don't label it that unless there's a phase 2 and phase 3, and you keep going forward. So people are expecting real results from a new DOJ, a new FBI, and just this new attitude in town. So I think if we just get the leadership and from the top all the way in the administration to get on board with this, and come what may, as far as whose names are released or where this goes, that's what is owed the American people.
You know, we do straight talk here, so let's go to straight talk. You said leadership at the top. We're talking about President Trump. If President Trump had said, let's get this done, kind of like the one big beautiful bill, and he got it by July 4th. If he said on this situation, let's get this done, you know you would have dozens and dozens and dozens, and dozens of Republicans saying, absolutely, let's get this done. Instead, he's kind of quashing it.
Yeah, and then it's really tough because on the Ro Khanna and Massey side of it, as they're pushing this resolution, this bill, you know, they need support. They need Republican support. And to your point, David, if President Trump would come out and say, yes, we ran on this because they did. This was an issue as far as accountability and transparency. We need to get this done. And we need to get this done in 2 weeks. As far as a step-by-step release of information, they could get it done. There's no doubt in my mind. Instead, we're calling it a hoax. Instead, hey, let's, taking time in media interviews to say, let's move on. Why are people fixated on this? It doesn't sit well. And one thing we've learned is that the MAGA movement, it's not a cult. We're committed to America First agenda, and we'll speak out. And this is one that has really gotten people to speak out.
I just want to quickly say, Emily, I know we'd have to move on, but thank you for saying that it's not a cult, because, of course, the Democrats and the media think it is. And this is a great example, Exhibit A, as to it's not a cult. Look, people are going to speak out about this. If Trump feels differently, he feels differently. So what? It's not a cult. We're not following Trump. We're following principle here.
That's
Emily,
right.
Please, go ahead.
We do want to move on to some more headlines here. Bobby, President Trump taking to Truth Social to put pressure on Hamas. Trump was writing, quote, "Tell Hamas to immediately give back all 20 hostages. Not 2 or 5 or 7, and things will change rapidly. It will end." Want to get your reaction to this as well, Bobby.
Well, this one is something that, from the very beginning, the hostages were taken, and, we had the Biden administration in place with the Trump administration. Let's sit down. Let's get the hostages back before we do anything else. But, it comes to the question that is raised, do they want to stop? I mean, what is the end goal, obviously, or actually for Israel? Is it the hostages? If it is, I hope so, because the killing needs to stop. And I believe that if the president, again, comparing it to the other issue, if the president puts some force here and says we need to sit down, we need to get these hostages back before we do any other negotiation on what the future of Gaza is, if there's relocation, what's happening to the Palestinians, all of that hinges on this. The president has shown his force both on foreign policy and domestic policy. Let's get this done.
To your point, it seems like this needs to be kind of the posture, if you will, on all of the critical foreign policy issues, be it Russia, Ukraine, be it China. Draw a line in the sand and say, look, it's time to put up or shut up.
Yes, yeah, exactly. And we've seen that. We've seen the force of these bilateral, trilateral meetings when the president steps forward. The European Union can say all it wants. Other countries can say what they want. Israel can say what it wants. But it's not until the American people, the American public, through the Trump administration, steps forward and says, we will lead, we will get this done. America first advances by having peace in the Middle East and peace with Russia, Ukraine. So let's get it done. If he keeps his foot on the gas here, I think we can see some movement.
By the way, Bobby, what do you think of what's going on with this supposed plan to reinvent the Gaza Strip into like the Riviera of the Middle East? That seems dicey. I understand that America wouldn't necessarily spend any taxpayer dollars on this, but if they're going to have some ownership in some sort of corporation, I don't know. I'm a little wary of that.
Yeah, well, I've got to fall on your side on this as far as being dicey, because, again, it calls into question motivations from the very beginning. Like, do you want the hostages back, or did you just want to clear out Gaza to make it the next Las Vegas or the next Dubai? And with this kind of talk, it's like I'd rather make sure that the Palestinians are taken care of, that Hamas is destroyed, that the hostages are returned. Those steps, get those done, and put America first, and then we'll see what we can do to bring stability to the Middle East.
Yeah, Bobby Eberle, great to have you with us.
Thanks,
right
David.
there in West Palm. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Bobby.
Thanks, Steve.
All right. Still ahead on American Sunrise, a Colorado father with a spinal cord injury working to fulfill his dream of walking his daughter down the aisle. It's all thanks to a Denver neurosurgeon. And actually, it might be possible. We'll talk about it. First, though, a former Biden staffer just put Rashida Tlaib on blast, saying she's gone rogue and left her district behind. We're spilling some tea, and that tea is hot this morning. Stay with us. American Sunrise returning on Thursday. After this, everybody.
Leaky refrigerator coil card. Oh no. But your future is bright with an American Home Shield warranty to protect your covered home systems. Don't worry, be warranty.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
For
For National Preparedness Month, 4 Patriots is doubling your solar generator power. I'm former Navy SEAL Cade Courtley. When you get the powerful Patriot Power Generator 2500X, we're going to give you the expansion pack that doubles its power absolutely free. It's part of a bonus package worth over $2,800. All yours, all free. But you have to act now. This historic deal ends September 30th. Go to 4patriots.com now before it's gone forever.
Kevin paid off over $12,000 in credit card debt with the help of Consolidated Credit. They cut his interest rates and lowered his payments so he could pay off his debt fast. Call 800-596-8062 for a free consultation.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Let's spill some tea.
Welcome back to American Sunrise. Let's spill some tea, fueled by Artillery Tea Company, the only America First veteran-owned tea brand. And their mission? Maximize flavor with whole leaf blends and chemical-free tea bags. No junk, just real tea. And here's the tactical advantage. Each bag brews twice. Just go to artillerytco.com and use the code PAYLOAD for 15% off. Again, that's artillerytco.com. Premium tea, mission-driven and brewed for the brave. It is time now to spill some tea, and in the cup today is Michigan Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib. At a pro-Palestinian conference in Detroit, Tlaib accused Israel of rape, murder, and starvation, then shouted, "We're just getting started." Take a look.
We aren't going anywhere. We are just getting started. I want to say to all of them, every genocide enabler, look at this room. We ain't going anywhere.
Wow. Now a former Biden staffer is calling her out, saying she's abandoned her district to play activist in chief. No comment yet from Tlaib. We want to know what you think. Hop on to Rumble and Getter and let your voice be heard. Still ahead on American Sunrise, we're headed down to Wall Street for the opening bell and insight into how to hold on to your hard-earned dollars with some common sense. We'll be back with more American Sunrise in just 2 minutes.
Poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time.
This is the home of Galina. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You'll see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. If you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
If you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives.
We're showing you this picture because the NFL season kicks off tonight. It's the Eagles versus the Cowboys, and yes, I am a Cowboy hater. If you're a Cowboy fan, I'm sorry for you, but I root for anyone who's playing against the Cowboys. Plus, I like Jalen Hurts. I think the kid has a great story, and so I'm always going to root for Jalen Hurts. Anyway, Cowboys-Eagles, they play tonight. I went far too much into sports. We're getting you ready for the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange, so we're going to go down 95 a little bit to New York here in just a little bit for the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange. I can tell you pre-market trading not looking so hot on the Dow. It is currently in the red. The S&P 500 and the NASDAQ currently in the green. The rest of the board is in the red, though. Hopefully all of that will change here in short order. Once again, we'll take you to the New York Stock Exchange for the opening bell in just a few minutes. But now, let's get you over to David. David Brody, good morning. Hopefully, it will be a better season for your New York Jets. I'm not so positive it will be, but I'm hopeful for you.
The best part of the New York Jets season is when we're 0-0. That pretty much is the best part of our season, and then it goes downhill from there. By the way, we just love each other, T. Bates, but the Cowboy hate, I am with you on that. So you know what? I hate the Cowboys too. I mean, in a Christian way, I hate them, but yes, I hate them.
Yeah, I'm with you. All right. I'm with you. And we'll just leave it there.
We'll just leave it there. Unless you want to talk about the Bears, but let's not do that, maybe. Should we? No, maybe not. All right, we'll come back. It's time for my single. It's time for my close-up. I kind of like it. All right, now it's time for our daily dose of dollars and common sense with American Sunrise Early Edition host and the guy behind Jake's Takes, Substack. Substack, did I say that? Yeah, correct, Substack. That'd be Jake Novak, a long-suffering Jet fan along with me. Jake, we'll get to the NFL in a moment. Let's start with the big break Google just got in the federal courts. Tell us more.
Yeah, let me just say this straight up. Google is a monopoly. It's a terrible monopoly. It's a publishing monopoly. You don't really exist if you're not primarily featured or prominently featured on Google search. We all know that's true. I know there are other search engines, and I love them, but Google's still dominant. The courts basically gave them a big break. Yes, they admitted that they are basically a monopoly. They've committed a lot of antitrust violations, but they spared Google earlier this week from the worst kinds of punishments. Although I got to put worse with an asterisk. In other words, they didn't break the company up. They didn't say they don't have to sell off their Chrome browser. All these things to me, if you think those are financial hits that Google will take, you'd be wrong. When a company is split up like this, actually its shareholders end up making more money, but they lose their power. You know, those top executives at Alphabet, which is the parent company of Google, it's about their power. They're willing to forego that extra money. But because they didn't get that punishment, the stock's been up this week. It's been a big reason why tech sector has been strong so far this week in this abbreviated week. The courts basically have hands off. With President Trump, they're all hands in his business. But with the tech sector, they want to keep their hands off. And that doesn't smell too good to me. I think that has a lot to do with the financial aspects of this. It's an ugly situation. Google's a monopoly. Amazon is a monopoly. We have broken up monopolies in this country for weaker reasons than we see right now with Google and Amazon. I'd like to see them broken up. We can have another discussion about that, but suffice it to say, leaving them alone has left the power struggle at the top of those businesses in a pretty good shape, and their stocks are up this week.
Yeah, and these monopolies still pass go and collect more than $200.
Yeah.
That is no doubt about it. All right, Jake, the tariffs, they've acted as a true test of some business plans, but they have also started to expose a few things about the big union, specifically the UAW, and then Canada's version of that union known as the Unifor. Is that what it's called? Yeah. Unifor?
Yeah.
Tell us about that. I don't know. I didn't know that.
The UAW complained, to their credit, they did complain when NAFTA was passed and some of those jobs were lost. A lot of jobs were lost to Canada and Mexico, but they didn't break up their union solidarity party over it. In other words, they still remained affiliated with Unifor, which is the Canadian version of the UAW, and some other international unions. In fact, they're still trying to really unionize the Mexican workers. Well, not so much coming from the other side. Unifor is really looking to break up with the UAW over this because they're losing a few jobs. I mean, welcome to the party, Canada. NAFTA and other things have killed off American auto jobs for decades in this country. And the UAW never threatened to cut off its friendship and its allegiance with Unifor. But the Canadians have a much thinner skin, apparently. And by the way, this is one of the interesting things about tariffs. It seems to be breaking up the so-called union solidarity. It's not lasting. The Canadians not willing to swallow it. But by the way, shame on the UAW. They complained about NAFTA, but they didn't pull out the nuclear option as far as trying to keep those jobs here in the United States, which they could have done. So maybe it's just what goes around comes around.
Yeah, for sure. All right, Jake, let's talk about the NFL season kicking off tonight, as T. Bates mentioned earlier, down at the Link. We got the Eagles and the Cowboys. You have some numbers, by the way, to back up your premise that pro football is America's #1 addiction. Please do tell, Jake.
You know, it really is. There's no other entertainment option out there that crosses all the lines, racial lines, gender lines, economic lines. The NFL is it's just a juggernaut. And I know there's a lot of things about it politically that angered a lot of us over the years, and I understand that. But just look at the numbers. The fact is the NFL has not suffered. So we found out just now that NBC, telling us about their numbers, they have already sold 90% of all of the ads for all their Sunday night football games. Of course, they're on Thursday night tonight. And the Super Bowl is completely sold out. And again, most importantly, the numbers that they're getting for these ads, the highest ever. This is America's addiction. And by the way, this is a scary thing for me because it tells the NFL that all the things that they've done, all those missteps, all the politics, they can get away with it, which means they'll probably do it again. I hope they don't. But the fact is that the money's still pouring in. They think that means everything to them. And I just don't see anything weakening this juggernaut. It is the #1 addiction in America.
Well, I've got to tell you, I'm trying to tie in the New York Jets to, money and numbers and stuff. So I'll just maybe say something like this. What about the stock in the New York Jets? As in, should we put any stock in the Jets this season? You're a long-suffering Jet fan. I'm a long-suffering Jet fan. The joke goes that what do Jet fans do when they win the Super Bowl? They turn off the PlayStation. And that's kind of like where we're at. What do you think? I've got my prescription meds all set and ready to go. They are ready because we're going to need them maybe this season. I don't know. What do you think? I got 20 seconds, by the way.
The best thing about this season, David, is that there's no disappointment really on the horizon. There are such low expectations for the Jets, unlike the last 2 years. So actually, this is just going to be an easy one. It's the disappointment that really gets you, right? That's what really bothers you. And I don't see any high expectations for the Jets this year. So I think it's going to be an even keel emotional year for all of us.
Yeah, John Steinbeck writing low expectations with the Jets. Thank you, Jake Novak. Good to see you. I appreciate it. All right, that's my literary knowledge. That's about as deep as I go. Time for T. Bates, opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange, sponsored by AMAC.
The Association of Mature American Citizens is the conservative voice for Americans 50 and older. AMAC is fighting for the values that you hold dear. Join today. Together, we can write the course of America.
Welcome back, everyone. We're about a minute away from the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange. Momentarily, you'll hear the applause, and then shortly after that, we'll hear the opening bell. Vontable is on the podium right now. You're hearing the applause, and then the bell will ensue. I can tell you that pre-market trading, at least on the Dow, wasn't so positive. So maybe now that the markets are officially open as you hear the bell, things will change a little bit. All right, let's take a look. Here we go. Not so much. The Dow is still down right now. The S&P 500 and NASDAQ are still in the green. Again, there's a whole day of trading ahead, so all of that can change. The rest of our board, as you can also see, is in the red. So buy low, sell high. Maybe if you buy right now and things pick up a little bit, you can sell a little bit higher and make yourself a little bit of money. Well, folks, if you're stressed out about back taxes, maybe you missed the April deadline, or your books are a mess, you definitely don't want to wait. The IRS is cracking down. We're talking about penalties that add up really fast, 5% per month, up to 25% just for not filing. There is help, though. Tax Network USA can take the burden off of your shoulders and stop the spiral before it gets worse. They've really helped thousands of Americans, whether you're an employee, a small business owner, or if you haven't filed in years. If you've got messy books, don't even worry about it. They've got you covered. They've seen it all and they know exactly how to clean it up. With direct access to powerful IRS programs and expert negotiators on your side, Tax Network USA knows how to win. You'll get a free consultation, and if you qualify, they may even be able to reduce or eliminate what you owe. More importantly, they'll help protect you from wage garnishments or bank levies. So don't wait for the IRS to send you the next letter. Instead, call 800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAV to talk to a real expert at Tax Network USA. Take the pressure off and let Tax Network USA handle your tax business for you. Still to come here on American Sunrise, we all know nil deals have been running rampant in college sports, but how have they impacted the game itself? We'll analyze. That's ahead here on American Sunrise.
Sometimes business travel takes you to London, Paris, New York, Rome, Beijing, or Hawaii. And sometimes to Palawan, Mimaropa. Here at Book a Limo, we think globally. We think business, your business. It doesn't matter where you go. No place is too far. We're there for you.
What's your destination? Book a limo. Any car, anywhere.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
Welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm Emily Finn, filling in today for Dr. Gina. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We do invite you to join the conversation on Getter and Rumble. It's time now to take the political pulse of America and the beat today. The co-founder of Airbnb, Joe Gebbia, who was a lifelong Democrat, is now revealing that he is backing President Trump. Here's what Gebbia had to say as to why he supports Trump now. Take a listen.
I've been lucky enough to call Josh Kushner one of my close friends for a long time. Through him, I've gotten to know Jared. And so I get on the phone with Jared and say, hey, can you help me fill in the gaps for me? Like, what am I missing here? Is this normal? Like, it seems there's no enforcement of our own border. Like, don't nations need borders to be a nation? Kind of. And so he put me on this, I'd say, this curriculum of just talking to experts in the field. And I remember like just being like, holy cow, this is crazy. Like, this is not right. This is a real problem. And there's no reason why we shouldn't be enforcing the laws of our country and our border. And so I think as I started to pull on that thread, I sort of, began to look at other topics and eventually came to the point where I don't think I can support a political party that wants to have an open border, that lets in, criminals and dangerous people into our country. That's not something I can get behind.
Sounds like he is certainly waking up to the truth, and we want to know what you, our viewers, think. Get in the chat and Getter, Rumble, and YouTube. Let your voice be heard. We do want to turn our attention now to sports. College football is back, and many prominent players are getting paid millions of dollars for their name, image, and likeness deals. Journalist and TV personality Britt McHenry slammed these deals and said they are bad for college football. McHenry wrote in The Spectator that it is now the Wild West of college sports. It has also impacted college basketball in a similar way. So what is the right answer here? For discussion, let's bring in the woman herself, Britt McHenry. Britt, thank you so much for joining American Sunrise. We appreciate you being here. Can you expand on this a little bit further for us?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to join the show. And obviously, football is taking up all of our screens right now. If you're as diehard of a fan as I am, I'm sure some of you are. But it's been a journey for the NCAA, and President Trump has noticed this himself. The president has always been on the side of equality for women in sports, as we saw with his stance against transgender participation. And now with Saving College Sports, his executive order in July, which is very recent, it's to design some level playing here. I have always been on the side, as I've covered sports of all kinds at ESPN and in local markets, that any student athlete should get the ability to claim a bit of a capitalistic right to their name and likeness. The problem is when the NIL was created in 2021, fresh out of COVID, so what a time, right? There was no rules or limits or caps. And when I say that, take Carson Beck, for example, at Miami, just beat Notre Dame. Great for him. Do you know what he is making? An estimated $3 to $4 million this year to transfer to Miami. And that's not including his endorsements. Arch Manning, he may have all the ex-haters on his back right now in sports pundits with his performance this past weekend for Texas, but he's making $6 million. $6 million, and that's not including the full realm and possibilities of endorsement. So when you hear those numbers, and we're all working 9 to 5s and thinking, man, I wish I could throw a football or, have a layup, a slam dunk on the basketball court, you have to also consider, what is this doing to the landscape? When the University of Florida won the NCAA tournament, March Madness, their starting 5, I'm not kidding you guys, had 4 transfers. So gone are the days of the beloved bracket busting teams when it comes to basketball as well. A George Mason with a Cinderella run to the Final Four, or other VCU programs that you may not have had on your radar with their coaching staff and players that have been playing together for 4 years. It's become all about the Benjamins, all about the dollars. And that isn't a problem, so to speak. But if it continues on this path without any kind of regulation, what happens to sports that don't bring in as many fans in 90,000 packed, student-packed arenas and stadiums? What happens to tennis? What happens to women's volleyball, women's soccer? I was a collegiate soccer player. I think those questions are now being asked, and there's a lot more eyeballs and scrutiny that should be, at least to give some sort of fairness in this world of college sports, because we all love watching it, but is it ruining the joy of the game is a good question I think people are asking.
Britt, it's a great question, and the capitalist in me says, you know what, make as much money as you can while you're able to make it, be you a freelancer or not. One of the things, and this literally just came on my radar, it's starting though as early as high school. I was at a cross-country race for my daughter, and I just happened to kind of talk to a dad, and he was saying that his son in high school had an NIL deal with a shoe company. I won't name names, but he said with the shoe company, and he said the kid got shoes, obviously apparel, but also like $20,000 in high school. He was a great runner, but it's starting that early.
Oh, yes. I was not as good as my former teammate, but she was the backup goalie for the women's national soccer team that won the 2 World Cups. She committed to the University of North Carolina, which at the time was by far the best women's program, when she was 14 years old. Like, I don't even think she was 15 at that point. So she had locked in. But back then, not to age myself that much, or any of you on the panel, you couldn't get these multi-million-dollar deals. There were side deals, of course, but consider Reggie Bush, right? When he won his Heisman Trophy at USC, it was taken away from him because he had received a car and some other side gifts from donors and school boosters, which theoretically was happening. You know, we would be oblivious to say otherwise.
Happening.
But
it was happening, trust me. It was happening.
It was happening under the table. And so that's where I thought NIL could really enhance and make things more transparent, which it has. But it's becoming this mountain that we need to just at least know the pathways and thoroughfares around. You have people like Livy Dunn, you know, she became an Instagram social media influencer. She redshirted and stayed at LSU because if I was pocketing the money she was, a couple $1 million, I would do that as well, you know, and Shedeur Sanders. There was serious talk nationally from pundits I used to work with at ESPN saying he shouldn't go into the draft because he'll make more money playing at Colorado at the amateur level. And they were not wrong. We saw him drop to the 5th round. But is that what we should be preaching? Like, I'm torn here, and I'd love to hear more thoughts from you guys. You should be capitalistic. You should make your money, especially for those student athletes who will not have long pro careers. But I don't think the edict, the mantra is right. If we're saying, hey, skip the pros, skip school, skip classes, just make sure you get that $4 million a year for the most famous athletes, of course, but there's no regulation currently.
No, there has to be some sort of balance here. Hey, Britt, you have a new piece coming out in The Spectator about tennis legend Serena Williams, and she's promoting the weight loss company. Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. It's reportedly owned by her husband. What more can you tell us about this? So I was initially giving her some props here and coming out and saying that she was taking or did take a GLP-1 derivative. For those wondering what that is, you can see the video, the commercial. It's an Ozempic-like shot. She lost 31 pounds. So where I did give her some credit was in the admission of, hey, this is what it took for me to get here. And I say that especially as a woman. There's so many impressionable young girls on Instagram, on TikTok, on all the social media platforms thinking, I have to look like that. And they might take drastic measures, even more drastic than this. So she was honest. But then to what you said, I started connecting the dots here and thinking to myself, and this is a compliment to her. So I don't want anyone to think I'm slamming her. I don't agree with all her political beliefs, but she won 23 Grand Slams. She's the most prolific female tennis player we could argue of all time. Why is she shilling for an Ozempic knockoff brand when this woman has made $350 million in her career? And by the way, her husband is no slouch either. He was a co-founder of Reddit. He's worth at least $150 million. So I'm all about keeping it within the family. I think we all would support our loved ones. But what message does this also send, if we were talking about the NIL in college, if we have one of the best athletes of all time not doing the TB12 method that Tom Brady made famous, that at least incorporated workouts, you know, cutting what you're consuming, calories, etc. This is a weight loss shot. I don't know how you guys feel, but for me, it was a bit tawdry for someone as prolific as Serena Williams.
Sure. Yeah, Britt, I think, you know, as a woman as well, I think it's just great that she at least was honest, that this is what she used to be able to get to that point in her journey. But before we let you go, only a couple minutes left with you. NFL football is back tonight. We have to talk about this. The Dallas Cowboys are taking on the defending Super Bowl champions, Philadelphia Eagles. Oh, got some reactions already in the 4-box. What are some of the big storylines that are grabbing your attention ahead of kickoff tonight?
I'm booing right there with them.
That's my girl. You know what? You have a standing appointment with us on Thursday since you don't like the Cowboys. You are welcome back anytime. She all right with me.
I love it. I would love to come on. You know, so the Micah Parsons trade was the most ridiculous debacle you could witness in sports. If you're not a diehard football fan, just think of it as like having the best ex, the best relationship ever, and fumbling it epically. That's what Jerry Jones did. Now, he's the owner and GM, so he can do what he likes. But to get only 2 first-round picks back for him and, you know, a solid but aging defensive player, I'll be interested to see what the Packers do. I am a Commanders fan, so I am very locked in to Sunday's game. I think Brian Daboll needs to prove especially in this year, that he can pick up from just 19 wins on his record as a head coach. Jameis Winston will make me laugh no matter what, if he's playing or not. But I think tonight I'm going to go with an L for the Cowboys. I'm sorry to fans of America's team. Are we still calling them that? I don't know if they deserve that title anymore, but yeah.
You're getting a round of applause from Terrence here, for sure.
I would say to keep an eye out on some other teams.
Britt, I'm so much of a Dallas Cowboys hater that I've embarrassed my wife. We were in Memphis, and a guy, I have no idea who he is, he had a Dallas Cowboys flag flying outside of his house, and I literally went and knocked on his door and was like, you should take that down. I was much younger, and I should be ashamed, but I did it, yes.
You know, I don't want to bring up bad memories for the producer of the show. I'm trying to impress you guys. Maybe I'll be back on. But, you know, I remember a game when the Commanders, not so far away, you know, fairly recently beat the Lions.
Ooh,
a nice little pick six into the end zone.
You are breaking our producer,
nice knowing you. It was
Pierce's
good
heart
talking
right
to you.
now.
Nice knowing you. You'll never be back on the show after that.
But you know what? I do like the Lions way. I like that we can now watch a Detroit Lions team that are not perennial losers, that they're very strong. I love Dan Campbell. I do see a comeback for them.
You gotta give them some credit.
I'm done with the 45-7 losses on Thanksgiving Day with the Lions. That's true.
Because that's all I do is just watch football and eat. I think all of us do on Thanksgiving. So I like them.
I'm a Jet fan, by the way, so my prescription meds are ready for the season. I'm all set. I'm set to go.
I think all I can do is just send you love in that endeavor. You know, I grew up watching the Dolphins, so Dan the man, but you know, no offensive line or wide receivers was the story of my life. So I do like seeing how that division has shaken out. But I'll tell you this, guys, if I end on anything, twice I said there's no way Kyle Shanahan, who's the head coach of the 49ers, can go 0-3 in a Super Bowl. There's no way. He did. My wallet faced those consequences. And I said, there's no way that the Bills will go 0-5 against the same team in the playoffs. And as you know, they did go 0-5, and the Kansas City Chiefs went on to the Super Bowl. So I would say take my insight, maybe not my picks necessarily every week, but I'm invested, and it is a huge weekend for all of us.
You certainly had some fun predictions this morning, Britt McHenry. Thank you so much for joining us to talk sports. Britt. We really enjoyed it. We have more American Sunrise right after the break. Stay with us.
The next time the lights go out, will your family be ready? I'm former Navy SEAL Cade Courtley. In a crisis, your power supply is your lifeline. So for National Preparedness Month, when you get the Patriot Power Generator 2500X, we'll double its power with a free expansion pack. That's double the runtime to keep your fridge cold, your phones charged, and your family safe. But you have to act now. Go to forpatriots.com to claim your free expansion pack and the peace of mind your family deserves.
Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be using this. Particle 6-in-1 Face Cream for Men, the first of its kind anti-aging cream designed specifically for men. Fights eye bags, dark spots, and wrinkles. Visit ParticleMen.com and use the promo code on your screen to receive 25% off your entire order. Plus, we've got free shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee. www.ParticleMen.com. Because seeing is believing.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm Emily Finn. It's time now to talk about our health and well-being and the role that essential oils can play. As many as 19 million Americans take fish oil supplements. 19 million. Why is it, though? We're told that fish oil supplements are rich in omega-3 fatty acids, and those omega-3s help with heart health, joint health, and many more benefits. But does fish oil really help, or have we been lured in with marketing claims that are now being challenged by medical studies? My next guest, Chad Walding, is an expert in the fields of physical therapy, nutrition, and nutraceuticals. Chad is the co-founder of Native Path, a health and wellness company focused on supplements that are backed by science. Chad, thank you so much for being here on American Sunrise.
Thank you for having me. It's good to be here.
So the global fish oil market is projected to exceed $3.2 billion, but credible studies have emerged that suggest that fish oil may not be as healthy as consumers were led to believe. And this is where the fish oil science gets murky, correct?
Correct. And yeah, let's start with the fact that there is solid evidence omega-3s are beneficial to overall health. Omega-3s reduce inflammation. They contribute to heart health, brain health, eye health, bone health, metabolism, and potentially even cancer prevention. And with a healthy diet, we would get omega-3s from things like fish and seafood. It's also found in eggs and olives and other foods. The problem is we don't eat healthy enough in the modern world, so we're often lacking omega-3s, and we often get too much omega-6 fat from industrial seed oils, which inflame our body. But when most people hear omega-3, they think fish oil. So hundreds of supplement companies have seized the opportunity to supply fish oil to consumers in hopes of augmenting the omega-3s we need. And going back to the studies that you're mentioning, it does get murky. So Harvard Health published a study stating there's no evidence of heart-related benefits from fish oil. Cleveland Clinic published an article stating fish oil pills aren't doing what you think they're doing, right? So much of the science is suggesting that fish oil may not provide the health benefits people are hoping for. And there's really two key problems with fish oil. Number one, it's almost always tainted with pollutants and toxins which prevent it from working. So it comes from oceans with oil spills and nuclear disasters, and high levels of mercury can be found in those waters. I simply don't trust it. And number two, it doesn't get absorbed by the human body very well, especially when compared to krill oil.
So, okay, if someone is looking for a healthier source of omega-3s, what are the studies behind krill oil?
Well, krill oil is found to be better absorbed by the human body in comparison to regular fish oil. It's actually up to 50% more absorbable, and that's because it comes in a phospholipid form that's found all over our bodies, which penetrate our cells. But the biggest difference between krill oil and fish oil is a powerful antioxidant that is not found in fish oil called astaxanthin, and it's likely the key to achieving the health benefits you're seeking from omega-3s.
Tell us why you co-founded Native Path. What inspired you behind this?
Because humans have gotten off the path, right? There's been a steady decline in human health over the past 100 years, despite advances in science and technology. And we have a health industry that knows nothing about food and a food industry that knows nothing about health. And people have been led in the wrong direction. So at Native Path, we educate people on how to get back on the path with timeless principles of human health. And we provide the purest and most effective supplements as close to nature as possible to help fill in the gaps for what's missing in the modern diet.
Well, Dr. Chad Walding, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate you joining American Sunrise. I'm guessing the krill versus fish oil message hit home with lots of people. For the many fish oil supplement users out there who are wondering if they're wasting their money on empty promises and if they want to switch to krill oil, or for the newbies who are just hearing about the benefits of krill oil, how can they order? Well, we're extending up to 66% off to our audience when they visit nativepathkrilloil.com. Again, that is nativepathkrilloil.com for 66% off. More American Sunrise right after the break. Stay with us.
It's just like our new house. I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? If AHS can't fix your covered item, then replace it, no matter its age. Sign up today at ahs.com.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide. There's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Hello, friends. Pat Boone here with a message from the past. Imagine the shock of reading tomorrow's newspaper and discovering the price of gold has doubled to over $1,000 an ounce. Sound impossible? Well, it's not. That's right. Back in 2006, my friends at Swiss America forecast gold prices would top $1,000 an ounce, and they were right. Today, several financial firms are forecasting $3,000 gold. Now, for over 40 years, Swiss America has helped folks like you and me purchase precious metals for home delivery and for our IRAs. So don't miss this opportunity again. Call or text Swiss America at the number on your screen now to receive your free portfolio review and a copy of The Timeless Truth About Gold and Silver. Learn for yourself how easy it is to safeguard your money. Call or text Swiss America today.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
And welcome back, everybody, to American Sunrise. I'm David Brody. Thanks for joining us today. All right, guys, time now for the sunny side up. In the pan today, a real inspiring story of a Denver doctor and his wedding day miracle. So there's a Colorado father who spent decades battling paralysis, and he's defying the odds. Russell McKeon, a former paramedic, was left paralyzed after an ambulance crash and years of setbacks. But thanks to Denver neurosurgeon Dr. Scott Falchi, Russell is getting a second chance. After a rare surgery, McKeon is moving his arms, even kicking his legs. His goal is simple but powerful: to walk his daughter down the aisle. It's a story of determination, faith, and family proof that miracles still happen. Take a look.
I decided to show my kids just when you're given a bad hand, you can't just give up. I often joke about you couldn't write a soap opera as bad as what I've lived through.
So we're hoping by this pushing, go ahead, push again, this will help with a walker, because he had zero movement here at all. And he was able to stand. And then this
yesterday,
he's only been out of bed for 3 days. He's a highly motivated guy, and he's been through a lot. And what he's achieved just with self-determination and desire is amazing.
Wow, what a day that will be. I mean, it's emotional already, a wedding day. And then Emily, that makeup for his daughter, the bride, I think it's going to get smeared that day.
She's going to have to use some waterproof mascara for sure, because she's going to be bawling her eyes out. That's going to be a beautiful moment. And, you know, what determination from that father. I don't think there's anything more beautiful in life than a father-daughter relationship. You know, I can only speak to the relationship I have with my dad. I know he would do the same for me. He would pull some inner strength to be able to be there for my day as well. So I think this is a really cool story to end the show, Terrence.
Determination and perseverance is some of the best medicine out there. I truly believe that the mind is so powerful that if you put your mind to something strong enough, you can overcome whatever hurdle. I truly believe that.
Amen. You know, my daughter and I have a great relationship. She would like to say she has a better relationship with my credit card, but that's a separate issue. But I'm just playing. She's fantastic. All right, guys. Once again, the compliment is right to us. We had a great show because we were phenomenal today. I mean, I think that's pretty clear. Great to have everybody here. War Room is up next. He's pretty phenomenal. That'd be Steve Bannon. Go boldly now, as we like to say. See y'all tomorrow.
General, and a lot of what we've heard from Bobby Kennedy Jr. just amplified now because of the position he finds himself in, all this skepticism about vaccines, now packing that panel at Health and Human Services with vaccine skeptics. Can you just address, let's just take these basic vaccines that kids have been taking for generations to go to school. Are there questions around them? Do they make people sick? Have they been making children sick? Is there reason for concern? And if so, why hasn't that been addressed in the, 80 years since they've been around?
I mean, Willie, you're signaling it. No, the answer is no. There's no scientific evidence that any of the childhood vaccinations, let's take tetanus, measles, mumps, and rubella, polio vaccine. I mean, these are just fundamental, foundational things that no other country in the entire world, by the way, is having a similar type of discussion at their governmental level. We are, because of the people that are currently in power, but there is no reason why the other countries across the globe are having a similar discussion, because the science doesn't beg it. There's no incidence of increased side effects. There's no links to autism. This is one man with his agenda and the power to really enact his agenda. That's RFK Jr. I'll lastly say here, just on this topic of why this matters to American families across the spectrum, because Florida is likely just the canary in the coal mine there. We're probably going to see this in more states across the country. Just like we saw here on the West Coast, that they're banding together to create their own coalition to counter the CDC. We're going to see this likely happen in more places. For everybody out there, something that has happened since 2008, Willie, is that pediatric beds across the country have declined. 20% decrease in pediatric bed capacity in children's hospitals across the country. Why does that matter? Just at the time that Ladapo and DeSantis are doing this in Florida, creating more burden of illness for kids, there's less beds to actually deal with the aftermath. And we saw in West Texas, when you have a measles epidemic, that lands kids in the hospital that need supplemental oxygen, likely in an ICU. We have less of those beds, Willie.
It's crazy.
Yeah, look, I mean, first of all, when ideology starts intruding on public health, you're going in a dangerous direction because science comes under attack. What the Florida Surgeon General just said, I mean, if vaccines are slavery, then polio is freedom, apparently. And you get in that kind of an Orwellian death spiral, and kids are going to get sick and people will die. And you wonder what will get our attention, except then you remember that we had 1.1 million Americans die during COVID, and still that disinformation got in the groundwater. So I want to hear from people like, Senator Cassidy, who's a doctor, who was skeptical of RFK's claims and ultimately went along with it and empowered this kind of dismantling of the CDC that I'm sure he's agonizing about in private, but will he have the courage to say it in public? Because this is a dismantling of the repudiation of Operation Warp Speed, which was one of the great accomplishments of Donald Trump's first term. But what's happening right now at the CDC and in Health and Human Services and in some of these states will hurt Americans. Kids will get sick. People will die. This is what happens when ideology starts intruding on science and public health.
The first reported case of COVID-19 in the U.S. focus has now turned to vaccines as companies race to develop them and government leaders work to distribute them. Is it safe?
It's safe.
Breaking news in the fight against coronavirus. Pfizer and BioNTech have announced this morning that its COVID-19 vaccine is safe and generates a robust immune response in a clinical trial of children ages 5 to 11.
And all three options are safe as well as effective.
The FDA is the gold standard for the safety and effectiveness of these vaccines. And I think this is a very powerful signal in the safety and effectiveness.
The good news is that the vaccines that we have to date have proven to be both safe and effective.
Announcing today its potential COVID vaccine is 94.5% effective.
The vaccines are safe. Please, for yourself, your family, your community, this country, take the vaccine when it's your turn and available.
The preliminary findings from an NIH study indicating that getting a booster different from your original vaccination is likely safe and effective.
Resulted in a vaccine that is safe and highly effective.
If you get vaccinated, you are protected. But I can tell you that the overwhelming evidence of data that we have now indicates that the vaccines, as we all know, are highly effective and really very, very safe.
The challenges of distributing a safe and effective vaccine once one is identified.
That vaccine is, in fact, safe and effective.
The vaccines are safe. I promise you, they are safe and effective.
And COVID-19 vaccines are effective.
The combination is safe and effective.
And I was really happy that we have a safe and effective COVID vaccine. And I was really proud of them today that they got their vaccine. It was a huge sigh of relief for Mom.
this appears to be a set of vaccines which is just incredibly safe and effective.
That the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine is safe and effective.
Incredibly effective, up to 80% effective in preventing symptomatic cases of COVID-19 in children between the ages of 6 months and 5 years old.
We know that these vaccines are highly effective. They are as safe in the short term as any other vaccine that's already approved.
Tens of thousands who have put themselves on the line to prove to the country and the world that these are safe and effective products.
The bottom line is this looks effective, it looks safe, and hopefully when enough people get vaccinated, ultimately this will end this epidemic in the U.S. and hopefully the pandemic around the world.
In a 17-4 vote with one abstention, they concluded that the Pfizer vaccine is safe and effective for emergency use for those 16 and older.
The fact that we know now that these vaccines are highly, highly effective.
Safe and effective is how the FDA described Johnson & Johnson's one-dose vaccine.
We are delighted that the vaccine has close to 95% efficacy.
Pfizer says its COVID vaccine is safe and works at a lower dose for children 5 to 11 years old.
Anyone past got some breaking news. FDA announcing Johnson & Johnson's vaccine is safe and effective, bringing it one step closer to emergency use authorization.
Very important, not only for your own health, but for the health of the country. And we can do it. We have a great vaccines, more than one, 3, and they're safe and they're highly effective.
It is Thursday, 4 September, in the year of our Lord, 2025. We are going to jump in right now and go live to the hearing. The Star Chamber has met on Bobby Kennedy. Let's go live, and we'll come back to the show in a few minutes.
Now the department has a renewed focus on tackling the root causes of chronic disease and promoting prevention first. I look forward to exploring ways that the federal government can further align payment incentives to support healthy living and fight chronic disease. The administration has also prioritized efforts to end waste, fraud, and abuse in our federal health care programs, including through eligibility and enrollment verification. This critical work is not just about saving taxpayer dollars. It's about restoring trust and ensuring vital programs like Medicare and Medicaid are sustainable for generations to come. In July, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, CMS, announced that the agency identified 2.8 million Americans who were simultaneously enrolled in multiple Medicaid or Affordable Care Act exchange plans. Stopping this duplicate enrollment while working with states to ensure that individuals do not inappropriately lose coverage has the potential to save taxpayers $14 billion.
We're going to dip in and out of this. This is going to be an inquisition of Bobby Kennedy. The Democrats all night long have been plotting and planning. They want to remove Kennedy. They look at Senator Cassidy from Louisiana as the weak link here. So we're going to find out. We're cut in and out. I'm sure we'll probably show more Democratic senators than Republican, and we're going to try to get to as many of Bobby Kennedy's answers as possible. So just let me know when it's passed, particularly to a Democrat, Mr. Producer, so we can go back and hear the vitriol. We're going to try to take commercial breaks. We may not be able to. If we can't, we'll just go right through and break the commercials like we did yesterday. I wanted to make sure one of the key things we wanted yesterday, which I think is very important, because Fox almost showed none of it. I thought it was quite important from the very first to the very end that you saw all the Epstein victims and Ro Khanna and what Tom Massey's trying to do with the discharge petition. I don't believe they picked up any votes yesterday. Viva Frei has had some interesting comments and observations on this yesterday, and I've asked Viva to join us probably in the second or third block. Here's what we're going to do on the show today. We're going to go in and out of Bobby Kennedy's hearing because it's vitally important for Make America Healthy Again. And Bobby Kennedy, we believe, is doing a terrific job. Now, I would like to see more aggressive leaning into it calm strategy over there to get more information out. If we had that, I think, quite frankly, the Star Chamber element of this could have been avoided today. But be that as it may, Bobby Kennedy, I'm sure, will be putting forward the best evidence today. And remember, 3,500 of you worked under the guidance of what Amy Kelly and Naomi Wolf over Daily Cloud to come up with the Pfizer papers, which were extraordinary and were elemental in moving this discussion forward. Of course, what we have is that Bobby has cut off all current research and I believe all future research in the gene therapies. This let's go back. We're going to go to Wyden. We're going to get some of the nasty ones right out of the box. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Most of the senior leadership at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention were fired or they resigned after refusing to bow to Robert Kennedy's unceasing crusade against vaccines. I traveled across Oregon last month, and the message was the same from one end of the state to the other. Families are confused. They're scared about who to trust about their health care. Robert Kennedy and Donald Trump have done so much to feed that mistrust. This morning, my staff, in partnership with Senator Alsobrooks' team, is releasing a report that shows the disaster of Robert Kennedy's 203 days in office. Every single day, there's been an action that endangers the health and wellness of American families. Robert Kennedy has elevated conspiracy theorists, crackpots, and grifters to make life or death decisions about the health care of the American people. Robert Kennedy's tenure is so far marked by 3 calling cards. One is chaos at federal health agencies, leaving families, doctors, and the entire nation confused and frightened. Corruption that benefits Robert Kennedy, Donald Trump, and their friends at the expense of taxpayers, and higher health costs for families. I ask unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman, to enter this report into the record.
Without objection.
Then there's chaos. It's been obvious from the start that Robert Kennedy's primary interest is to take vaccines away from Americans. During his confirmation process, he claimed to be pro-safety and pro-science, but his actions reveal a steadfast commitment to elevating junk science and fringe conspiracies. His agenda has not been about choices and information for families. Just last week, he threatened doctors that deviated from the new anti-science vaccine guidelines he released that make it harder for pregnant women and children to get the COVID vaccine. And then there's corruption. Robert Kennedy's bizarre statements and actions beg the question, why? Democrats on this committee answered that question months ago. Robert Kennedy can enrich himself and his allies. His family still stands to gain from class action lawsuits against vaccine makers. Now, Robert Kennedy fired every member, every single one of the group responsible for making vaccine recommendations to doctors across the country under the false pretense of conflicts of interest. Meanwhile, many of the new members of the panel are outright vaccine deniers who've appeared as paid witnesses in lawsuits against vaccine makers. Their conflicts of interest and ethics disclosures remain hidden under lock and key. On top of all this bedlam in American healthcare, just 2 months ago, Donald Trump signed into law the largest healthcare cuts in American history to pay for tax breaks for the wealthiest people and massive corporations in our country. Republicans know these cuts are going to hit communities like a wrecking ball. That's why they pushed the most severe cuts until after the election. That's why their members already introduced bills to roll back some of the cuts. Make no mistake, though, those cuts are being felt right now. We're seeing hospitals in Idaho cutting payments, hospitals and nursing homes. Providence Seaside Hospital in Oregon announced they're shutting down their labor and delivery unit. Every family is going to feel the burden of Trump care in America. Premiums are going to spike next year, especially for those who buy health insurance on their own, but the effects will be felt by those who get insurance also through an employer. Congress has an opportunity to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits that lower the cost of premiums. Democrats are ready to pass an extension that stops a dramatic premium spike that would force many families to pay double what they do today. Instead of finding ways to help American families pay less for health care, Robert Kennedy is focused on his anti-vaccine mission, fueled by some kind of complex that the consequences be damned. Amid this litany of corruption and chaos, the one point I have to underline is Robert Kennedy puts children in harm's way every single day in America. To my Republican colleagues, I must ask, what line must Robert Kennedy cross before some of you will also join this alarm? This weekend, under the cover of darkness, Robert Kennedy attempted to disappear hundreds of children under his care at Office of Refugee Resettlement facilities. These children here without parents or family were rounded up in the middle of the night and put on planes to Guatemala. Lawyers on the ground described unthinkable scenes. Our staff, some who are here today, were party to this in the middle of the night, and one child said to their lawyer, "Why do they want to send me back? My mom is dead, and my dad abuses me. Why do they want to hurt me?" This was an actual conversation. These actions were illegal. Documents show that many of these children were in the country to escape trafficking in their homeland. Mr. Kennedy calls himself a protector of children. Some kind of rich claiming from somebody who's flown on Jeffrey Epstein's private jet on multiple occasions. I don't think Robert Kennedy should be within a million miles of this job. Republicans on the committee had a chance to prevent the public health train wreck that Mr. Kennedy has engineered. Everyone voted for him. It is in the country's best interest that Robert Kennedy step down, and if he doesn't, Donald Trump should fire him before more people are hurt by his reckless disregard for science and the truth. I also would like to note Senator Cantwell has joined us in this effort. I hope, at the very least, Robert Kennedy has the decency to tell the truth this morning. Mr. Chairman, I have a procedural request I'd like to make at this time. It's a short one.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it's unfortunate that I have to say this, but this is a witness who has lied to members of the Senate Finance Committee. In response to over 35 written questions, including from me, he said, and I quote, that he would do nothing as HHS Secretary that makes it difficult or discourages people from taking vaccines. That was clearly not true. His unprecedented unilateral actions to restrict access to COVID vaccines, that alone proves it. He tried to fire the Senate-approved CDC director after she chose the truth over what I consider his delusions. His prepared testimony even today includes the debunked lie that 500,000 children disappeared under the Biden administration's watch, a lie that the Trump administration is using as a pretext to hunt immigrant children and their families. So, my request, Mr. Chairman, and I think it is unfortunate that I have to do this, but given the unprecedented nature of the witness's behavior, I would ask now that the committee formally swear in Robert Kennedy as a witness.
Senator Wyden, I will personally object and will reject your request. We will treat this witness as we treat all of the other administration witnesses who come before us. And let me just say again, as I said in my opening remarks, we will have some partisan disagreements today. We're having partisan disagreements right now, and I am having partisan disagreements with you on your characterization of the facts. The bottom line is we will let the Secretary make his own case in his opening statement.
I'll only say, Mr. Chairman, that this committee's unwillingness to swear this witness is basically a message that it is acceptable to lie to the Senate Finance Committee about hugely important questions like vaccines. I think it's a great mistake, and that's why I've made the request. I understand that you're not going to grant it, and we can move on.
We'll get to the bottom of your accusations, but at this point, I'm going to turn to our witness, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. And Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Secretary, you may make your opening statement at this time.
Thank you, Chairman Crapo, and thank you, Ranking Member Wyden, for the invitation to appear before the committee today. Before I summarize what we've accomplished this year at HHS, I want to express my deepest condolence to the family of DeKalb County Police Officer David Rose, who gave his life to stop the gunfire attack on the CDC on August 8th. Officer Rose was a veteran. He was a husband and the father of 2 children. Officer Rose's widow, whom I visited, is expecting their 3rd child. I'd like Officer Rose's family to know that he remains in our prayers and that he will continue to be in our thoughts. Let me start with the big picture. Under President Trump's leadership, we at HHS are enacting a once-in-a-generation shift from a sick care system to a true healthcare system that tackles the root causes of chronic disease. Chronic disease has reached crisis proportions in our country. And finally, we have an administration that is taking action. The MAHA report assessment, which the White House released in May, was the first government analysis of the key drivers of childhood chronic disease: ultra-processed foods, chemical exposures, physical inactivity, and over-medicalization. This month, we will follow with the MAHA report strategy, the Trump administration's solution for addressing each cause. At HHS, we haven't just been writing reports. We have been the busiest, most proactive administration in HHS history. In just half a year, we've taken on food dyes, baby formula contamination, the grass loophole, fluoride in our drinking water, gas station heroin, electronic cigarettes, drug prices, prior authorization, information blocking.
The committee will come to order.
Okay, this is going to be interrupted, we know, today with protesters, so just stand by. Like I said, this is the Star Chamber. We're going to return to it right now.
In the audience. Comments from the audience are inappropriate. If there are any further disruptions, the committee will recess until the police can restore order. Mr. Secretary, please proceed.
As I was saying, prior authorization, information blocking, and healthcare interoperability. We're ending gain-of-function research, child mutilation, and reducing animal testing. We are addressing cell phone use in schools, excessive screen time for youth, the lack of nutrition education in our medical schools, sickle cell anemia, hepatitis C, the East Palestine chemical spill, and many, many others. At FDA, we are now on track to approve more drugs this year than at any time in history. I'm also proud to say that HHS under President Trump is doing more with less. We have taken measures to fight waste, fraud, and abuse. Just by eliminating duplicative enrollments in CMS, we are saving taxpayers $14 billion a year. Meanwhile, we are expanding access for people who need it. We are ending racist diversity, equity, and inclusion practices and instead focusing on aiding low-income and vulnerable families, regardless of their race, which was the original intent of Title X. We're also pouring $1 billion into Head Start and the Administration for Children and Families. Compassion need not be the casualty of efficiency. I'd like to highlight some issues that have not gotten media attention. First, we are doing our part to fulfill the President's commitment to stop human trafficking, especially of children. We inherited a terrible humanitarian crisis from the previous administration with its open border policies, which allowed the appalling loss of 476,000 unaccompanied children. We have implemented policies now to ensure that that appalling tragedy can never happen again. We have knocked on 82,000 doors and located 22,000 of those children. I promise you that we will do more in the next 3 years. We are also addressing the disastrous health conditions in tribal communities on Native American reservations. I've met face-to-face with tribal leaders in dozens of communities and tribes in Alaska, Arizona, Idaho, New Mexico, and elsewhere. And I look forward to making HHS resources more available to those communities. One of the most significant initiatives under President Trump is the Rural Health Transformation Fund, part of the President's Big Beautiful Bill, which will provide the greatest investment of federal money into rural health care in history. Finally, I would like to address the recent shakeups at CDC. These changes were absolutely necessary adjustments to restore the agency to its role as the world's gold standard public health agency with the central mission of protecting Americans from infectious disease. CDC failed that responsibility miserably during COVID, when its disastrous and nonsensical policies destroyed small businesses, violated civil liberties, closed our schools, caused generational damage in doing so, massed infants with no science, and heightened economic inequality. And yet all those oppressive and unscientific interventions failed to do anything about the disease itself. America is home to 4.2% of the world's population, yet we had nearly 20% of the COVID deaths. We literally did worse than any country in the world. And the people at CDC who oversaw that process, who put masks on our children, who closed our schools, are the people who will be leaving. And that's why we need bold, competent, and creative new leadership at CDC. People able and willing to chart a new course. As my father once said, progress is a nice word, but change is its motivator, and change has its enemies. That's why we need new blood at CDC. That's also why it's imperative that we remove officials with conflicts of interest and catastrophically bad judgment and political agendas. We need unbiased, politics-free, transparent, evidence-based science in the public interest. Those are the guiding principles behind the changes at the CDC, and that is what you can expect all across our agency for the next 3 years.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. I'll begin with the questioning. And one of the first things I'd like to talk to you about is actually something that is under the auspices of CMS. And I spoke with Dr. Oz last night about this. I'm sure you're very familiar with it, though. And that is that in the One Big Beautiful Bill, there's a lot of attacks right now going on publicly about hospitals are in trouble. And the blame for that is placed on the bill, even though the bill hasn't even been implemented yet. The fact is, this committee held hearings on the troubles that rural hospitals are facing in the United States before the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill. They've been facing difficulties in rural America for a number of years now. And the bill, the One Big Beautiful Bill, contained a rural health transformation program, which I would just like to ask you to comment on. This is the program which allocated $50 billion over the next 5 years to our rural community hospitals in the United States to help them deal with some of the financial crises that they are facing and transition to more stability. Could you comment on that program that is in the One Big Beautiful Bill?
Yeah, Senator, one of President Trump's campaign promises and one of the principal preoccupations, not only of Republican senators when I did my confirmation hearing, but also almost equally among Democratic senators, with the crisis in rural health. We've had 120 rural hospitals close over the past 10 years. These institutions are not just delivering health access to rural Americans, but they are economic centers, they are cultural centers for those communities. They are often the largest employer. They are the highest paying jobs, and they are the centerpiece for those communities. So when they die, the communities collapse. And President Trump promised to do something about that, and he has delivered on that promise. Right now, we spend about 6% of Medicaid funding is sent to rural hospitals, a very, very tiny slice, and that's one of the reasons they're in trouble. President Trump has now allocated through the One Big Beautiful Bill $50 billion, so $10 billion a year over the next 5 years. What we give to rural hospitals, that 6% represents $19 billion a year. So we're increasing that by $10 billion. So we're infusing more than 50% increase in the amount of money that is going to rural communities over the next 5 years. There's never been anything like that in history. It is the biggest investment, and it should stem this hemorrhage.
Well, thank you. And I appreciate your giving clarity to that, because it is frustrating to see these continuous allegations that the difficulties that our rural hospitals are facing all were created in the last few months when we passed a bill, when we've been holding hearings in this committee about these problems. And in the bill that we passed, we gave a $50 billion boost to, as you indicated, increase by 50% the federal support for our community rural hospitals in the United States. And I think that the hospital owners understand that. They recognize this support. In fact, they are coming they're coming together very carefully with Dr. Oz to work on the rollout of this program so that we can see this boost and this support that is coming. Just another one of the disagreements we have about what really was in the One Big Beautiful Bill. So I appreciate you commenting on that. In the last minute and 10 seconds that I have with you, could you just quickly talk once again about the broad issue of making America healthy again in terms of our aim to change the healthcare system's focus from a reactive symptom management model to one that focuses on lifestyle choices and the root causes of chronic disease?
Yes, Senator, this morning I got the latest numbers from CDC that 76.4% of Americans now have a chronic disease. This is stunning. When my uncle was president, it was 11%. In 1950, it was 3%. Today, it's 76.4%. 8 out of 10 of our kids cannot qualify for military service. This is a national security issue. When my uncle was president, we spent zero on chronic disease. Today, we spend $1.3 trillion. It's the biggest cause, and it's increasing. And all of the arguments that Republicans and Democrats have about single payer, Obamacare, or with the various ways to allocate the health dollars, they're all like rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. If we don't end this chronic disease, we are the sickest country in the world. That's why we have to fire people at CDC. They did not do their job. This was their job to keep us healthy.
Thank you,
and I need to fire some of those people to make sure this doesn't happen again.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I have to cut myself off to make sure I keep to this time frame too. Senator White.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I've made it clear. I think that Secretary Kennedy is dead set on making it harder for children to get vaccines and that kids are going to die because of it. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to put in the record today an op-ed written by Susan Monarez, who was fired by Mr. Kennedy.
Without objection.
So what we know, and Dr. Monarez, was approved by Republicans. She wrote an op-ed today in the Wall Street Journal, which I've just put in the record, and I quote her. She said, "I was told to pre-approve the recommendations of a vaccine advisory panel newly filled with people who have publicly expressed anti-vaccine rhetoric." So this is not some liberal philosopher or something. This is the CDC director who tells the Wall Street Journal, which is not exactly interested in progressive, theories and the like, that she was told to pre-approve the recommendations of a vaccine advisory panel filled with people who've publicly expressed anti-vaccine rhetoric. So my first question, Mr. Secretary, is, did you in fact do what Director Monarez said you did, which is tell her to just go along with vaccine recommendations, even if she didn't think such recommendations aligned with scientific evidence?
No, I did not.
That's a yes or no. So you have an opportunity to call her a liar if you say that you didn't do it, but I'd like to see you respond to this.
No, I did not say that to her. And I never had a private meeting with her. So there are witnesses to every meeting that we have, and all of those witnesses will say, I never said that.
So she's lying today to the American people in the Wall Street Journal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's talk now about what's coming up, because I've made it clear what I've thought about the 203 days with my colleague, Senator Also Brooks. In 2 weeks, CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices will meet to make decisions about critical vaccines that protect us against hepatitis B, measles, and more. The committee's got a profound impact on vaccine access, but these aren't ordinary meetings. You've stacked the deck to ensure the panel bends to your views. In June, you fired all 17 committee members who were respected scientists and doctors. You replaced them with non-experts, vaccine skeptics, and conspiracy theorists. As a result, this critical advisory panel has lost scientific credibility. After years, colleagues, we spend so much time not looking at this as Democrats and Republicans, but as good science and scientific credibility. And now the American Academy of Pediatrics has warned that the committee is being politicized at the expense of children's health. American Academy of Pediatrics, you think they're lying too?
I think the American Academy of Pediatrics is gravely conflicted. They get, their biggest contributors are the 4 largest vaccine makers. They run a journal, Pediatrics, which they make a lot of money on, that is completely dependent on pharmaceutical companies. So I wouldn't put a big stake in what they say that benefits pharmaceutical interests. Senator, I didn't politicize ACIP, I depoliticized it. The Congress has been investigating ACIP.
All over the country, Mr. Secretary, scientists and doctors are saying otherwise. They're all wrong too. They're all lying, according to you.
The scientists and doctors are supporting me all over the country. There is division on opinion.
I don't get letters from thousands of people who are not political saying that this set of changes is going to damage American healthcare, and particularly these healthcare agencies, for decades to come. I don't get any letters from people saying, hey, this is going to make a big difference forever.
Yeah, maybe you're listening to a selective group of people.
Well, you get me some.
Yeah, and I will.
Fine.
I will tell you what, Senator. I will put my mailbag against your mailbag any day of the week.
30 seconds. Dangerous respiratory viruses like RSV are on the agenda for the next advisory meeting. Countless parents have been awakened in the dead of night by a wheezing kid gasping for air, forced to rush their little one to the ER. There's no worse heart-wrenching fear. The RSV vaccine offers these kids protection against the worst effects of the virus. But now it looks like you're on a crusade to make infants and babies more vulnerable to the terrible illness. That's what we're doing with the COVID changes.
And please make your answer brief, Mr. Secretary.
I've said that
position is indefensible. I think it's possible.
Congress has been investigating that committee for 23 years because it is pervaded with conflicts of interest. What we did is we got rid of the conflicts of interest and we depoliticized it and put great scientists on it from a very diverse group. Let me close very pro-vaccine.
Let me close with this because, like Senator Crapo, I'm a few seconds over. I don't think, Mr. Secretary, this is about you and me. This is about kids being pushed in harm's way by reckless and repeated decisions to get scientists and doctors out of the way and allow conspiracy theories to dictate this country's health policy. I don't see any evidence that you have any regrets about anything you've done or plans to change it. And my last comment is, I hope that you will tell the American people how many preventable child deaths are an acceptable sacrifice for enacting an agenda that I think is fundamentally cruel and defies common sense. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do I got a reply? Or, Senator, you've sat in that chair for how long? 20, 25 years, while the chronic disease in our children went up to 76%. And you said nothing. You never asked the question why it's happening. Why is this happening? Today, for the first time in 20 years, we learned that infant mortality has increased in our country. It's not because I came in here. It's because of what happened during the Biden administration that we're going to end.
I'm going to let Senator Wyden respond briefly to that, and then we're not going to go over like we just did.
Defend this committee on a bipartisan basis. Colleagues, my cabinet secretary says that we have no interest in chronic care. Mr. Secretary,
Mr. Chairman, could we have regular order, please?
We are in the process of turning around the Medicare program with the chronic care bill that Chairman Hatch, when he was chairman, and this committee put together on a bipartisan basis.
All right, we're going to proceed. And I just want the rest of the members to know, I gave Senator Wyden as ranking member some leeway there. but we're going to stick to the 5 minutes. Senator Grassley.
First of all, thank you. I have asked HH secretaries in the past to fully utilize the Rural Community Hospital Demonstration Program under Medicare. The program has been underutilized. In May, the CMS filled the open slots. Thanks to your agency.
I told you it was going to be a star chamber. Right there, you saw Wyden going right at Bobby Kennedy with nothing but invective. Bobby Kennedy, RFK Jr., I thought had a great response at the end when they cut him off. Hey, yo, bro, you've been here for 25 years. Have you ever, when the illness of kids and chronic disease to make us the sickest country in the world, the most advanced industrial power, post-industrial power, the sickest nation on earth? It's the whole reason for the Make America Healthy Again movement. And I can tell by the chats that you're infuriated, and you should be infuriated. I told you this was going to be a star chamber. This is an inquisition, not simply about Bobby Kennedy, but the entire Maha movement and the fundamental beliefs and trying to clean this mess up and really back down Big Pharma from making this country sicker. And you're going to see it. This is you talk about great powers, the great power struggle we have geopolitically, right? My crack staff's going to tell me when we got another Democrat, because that's where the action is going to be when they come after him. See the day of the Financial Times about the parade, the military gathering in China, in Beijing, which capped off in Tiananmen Square, that capped off, right there, great powers, Putin, Kim, Mini-Me in North Korea, Xi brought all the enemies together, right? The Persians, all of them. As I've said for years, they're going to do. What you're seeing this on Capitol Hill right now play out in real time. The great powers of the oligarchs that run healthcare in this country, big pharma, big medical, the big insurance companies. This is the Finance Committee. I'll keep that in mind. This is the Finance Committee. They really have the overall. That was the first committee that Bobby Kennedy went to for his in his confirmation hearing. Remember, we played the confirmation hearings. Just harken back to that, because they're going to throw that up in his face every day about how he changed these committees. And Dr. Malone, runs this, was it ACIP right now? And they said, oh, you promised you wouldn't change it. And you've changed it and gotten all the hacks off it and put other people on it. And firing a CDC. Bobby Kennedy came out at the beginning breathing fire. And what did he say? Hey, America, the stats are off the charts. We've been getting sicker every year. CDC's in charge of that. Those 4 people had to go, and he fired them, as he has the ability to do. And he fired the head of CDC also. Yeah, we're going to take this break, and then we'll come back. We're going to be going in and out of this hearing throughout the morning, because we must. This is one of the many huge battles on the deconstruction of the administrative state, and to be brutally frank about it, deconstruction of the deep state. Because CDC, you have to look for those linkages. CDC is a hardwired linkage into the World Health Organization. And it's time that America took the power back. This is what President Trump gave us with the MAGA movement, to make America great again, and the merger and convergence with Nicole Shanahan and the great people that work for her about big ag and about getting our food right, the ultra processed food, getting it ending that and getting people to eat healthy again. And she said that the solution with this is in the soil, coupled with Bobby Kennedy and what they've been fighting for. We had Mary Holland on last night. She's in the audience right now. And as I'm teasing her, I said, I told you it was going to be an inquisition. These Democrats are going to be off the chain today, coming at Bobby Kennedy. Now, we're going to put in some other people. I've got Aviva Fry is going to be with us. Jan from Epoch Times. Jan's got a great piece about the buried lead of this. I gave a little talk today over at Heritage. The buried lead of this is the most important thing that Xi and Putin talked about was, wait for it, them living to 150 years old on freshly warm organs taken from living human beings. Oh, by the way, on the path to immortality. If you heard that sidebar conversation, Aviva Fry is going to be here. Aviva was, I would say, less than impressed by the event yesterday, and that's why I wanted to show you entirely. with no editorial comment that you guys can start to get this information and start to make your own decisions about where this Epstein thing's going. I don't think the discharge petition is going to make it. I'm not sure they get any more Republicans. President Trump said, hey, if you vote for that, it's a hostile act. Mike Johnson, the speaker, they've got oversight looking at this. They're going to release documents, so we'll try to get all that sorted out with Viva Fry, and we will return to Bobby Kennedy as he throws now. The good thing about Bobby, and it's one of the reasons I think President Trump likes him so much, he's a fighter. I mean, he's not going to back off. You saw he won right after Wyden, as he should. It was inappropriate the way. But they're trying to remove Bobby Kennedy. That's what this is about. They're trying to make the case. At the very beginning, they said, put him under oath. We want to get him for perjuring himself because he's a liar. He lied to us in the confirmation hearing. We want to get on him. And, of course, they dismissed that right away. But that's the hardball they're playing. And the good thing about Bobby Kennedy, he's not going to back down 1 inch. He's not a guy. He's a fighter. You can say a lot of things about Bobby Kennedy. One thing, he can give a punch as good as he can take one. So he doesn't have a glass jaw. This guy's a fighter. Want to thank Birch Gold. We told you, gold is on a tear. Every day I don't sit there and say, you got to buy gold because the price. No, you need to learn the process. And we told you this was coming. We've told you for years this is coming. Okay? And part of that, a corollary, is BRICS. And guess what BRICS nations had while they were still in Beijing? A Zoom call. What's that Zoom call about? How to destroy the U.S. dollar. Birchgold.com, promo code Bannon. The end of the dollar empire. 7 free installments. Number 8 and number 9 are en route. Also, we're going to have a physical copy for you that we'll be able to talk about probably early next week. Short commercial break. Back to the hearing on Capitol Hill in a moment.
When surprise breakdowns happen, American Home Shield will be there to fix or replace parts of the systems and appliances you rely on every day. They help protect your time and money by connecting you with qualified pros and helping pay for covered repairs or replacements. AHS offers flexible and affordable plans for every home. Sign up today and get 50% off. Visit ahs.com or call 833-PLAN-AHS for this limited time offer.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide. There's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com. What's up, America? The folks sitting with me here today are real-life mechanics. We're here to get to the bottom of why car repairs are so expensive and why CarShield is America's most trusted auto protection company. Let's get to it. How long you been a mechanic?
I've been doing this for about 30 years. Every day's a different experience. Every day's a different adventure. I like to make sure everybody's happy, the customer's happy, the car's done right.
So why are vehicles out of warranty more likely to break down?
The manufacturers are very smart. They designed these cars with an end of life. It will fail as the warranty expires. Say over 60,000 miles, it'll start breaking down.
They're going to break down, definitely. Just a matter of when.
When somebody has CarShield, what's the experience when they come to you?
You drop off your car, we verify your concern, we notify CarShield, usually get an instant approval, put you in a rental car, and get you back on the road as quick as possible. I show them what it would cost if they didn't have CarShield versus if they did, and they can't believe how many thousands of dollars they're saving on this repair and how easy it went through, and the deductible is pretty much all they have to worry about.
How has being a mechanic changed since you guys started?
Most challenging parts about being a mechanic is keeping up with technology these days. That's the hardest part. As these new cars come out, it's new software, new tooling, is a constant evolution.
Technology has totally changed from just the basic, everybody could fix a car 30 years ago, to today. You need so much education, background, computer knowledge.
And there you have it. No other company protects drivers like CarShield. The bottom line is, if you're driving an out-of-warranty car, you could be putting yourself at risk of paying thousands for car repairs. Call CarShield before a breakdown happens.
Get covered repairs paid. Call CarShield now for your free quote and to lock in your rate with their price lock guarantee. Call now. Call 800-202-9188. 800-202-9188. 800-202-9188.
Transparency is justice. Release the files.
end the secrecy and stand with us in declaring that no one, no billionaires, no politicians, not world leaders, is above the law. And let me announce now, several of us Epstein survivors have been discussing creating our own list of names. We know the names. Many of us were abused by them. Now together as survivors, we will confidentially compile the names we all know were regularly in the Epstein world. And it will be done by survivors and for survivors. No one else is involved. Stay tuned for more details on that. Because history is watching, and so are the women who will come after us. Thank you.
In 2002, I was living in California, a young woman with high aspirations of becoming an actress. I was already beginning to make a name for myself in the industry. A person I trusted, someone I thought was a friend, invited me to meet a powerful woman who could help advance my career. That woman happened to be Ghislaine Maxwell. I was asked to give her a massage, though I had almost no experience, and when I did, she praised me and promised introductions to someone enormously powerful, someone who could change the course of my life, and that man was Jeffrey Epstein. At first, I was an excited young woman on top of the world. Epstein flew me to his private island. He listened to my dreams, promised to help, but his promises came with a catch. The abuse began. He told me to keep it secret. He manipulated me with quid pro quo I did not consent to, but I felt I had no one to turn to. He was too powerful. I was just one of the many young women trapped in his orbit. I was even taken on a trip to Africa with former President Bill Clinton and other notable figures.
We're going to get Viva Frey in here in a moment. Let's go back, though. Bennett is tearing into Bobby Kennedy. Let's go listen to it.
Immune system and their ability to have children in the future. Yes or no, Mr. Kennedy?
And Dr. Malone is one of the inventors.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Were you aware that he had that view when you appointed him to this panel?
Dr. Malone is one of the inventors. As I said, Dr. Malone is one of the inventors of the mRNA vaccine, so he knows a lot more about it than I do.
Mr. Chairman, that statement is not true that Dr. Malone made, just as it wasn't true when you wrote that, quote, African AIDS is entirely different from Western AIDS. Are you aware that another one of these new members, Dr. Levy, wrote that, quote, evidence is mounting and indisputable that mRNA vaccines cause serious harm, including death, especially among young people? Yes or no? Are you aware that he said that?
I wasn't aware he said it, but I think I agree with it.
You agree with it? It's not true. It wasn't true when he said it, and it's not true when you said it. Secretary Kennedy, later this month, your new panel will meet to consider changing vaccine recommendations for American children. In addition to the COVID-19 vaccines, they are set to review recommendations for the hepatitis B vaccine, for measles, for mumps, for rubella and varicella vaccine, and the RSV vaccine. These are common back-to-school vaccinations for children all over the industrialized world. If you change that, you owe parents in Colorado and across the country the benefit of some transparency, I think. If your panel recommends changing the vaccine schedule for children, do you anticipate that fewer children will receive these common vaccinations, yes or no?
What I would say, Senator,
the obvious answer is yes. Should parents and schools of Colorado be prepared for more measles outbreaks as a result of that, Mr. Secretary?
Senator,
how about more mumps outbreaks?
I do not anticipate a change in the MMR vaccine. ACIP is an independent panel. So,
well, it's a panel you just put those folks on. Far from what you said, they're people with ideas that are completely outside the mainstream.
You mean out of the pharmaceutical paradigm?
Let me just say, Mr. Secretary, all these vaccines that we're talking about today are free and accessible to parents today in America who have the freedom to be able to make that choice for their children. Will that be true after your handpicked panel makes their judgments about these vaccines?
I think that parents should be free to...
I know you said that before. I do too.
To make their own choices.
So will they be just as free after these?
I assume they will be.
I will hold you to that, Secretary Kennedy, because this is not a podcast. It is the American people's health that's on the line here. This is the last thing, by the way, our parents need when their kids are going back to school, is to have the kind of confusion and expense and scarcity that you're creating as a result of your ideology. I think it's critical for you to share the evidence that this panel will rely on. Will you give the American people 6 months or 6 weeks in advance the record that they're going to rely on to make these decisions? Will you make it transparent for the American people?
All the evidence is transparent.
Will you make it in advance transparent for the American people so they can comment on it?
All the evidence is transparent for the first time in history, and you were never there complaining when the pharmaceutical companies were picking those people and then running their products through with no safety testing.
You can characterize it any way you want. I quoted them today. What I said was accurate. What you said were lies. You described people
Senator,
moving the Titanic.
Are you saying that a mRNA vaccine has never been associated with myocarditis or pericarditis in teenagers?
I am simply.
Is that what you're trying to tell us?
I am simply trying to say that the people that you have put on that panel, after firing the entire.
You're evading the question.
No, I'm asking the questions here,
You're
Mr.
evading
Kennedy.
that question.
I'm asking the questions, Mr.
I asked
Kennedy.
you a question.
I'm asking the questions for Mr. Kennedy on behalf of parents and schools and teachers all over the United States of America who deserve so much better than your leadership. That's what this conversation is about, Mr. Chairman.
Senator, they deserve the truth, and that's what we're going to give them for the first time in the history of that agency.
Senator Cassidy.
Thank you. I'll try and restore a little calm here. And I'm approaching this as a doctor, not as a senator. I am concerned about children's health, seniors' health, all of our health. And I applaud you for joining the president in a call for radical transparency. Thank you for that. I said yesterday, I believe it, that President Trump deserves a Nobel Prize for Operation Warp Speed. If he had been President Obama, he would have gotten it. But because of Operation Warp Speed, forcing the federal government to come to a vaccine development within 10 months when others said it couldn't be done, we saved millions of lives globally, trillions of dollars. We reopened economies, an incredible accomplishment. Mr. Secretary, do you agree with me that the president deserves a Nobel Prize for Operation Warp Speed?
Yeah, absolutely, Senator. That was phenomenal.
So let me ask you, but you just told Senator Bennett that the COVID vaccine killed more people than COVID.
Wait,
that was a statement.
I did not say that.
Okay, then let me ask, because you also were
Senator, I just want to make clear, I did not say that.
We'll check the record. That's a question of fact. You also said that you were also, as lead attorney for the Children's Health Defense, you engaged in multiple lawsuits attempting to restrict access to the COVID vaccine. Again, it surprises me that you think so highly of Operation Warp Speed when, as an attorney, you attempted to restrict access. Now, let me ask.
I'm happy to explain why.
I had 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. It also surprises me because you've canceled, or HHS did, but apparently under your direction, $500 million in contracts using the mRNA vaccine platform that was critical to Operation Warp Speed. Again, an accomplishment that I think President Trump should get a Nobel Prize for. You canceled $500 million in contracts. Now, I grew up in a middle-class family, so $500 million seems, just to cancel, it seems like an incredible waste of money. But it also seems like a commentary upon what the president was attempting, what the president did in Operation Warp Speed, which is to create a platform by which to create vaccines. So this just seems inconsistent that you would agree with me the president deserves a tremendous amount of credit for this.
Is this a question, Senator Cassidy, or is this a speech that you don't want me to answer? Because I want to answer that question.
Please.
If it's a question.
But be tight, please.
First of all, the reason that Operation Warp Speed was genius is it did something nobody had ever been done. I don't think any president but President Trump could do it. It got the vaccine to market that was perfectly matched to the virus at that time when it was badly needed, because there was low natural immunity and there were people getting very badly injured by COVID. But it was also brought in therapeutics like hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin and protocols for treatments. And there were no mandates. And then
okay, I have another question, so please, about 15
that's when I began litigating against President Biden's mandates. Now,
I'm sorry, let me go on because
in terms
you've
of
covered
me
the mandates
canceling
before.
those contracts.
I have limited time, Mr. Secretary, I'm sorry. You've called for, and rightly so, that we should restrict participation in agencies for those with conflict of interest. I would like to submit for the record a evaluation of the conflict of interest of those who are on the ACIP and the Vaccines and Related Biologic Products Advisory Board. It was not 97% as alleged, rather it was 6.9%, and it was 1.2%, I think, for the other panel.
Without objection.
Now, I am concerned, though, because many of those whom you have nominated for the ACIP board,
Senator, excuse me,
can I have my time back?
Yes.
Yeah. What I am concerned about is that many of those whom you've nominated for ACIP have received revenue as serving as expert witnesses for plaintiffs' attorneys suing vaccine makers. Now, one of my colleagues in another setting alleged that you seem more interested in settlements than science. If we put people who are paid witnesses for people suing vaccines, that actually seems like a conflict of interest. Real quickly, do you agree with that?
No, I don't. It may be a bias, and that bias, if disclosed, is okay. But it's not a financial. It's not a financial conflict. It's not a financial conflict of interest.
Let me finish up. You also told Senator Wyden at the outset that you didn't want to take vaccines away from people. And as I conclude, I would like to say this. Because of the conflicting recommendations made about COVID. This is from Eric Erickson, good conservative out of Atlanta, Georgia, occasionally gives me hell. My wife has stage 4 lung cancer. She is one of the people the COVID vaccine actually helps. Thanks to the current mess at HHS, CVS is unable to get her vaccine. Secondly, an email from a physician friend of mine. Hey, Bill, I'm not even sure what I'm asking you, but we're all confused and concerned about who can get the COVID vaccine. We are having our attorney try and render an opinion, but there's no firm guidance and concern about liability if vaccines are given to a patient who requests it but not on the current CDC list. Pharmacists are requiring a prescription now even for patients over 65, creating a huge headache. I submit these for the record.
Without objection.
I would say effectively we're denying people vaccine.
Senator Cantwell.
You're wrong.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Following up on that same line as Senator Cassidy, because that's exactly, I represent one of the most science-based states in the country. That is percentage of scientists per capita. And at your confirmation hearing, we asked about this, whether you would follow science. You've made a statement here today in your testimony that you would follow science, and yet you're not following science, and that's what Senator Cassidy's question was. It's a simple yes or no answer. Do you think the president deserves to get a prize for warp speed in the mRNA technology that saved so many lives? And you won't answer that question.
I answered it.
No, you're saying that there are problems with what was interpreted. You could say yes. Do you say yes?
I said the president also deserves a Nobel Prize, but our mRNA vaccines that we're working on, the ones that we canceled, which are for upper respiratory infections alone,
you canceled $500 million of research because the mRNA technology is about continuing the research to be ready for the next flu, influenza, the next pandemic, and you have to do the research.
I'm happy to have a detailed discussion with you about it. You're so wrong on your facts.
You're interrupting me, and sir, you're a charlatan. That's what you are. You're the ones who conflate chronic disease with the need for vaccines. The history on vaccines is very clear. This is the 20th century. That's how many people had vaccines and had illnesses. This is the 21st century. This is the decrease, 99% down to 100%. This is what was delivered with vaccines, and you don't want to support that. You don't want to support that evidence. So yes, the governors of the West, Washington, Oregon, and California, will take up the efficacy of science. Yes, the University of Washington will deliver the science that America will depend on, because you don't want to depend on it. And his own Surgeon General of the Trump administration said over 2 million lives were saved because of the mRNA technology, and you don't want to continue that. You don't want to continue that technology. So what country is going to now take up that technology lead? What country is going to do that, leaving us more vulnerable to some other country keeping the advantage on having the best technology? So I'm telling you, I represent a state that's about technology. I have two other quick questions for you.
These questions or statements? Because I can answer that question if it's actually a question.
Do you believe in having the ACA and the support for the ACA that is about to expire? Do you believe in doing something about that?
In terms of the enhanced premium tax credits?
Yes.
Well, the Democrats had two chances to make them permanent, and they didn't. And they didn't for a reason.
We're the ones who delivered it. So I'm just asking, yes or no, do you want to do something about this? Yes or no?
I want to fix the system, and that's what we're doing, fixing systematically to make premiums lower. That's what President Trump wants to do.
Do you think the women on the steps of the Capitol were a hoax yesterday?
I don't know about any women on the steps of the Capitol.
The women who were talking about Epstein, do you think they were a hoax yesterday?
Do I think they were?
Do you think they were perpetrating a hoax yesterday?
Perpetuating a hoax?
Yeah.
I have no idea what they were saying. This is the first I'm hearing about it.
You're hearing about the women on the Capitol steps saying that they believe that the Epstein information should be made public? That's the first you're hearing about it? What I'm saying is you are perpetrating hoaxes. You, as this Secretary of Health. So you're undermining the whole healthcare delivery system, and you keep trying to point to chronic disease, but you're not putting solutions on the table to cover more Americans, and you're taking away the science and technology that has made us the leader that has saved, according to the first Trump administration Surgeon General, millions of lives, and you don't want to keep that going. So no, I don't support your continued efforts as Secretary, and I definitely think that our colleagues need to rally around science. If you want the Northwest to continue to lead on all innovation and all healthy people, okay, we'll do that. But it's a sad statement for the rest of America and America's leadership on technology. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Warner.
Mr. Secretary, I agree with a lot of my colleagues' statement. I actually had hoped I didn't support you. I thought taking on chronic illnesses was going to be important. I've got two kids, as we discussed when you met, that have chronic illnesses. I'm not sure that the focus on red dye and seed oils are going to fully solve that problem.
Of course they won't.
I would say this, that seems where your emphasis is. I want to go back to just, again, some basic facts. Do you accept the fact that 1 million Americans died from COVID?
I don't know how many died.
You're the Secretary of Health and Human Services. You don't have any idea how many Americans died from COVID?
I don't think anybody knows that because there was so much data chaos coming out of the CDC, and there was so many perverse incentives. And these are model
You don't know the answer of how many Americans died from COVID. This is the Secretary of Health and Human Services. Do you think the vaccine did anything to prevent additional deaths?
Again, I would like to see the data and talk about the data.
You had this job for 8 months, and you don't know the data about whether the vaccine saved
and
lives?
that's the problem, is that they didn't have the data. The data by the Biden administration, absolutely dismal. It was data chaos.
Who is politicizing? You're saying the Biden administration politicized all the data? Go back to what Senator Cantwell just said.
Fired Dr.
Go
Krause.
to Trump Surgeon General.
They fired Dr. Krause. They fired all the people who questioned the orthodoxy. They fired Dr. Gruber, Dr. Krause.
So, Mr. Chairman, the Secretary of Health and Human Services doesn't know how many Americans died from COVID. Doesn't know if the vaccine helped prevent any deaths. And you are sitting as Secretary of Health and Human Services? How can you be that ignorant? I remember when we went through the hearing with you, I asked you about community health centers. You didn't know what role they play. I've been visiting community. I'm glad you got to one. I think in April. I tell you what I hear on community health centers, they are terrified, with all due respect to my good friend, the chairman, of the big awful bill, because they are going to lose health care across the board. They already live in food deserts. They can't get to a nutritionist because Medicaid doesn't do enough reimbursement. If you're going to want Americans to get healthier, should they have access to nutritionists? Should they have access to good science about healthy food?
Absolutely.
Well, then how is that going to happen with the Medicaid cuts that are taking place?
There are no cuts to Medicaid.
Sir, that is an absurd. There is not a single, some of my Republican colleagues, but there is not a single study that does not, and I can tell you, I was in Franklin, Virginia, a couple days ago. The rural hospital is going to close. The hospital system was so afraid they wouldn't even let me have the meeting there. But that rural hospital is going to close. And they are looking for where those folks are going to go. I mean, you're supposed to be doing health care policy, not being the doctor in residence for all of America. I hope I can just say, I'm still going to trust my doctor rather than your health advice.
That's the problem with our thing.
And obviously, Tom Cotton's going to, who knows who he's going to trust. But let me go back to policy for a couple seconds. So maybe we can lower the temperature a little bit. I got a bipartisan bill that would be a systemic fix, not a vote-buying mechanism when Medicaid's getting cut, what was put in on the rural hospitals. One of the things we could do, Mr. Secretary, is make
Let me have this for a second. We have a couple things we have to get to. Is Viva Fry still with us? So Viva, I had to cut short the yesterday, but right there you saw Cantwell come right at Bobby Kennedy, because President Trump did say immediately afterwards, this is all a hoax. You've been covering this, and I consider you a steady Eddie, safe pair of hands. You call them as you see them. I think some people sent me things on Twitter yesterday. You were less than impressed by the victims presentation yesterday, and I want to just add that I think we're the only, at least conservative channel that showed it in its entirety, because I wanted the audience to hear it all without any commercial interruptions or without any editorial comment. What are your thoughts, Viva Fry?
Well, we will start with certain premises, one of which is that Pam Bondi's rollout of the Epstein files has been an utter debacle. It's been disastrous. It's compromised Trump goodwill unnecessarily so. And I am of the opinion that Pam Bondi should have been fired even before the Epstein files for her lack of dealing with the Douglas Mackey case, the doctor, I forget his last name, Dr. Moore's case, continuing Biden-era prosecutions of people under the Trump admin. The rollout has been a debacle. I support the full disclosure of everything related to the Epstein files to the extent it can be legally disclosed, which is why, back in the days, like Massey putting forward that motion with Ro Khanna is good. I support it. There's no but to that. The hearing yesterday, if I'm Douglas Massey, I'm watching that and I'm saying, this is what happens when you get into bed with strange political bedfellows. Like that hearing yesterday now makes the discharge petition look like a absolute partisan, I should not say witch hunt. It looks like it's become a partisan tool. It's been hijacked and co-opted by forces that I think are not after transparency for the Epstein documents, because if they were, they would have taken that bullhorn and that podium that they had yesterday and named the names that they admit and know that they have of their own abusers. So everything that we saw yesterday sent like promotion of podcasts, promotion of, hit lists that they're going to be preparing internally. and not even of abusers, of anyone in orbit. It sounds exactly like what they.
Hang on one second. I want to hold you through the break. This is important. Because you wanted to hear at least some names, right? So we're going to take a short break. We're going to return. We got Viva Fry. We've got Jan from Epic Times. And we're going to get back to the hearing. I promised you a star chamber. I promised you an inquisition on Bobby Kennedy. The Democrats can't help themselves. Lie after lie after lie. But Big Pharma's getting their money's worth today. Short break. Back in the War in a moment.
Fellow Americans, did you know a war is being waged right now for how you spend your hard-earned dollars? Over 100 countries worldwide are preparing to switch to a digital currency. Now, this means cash will be replaced by money governments can monitor and track. This tracking makes it possible to collect data from every purchase you make and the ability to decide what you can buy and when you can buy it. What's more, your assets can be frozen or even seized. I'm appalled at such an assault on financial privacy. My friends at Swiss America have a report called The Secret War on Cash with an action plan to protect your financial privacy. So please, call or text the number on your screen for a free copy. With the growing reality of a government-backed digital currency, the time to act is now. So call or text the number on your screen for your free Secret War report.
When the kids turn unholy, Harrelson's Own keeps my patience divine.
When work flies out of control, Harrelson's Own keeps me cool as a cucumber.
The device madness never ends, but Harrelson's Own keeps me zen.
Life can be chaotic, but Harrelson's Own CBD helps keep you calm through any storm. Harrelson's Own consistently delivers you full mind and body homeostasis. It's an organic, full-spectrum CBD in a refreshing oral spray. Our nano-emulsified technology makes it completely water-soluble, so your body absorbs it immediately. You'll start to feel it in seconds, not 60 minutes. It just makes everything feel better.
And it helps me just take the edge off. It helps me relax. It helps me be there with my kids.
I swear I'm like a mental ninja. Like nothing can throw me off balance.
No matter how many things come at me, I'm like, boom, handled, next. I'm like crushing it all day long.
Well, some people take it for a release from stress. Some take it to get rid of pain. Others just take it for general well-being. For me, Brett Harrelson, it just makes everything about my day a little better.
Give your life a boost.
It's just the best you've ever felt in your natural state.
My happiness in a bottle is the best.
So to sum it all up, you're going to feel the benefits quickly, love the way it feels, and like the way it tastes. Pay a fair price, and you're going to thank us for it. We are so confident you're going to be satisfied that we back every bottle with a 60-day, 100% money-back guarantee. Give Harrelson's Own a try, from our family to yours. Go to HO.com to order Harrelson's Own now. Yep, it's that easy. Just our initials, HO.com.
Hello, America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
5 minutes now before the hour. Travis Kelce reflecting on his big engagement to Taylor Swift. I think it's the first time we've heard from him. That is today's Hammer Celebrity News. The Chiefs tight end who will be on the field this week telling his brother how things have changed since the big announcement 10 days ago.
I felt that at the game, actually.
Fox has not shown a second, I don't think, of this hearing. Right? You know why? Because they're taking Big Pharma money. Hello. Big Pharma money. And didn't show, they were talking about, was it Travis, the football player, tight end of the Chiefs, and was it Tata, whatever, Tay, her engagement. Seriously, they're showing that this morning. That's what's taking place of the Star Chamber Bobby Kennedy's going through. Remember, Big Pharma's paid for this hearing. They won't let Bobby Kennedy answer. They throw up lie after lie after lie and invective. And his great response, hey, yo, you guys have sat here, Warner All, you've been here 25, 30 years. What have you done about this? Nothing but go along with Big Pharma. They won't answer that. You heard Bennett. I'm asking the questions here. They don't want to be. They don't want to have to answer for anything. Viva Frei, I want to go back to the beginning because we showed it nonstop yesterday. You support releasing all the documents, getting full disclosure. What did you not like then about yesterday, sir?
What it ended up looking like is that this has been co-opted and hijacked in the exact same way the Me Too movement was co-opted and hijacked to be weaponized for political purposes and to go after anybody who was an ideological adversary. When you had the women out there saying, we know the names, we are standing up for justice so that no victims ever get victimized again in the future, protect the children, but we're not going to mention any names, period. And that other woman who, was talking about her modeling career and how she ended up on Epstein's Island to witness things. I don't know that she was actually a victim of Epstein's sexual abuses, saying, we're going to make our own list and we're going to keep it confidential. Stay tuned for more. I mean, it looked cheap and tawdry, and it looked like they had co-opted Massey's righteous initial motion or the House resolution to disclose the documents and are co-opting it to bastardize it for their own whatever purposes, making a list of not just abusers, but anyone in Epstein's orbit, keeping it confidential for the victims. That sounds like extortion. And so in as much as Bondi has blown this Epstein document release, they've embarrassed some of the alternative media that support Trump. I think it's compromised Trump unnecessarily. Massey puts forward a decent, bipartisan with Ro Khanna support, and it gets co-opted by what we saw yesterday. It looked like a dog and pony show. It had nothing to do with disclosure, justice, and naming names. It had to do with self-promotion and promising things for the future that they have in their hands right now.
Do you think, are they, you're a lawyer, are their lawyers telling them some reason that they could not at least give some of the names? I mean, many times they talked, and they also, I think, raised the stakes. Because I don't remember this coming out in the Maxwell trial. Maybe it did, right? I don't follow these things that closely. But a couple of victims said they were raped and then passed around or trafficked to be raped some more by powerful people in politics, finance, business, and entertainment. Was it some, and this is obviously stuff that's over 20 years old, would any of lawyer have told them you can't say the names? I mean, why weren't they able to say, is there some restriction they had to come forward, at least with a couple of the names yesterday, to let people know that this was something more than just Maxwell and Epstein?
A number of people float a number of reasons why. They can't name them because they live in fear. And so to that argument, I say, if you're living in fear of what your abusers might do to you, you don't come out on a platform and say, I'm going to name you in the future. You sit there and wait for me to name you. It's the exact opposite of what you would do. Have they signed NDAs because they might have gotten compensated for their abuse and therefore contractually cannot disclose the names? Possibly. And then, I say possibly, but even then it sort of does taint their pursuit of justice, that if they've received compensation and signed NDAs and now they say, well, we want you to release the names because we already got compensated for what we claim to have happened to us in the past. The other argument they say is defamation. If they say it, they might get sued for defamation. People came out yesterday and said Virginia Giuffre is a national hero for having did what she did, and we're not going to do it because we're afraid of getting sued for naming the people who we claim sexually abused us. I have never been in that position, so I don't know what is a normal human response. I won't judge it, but it doesn't do wonders to promote this purportedly bipartisan bill, which now looks like a total gong show. And so if I'm Thomas Massey, I'm irritated having seen what I saw yesterday, because it is not going to garner any more support for what I think should have been a pretty straightforward thing to do. Pass the bill, release the documents in as much as you can without breaking the law. Don't release 30 some odd thousand pages individually scanned, making it unsearchable, highly redacted, so the liars on Twitter can say, I wonder why this entire passage is redacted, because it must have Trump's name in it, when the victims yesterday come out and say, Trump was supportive, back in the day. We never alleged that he's done anything bad. Whether or not the release would embarrass people in high places or other countries with which we want to maintain diplomatic relations, it's possible. But it doesn't matter, because if they don't and they keep bungling this release of the Epstein files, the political ramifications at home are going to be such that the Democrats are going to continue weaponizing it, much like they've done. Weaponizing the refusal to follow through on what was not a campaign promise, but a campaign issue that Trump himself brought up and brought to the fore. So I don't understand the entire debacle from the get-go. I think someone needs to replace Pam Bondi. Bailey would be a good replacement, but yesterday did nothing to help the cause.
Yeah, particularly the situation. I think most of these are Democrats. I think that's one of the ironies here. The Dershowitz thing yesterday, because we covered it all, and somebody asked a question about Dershowitz and Virginia, and I guess she retracted some statements she made about Dershowitz. I'm kind of confused about that, but what was amazing is that the people that wanted full disclosure shut down the reporter. They said Dershowitz was paying him, and it was untrue, and that didn't happen. Do you know what are the details of that? Because it sounded odd for people that wanted full disclosure to be jumping some guy who's asking a question about did she change her testimony at some point in time and exonerate or attempt to exonerate Dershowitz.
Absolutely. So the question, as far as I could hear it, and I would love to know who the journalist was asking questions about Virginia Giuffre having made allegations against Dershowitz and retracted them. And when people retract statements, they're going to say exoneration, or others are going to say intimidation, just depending on your perspective. I personally, this is not defending Dershowitz. I don't think Dershowitz is guilty of anything. What Dershowitz did mention at one point on another podcast, I think it might have been with, I want to say Posobiec, but I might be wrong, is that some people made some false accusations because, much like with the Me Too movement, people see dollar signs, and it's cynical and it's gross, but it's reality. There are legitimate, bona fide victims of Epstein's sexual abuse and sexual abuse involving others, because I don't think Ghislaine was trafficking only to Epstein. And then there are other opportunistic players who come in and see dollar signs, say, I'm going to make some accusations against some high, profile people, and I'll get paid too. And so when Dershowitz said there is a list, I've seen it, it's got names, but it's also redacting the names of people who made false accusations, that's a plausible explanation. But when a journalist comes out yesterday, starts asking questions, what about some of the false statements that were retracted or recanted? And then you have these alleged victims rejoicing in the silencing of a journalist who's giving them the attention that they claim to so desperately want. It just made it all look very cheap, very exploitive, very partisan. When you get Gloria Allred appearing out of the blue, I mean, it's like saying Candyman 3 times in the mirror. The entire movement has been bastardized, corrupted, and now is being counterproductive.
And we showed her, she was the last speaker. She comes up, I'm surprised she still didn't have her Hillary button, so I had to deal with her in the 26th campaign. We had to deal with all her lies and misrepresentations. So Pam Bondi has said on Fox that there was a list that was on her desk. Dershowitz, I don't want to repeat what Dershowitz said. He said he'd seen a list. Isn't that one of the fundamental questions people have? Is there some list out there? Are these women going to provide it? Or was there already a list beforehand? I mean, this is some of the just basic fundamental questions that folks that want to have full disclosure on this have. I mean, can you have people before said there's actually a list? And if they say it, if Dershowitz and Pam Bondi say it, how can you kind of unsay it? Because one's the Attorney General of the United States, the other is one of the most prominent constitutional lawyers around, and a colleague and close friend of Epstein.
There is the expression, you don't attribute to malice what could be explained away by incompetence. When it comes to Pam Bondi, had no opinion of her when she was appointed. I would have preferred Matt Gaetz personally. Had no opinion of her, but performance has been what it has been. You can't say certain things in a certain position and then just walk it back and pretend like it never happened. Even her explanation for what she says she intended to mean when she said there's a list on my desk, yada, yada, coupled with the missing minute, which has now been contradicted by the actual evidence, it compromises the credibility of that department of the administration, and it happens to be a big one, the DOJ. Is there a list, like a checklist, a to-do list? Hey, this is client X, Y, and Z. No, but there were unnamed, unindicted co-conspirators who were given blanket pardons under the 2008 plea deal. Those are names. I mean, what's going to be the rationale to say we're not going to release the names of the unindicted co-conspirators who got effectively a non-prosecution agreement under this deal in 2008 that made no sense? That's the list of the names that we want. People who were financing Jeffrey Epstein, people who were at the island. They might not all be guilty, but nobody's expecting a list of, hey, here's my favorite clients for sexual abuse. But everybody knows colloquially what we're talking about. People in the orbit, people who participated in it, people who were unindicted, unnamed, but got non-prosecution agreements, and people who visited the island. Because if you visited that island, you may not be a sexual abuser, but my goodness, people are entitled to know at this point in time. And more secrecy just allows this to be used against Trump the way we saw with that stupid, rubbish story of a letter, the boobies with the signature of Donald Trump.
The birthday, yeah.
But the longer it goes on, the more it gets used against Trump.
Wall Street Journal. Just hang her for 1 second. I'll hold you through the break. We've got Jan, Epic Times, on deck in the war room.
Thinking about buying a new cell phone? Think AMAC. AMAC members have access to special pricing on talk, text, and data plans for as little as $10 per month. It's one of the many ways joining AMAC can save you money on everyday things. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to saving money on cell phones and service, think AMAC.
The poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time.
This is the home of Galina. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help Rush, a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. If you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
If you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives.
For National Preparedness Month, 4Patriots is doubling your solar generator power. I'm former Navy SEAL Cade Courtley. When you get the powerful Patriot Power Generator 2500X, we're going to give you the expansion pack that doubles its power absolutely free. It's part of a bonus package worth over $2,800. All yours, all free. But you have to act now. This historic deal ends September 30th. Go to 4patriots.com now before it's gone forever.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, welcome back. Viva, what are your coordinates? A lot of people are going to be watching you about this entire, what's happening, because it's got to come to some culmination. They've got the oversight committee. It's up on the Hill. I can tell you, folks, MSNBC for the rest of the night was nothing but Epstein with a little Bobby Kennedy thrown in, firing the CDC. But they're obsessed. They're absolutely obsessed by it. So, Viva, where do people go to kind of have your clear-headed thinking on this topic?
Well, I'm live daily on Rumble at 3 o'clock. So Viva Fry on Rumble, and if you put in Viva Fry in the search engine, you'll find me on the internet. But Viva Fry, we've got an amazing community at vivabarneslaw.locals.com, and Twitter, it's the Viva Fry. And I'm covering this. I'm sort of seem to be pissing off everybody these days with this, because I'm sort of pissing off the Trump side that thinks that the oversight committee is doing enough. I'm pissing off the Massey side by sort of saying that yesterday didn't go well for Massey, and people are accusing me of not being sensitive to the victims. But I'm saying if you're a bona fide victim and you saw what went down yesterday, you should be pissed, because that is compromising your purported aspirations of all of this, which is disclosure and justice and preventing future victims.
But what you're saying, correct me if I'm wrong, and it gives them time, too, to get their list together, because they weren't either prepared or they were told not to by their lawyers come forward yesterday. You would think in doing that very dramatic, event, and let's take the pre-event out, which Gloria Allred and some of the lawyers are running. Let's take the event itself. You would assume to have the maximum impact, you would have brought up at least a few names when they talk about the rich and powerful to let people know that it's somebody more than Maxwell and Epstein, and then drive the story forward.
They brought up Les Wexner to say how Epstein got his financing, but Epstein was circulating these women, according to their own admissions, around his circle of friends. You're afraid of lawsuits, but doing this. You're afraid of retribution, but doing this. Look, and then teasing out, making your own private list that you're going to use for whatever.
Do you think the oversight committee, which obviously the Republicans and President Trump are telling people to focus on, don't you think that it'll take them longer, but don't you think they can get to the same place?
I think they're getting to the same place. And that's why, between the action of the Oversight Committee and the civil war that the Massey discharge petition seems to be igniting, people are getting frustrated. At least there's pressure now, but there's progress now. But there's progress now only after the pressure that everyone was putting on Bondi when they were being told to let the Epstein story go. Like fun, we're going to let the Epstein story go.
Viva, everybody will tune in 3. How about that? And get you on social media where you're coming in hot. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for having me.
He's upsetting everybody equally, which is normally a good thing. Jan, I call it Jakalik, right? You're telling me Jakalik is the Polish name. First off, you were at the speech yesterday, Dad. Do good. Yesterday was a glorious day for Poland in America, was it not, Jan?
100%. And I mean, I do think you actually nailed it in the speech. I think when you talk about Poland, actually, it brings out the best in you, if I may say that, because Poles, I'm Polish. I'm a native speaker. My parents escaped communist Poland. That's how I learned about the horrors of that system from the beginning. And Poles, have that same zest for freedom, that same core desire for freedom that attracts people to America, that attracts people to the American idea. And as another gentleman pointed out the other day, Poland also had the first democratic constitution in Europe, right? So the Poland and America have a lot in common.
You have been on the show many times, and we always talk about your reports. We love the Epoch Times. We think it's the best broadsheet in the world. And you have been one of the leaders, as the folks over the Epoch Times, in telling the world the dangers to Lao Beijing and to the world at large of the Chinese Communist Party. So this was the headline in today's Financial Times, and it's obviously geopolitically we're at an inflection point in world history, right? And this was brought about by many people in the West, leaders in the West, business leaders, finance leaders, corporate leaders, kicking the can down the road and being in business with the Chinese Communist Party. And Jan, we'd love to have you back on, and maybe hopefully this weekend or something. I want to break it down with some experts like yourself and go through it for the audience. However, I have you on here for something very specific. The most important thing that came out of this military parade and the show of force of the BRICS nations, and they had a conference call with taking down the dollar. You had everybody up on the podium, and you particularly had Mini-Me over at North Korea, the first time he's on the podium actually seeing a military parade with the Chinese Communist Party and the KGB Putin and many others. Got the mullahs up there, the people that run Persia, all of them. The most important thing that happened, I believe, the buried lead, was the sidebar conversation that was caught on a hot mic between Putin and Xi. Remember, Putin and Xi are 2 of the 3 most powerful people in the world. The third being your guy, Donald John Trump, who's down here at the White House at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. And Xi and Putin are talking about transhumanism. They're talking about how they have technology now coming from, wait for it, organ harvesting, who Jan's the world's expert on this, right? That they can get new organs, fresh organs from living human beings, and that they believe they themselves are on the cusp of living to 150 years old, and that others that will come shortly thereafter will have total immortality. Is this, after all the abuse, Falun Gong and Epoch Times, and you got for years and years and years about this was some fantasy, this another conspiracy theory, these people are nutcases, you can't trust them, you got to trust the CCP. Do you feel a little bit of relief that the truth has come out from the demon's own lips, sir?
This is almost it's the most surreal experience, because it's kind of the last thing I would expect. This is the dark secret that the Chinese Communist Party never, ever wants to admit to, that Xi Jinping never wants to admit to. It's been something that's been happening at scale for at least 25 years. It's something they've never had a credible response to. It's always just been denial and attack the messenger. That's all it's been. So to hear it actually, a discussion of continually transplanting organs to achieve immortality, perhaps 150 years, Xi Jinping responds to Vladimir Putin. I mean, it's very clear what they're talking about. And, the evidence around this with the China Tribunal, and again, 25 years of work that's been basically done, or at least 20 years of work that's been done to figure this out, 'cause that's when we realized it was real, is I think incontrovertible at this point. And now they've actually validated it.
What does this mean? What does this moment in history mean? They've come together because, hey, I've been having conversations with people and saying, don't think they're not offering some people to come on their side and build this new axis, not just to control the Eurasian landmass, but the entire world for world domination. Don't think they're not offering these guys, hey, look, we can get you to 125 right now and keep you healthy and, keep you sexually active and, with a little spring in your step and an active ruler. What are the geopolitical implications? Because this is Made in China 2025. When you and I used to talk about that, I said, hey, the top 10 industries that they want to dominate by the year 2025, what year are we in? Oh, yeah, that's right, 2025. The top 5 were advanced chip design, quantum computing, artificial general intelligence, regenerative robotics, and wait for it, CRISPR and biotechnologies. Those were the top 5. That is the 5 you need to converge to get to the singularity. These folks are very strategic and they're very focused. The geopolitical impact of what they were saying is more, folks, than the geopolitical impact of this military, because it implies the top types of advanced technologies they are working on in the darkest secret most place of the Chinese Communist Party in the KGB. Sir.
Steve, first of all, let me just clarify exactly what we're talking about for the uninitiated. We're talking about unlimited, at scale, on demand killing of prisoners of conscience for their organs for the Chinese elites and wealthy transplant tourists. That's the shortest way to summarize what's happening. And that this has happened at such a scale, we're talking, by best estimates, 60 to 100,000 transplants a year, okay, since at least the mid-2000s. So this is a very large scale. This is a lot of money. But more importantly, if you're someone that believes that there is no God, that there is no connection to the divine, that there's no moral guardrails at all, what it means is life. And that is exactly what they're talking about. There was an example of a Chinese official that basically had multiple, this was actually disclosed by someone else that was sort of, kind of doing a eulogy for them, who had during COVID, multiple organs replaced. And, it kind of, and many of these leaders right now that I was looking at the average, I think 88 is the average age now that these leaders have, much higher than the general population and even other parts of the world. So I think they're kind of sending a message here, and they're sending a message: we're doing the kind of work that you aren't allowed to do out there for those of you that might be interested, and we can frankly set you up. So let's get in bed together. I think that's a message, and in a sense, for people that that don't believe there's accountability in heaven or something of this nature, that could be very attractive because, that extends one's life. And at the moment, there's a limit on that. And this is what their quest is for. So I think the geopolitical implications, as you correctly say, are absolutely massive. And in a way, I almost wonder whether this hot mic moment, nothing ever happens at the Chinese Communist Party that isn't scripted, right? And I'm almost wondering if this hot mic moment wasn't a kind of a message, a coded message or something like that. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but they are really meticulous about not getting anything unwanted out.
First off, it was a hot mic. There'd be 100 dead technicians, right? They would go through. No, they have in the 20 years of his reign or rule, or the 15 years and everything, you've never had a hot mic moment like this. So no, I don't believe for a second it was just caught unaware. They want the word out. They want to promulgate it. Jan, you've done amazing work, the Epoch Times. And so folks that have not been following this for years, they were criticized as cranks, as conspiracy theorists. And now from the demon's own mouths, you've heard exactly what they're doing, not what they're planning on doing, what they're doing and what they're offering for, at least today, potential immortality and at least extending human life to 120 to 150 years old. And you're absolutely right. It's the demons. It's the summoning of the demons. And this is why this is so dark and has to be, quite frankly, shut down. Jan, where do people go for your reporting? Epoch Times, all your social media, all of it, sir.
TheEpochTimes.com, of course. You can look up American Thought Leaders. It's on the front page. You can also look up my YouTube channel, which seems to be less censored these days. So we're actually getting more traction. I welcome you to visit us there. The other thing, and this is part of the surreal experience, I just signed a contract with Skyhorse to write a book on exactly this issue. But it's basically using this horrible organ harvesting industry as a lens to understand the Chinese Communist Party writ large. And, so it's going to be coming out in February. And it's almost like in that sense, this hot mic was a gift, because guess where the book is going to be starting?
Baby, oh baby. Skyhorse, best publisher out there, best publisher. So you're with great people. Jan, we look forward to that, and we look forward to your reporting. And thank God you and the guys at the Epoch Times were on watch here. Really appreciate you.
Thank you, Steve.
Bobby Kennedy, the Star Chamber continues, and we will continue with that after a short commercial break. Take your phone out, Bannon, text Bannon 989898. Get the ultimate guide, the free guide, for investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump. Gold is on fire. Find out why. That's the key. Find out the pattern recognition. Short break.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2. Plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3. When you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, let me go to nothing's happening at the Star Chamber. We're going to have a compressed part of this tonight. Naomi Wolf's going to join us to go through it. An Inquisition. Bobby Kennedy, I think, gave better than he got, but you see how Big Pharma lines up on this. Maybe Charlie Kirk will pick up some of it in the next hour. In fact, if we get another one of these demon Democrats up there, let's go to it live. Chris Hoare. Talk to me, brother. You always come in with some fantastic offers for the War Room Party. War Room Posse. They are jacked up this morning because Bobby Kennedy, they've been trying to tear Bobby Kennedy apart in process of trying to fire him as Secretary of HHS, sir.
Well, Steve, we've got a lot to be concerned about this week. You're reminded there about what the Chinese are doing, their show of force yesterday with North Korea and Russia. And that is, to me, just a reminder that we as Americans need to be prepared for anything at any time. The number one way to do that is to make sure that you have communications that will work should the Chinese or others attack our communications infrastructure and networks. Satellite phones are independent of that, Steve, as you know. They work regardless of whether the power is up or whether the telecommunications networks are down, the cell towers are down. Your satellite phone is going to keep working. And at sat123.com, you can still get a free satellite phone with activation. That phone will cost you $1,000 to $2,000 anywhere else in the world, but free with activation. You're paying $95 a month for your service to get up to 150 minutes. But Steve, I want to bring back something that happened just last week, of course, the tragedy in Minneapolis with another 2 kids killed senselessly. And just that is a reminder that we need to make sure we're protecting our kids when they go off to school. So this week with the free satellite phone, we have a limited offer of the free bulletproof backpack for your kids as well. Steve, this bulletproof backpack weighs just 2 pounds. It can hold up to an 18-inch laptop, but it has a Kevlar panel in it that will stop bullets from hitting people. And this is something we developed in conjunction with our friends in special operations and law enforcement in California to give kids a fighting chance should they be in such a terrible situation. And we all hope and pray you're not in that situation. But these days, you just don't know. There are too many of these shootings, and there's too many crazy people out there with guns. So this backpack was developed to give you a fighting chance, or give your kids a fighting chance when you send them off to school. Steve, we're all buying backpacks for our kids anyway. They cost $200, $300, $400, $500 or more, many of them. But none of those protect you against ammunition, and that's why we developed this. And again, you can get this at sat123.com free with activation with a free sat phone, or you can call 941-841-0844. That's 941-841-0844. But Steve, I think this is about the only thing that can give you peace of mind when you send your kids off to school.
What about, I want to go before we let you bounce, with the sat phone itself and your concerns about the grid, your concerns about telecom happening, the Chinese and other bad actors working with them, the North Koreans. How you think this is a bigger concern today than it was even a couple of years ago?
Yeah, I do, because look, we've seen numerous examples of equipment, whether it's equipment that operates in our ports or operates on cell towers or on the electric power grid. These components in these machines coming out of China are pre-built. They're building in back doors so the CCP can get access to them once they're installed here. And this isn't conspiracy stuff. This is fact. We've had to send back numerous pieces of machinery and equipment to China because there were back doors in it that would allow the CCP to control, or at least to view and watch what these machines are doing over here. And we also know for a fact that the Chinese and others have put viruses into our communications networks and other infrastructure networks that can be operated to basically kill platforms. We've seen these kind of outages all around the world. We saw them earlier this year in Spain and Portugal, where they just took out the power grid. And whilst what they were saying over there was that this was just an error that was caused by an overload in the power grid. What many people were saying quite rightly is that error would be very unlikely. It was much more likely that was a cyber attack. And so if the Chinese or others can do that, and that would leave everyone without a working cell phone, and that would leave everyone without communications. But if you have a satellite phone, you would still be able to stay in touch, Steve. And that's why the U.S. military and first responders use the exact same equipment as that we're giving away for free today.
Can you, one more time, where do people go, who they talk to when they get there?
They can call 941-841-0844. That's 941-841-0844. Or go to sat123.com. That's SAT123.com. And you can get a free phone with activation and a free bulletproof backpack. And you can make sure that you are safe and your kids can be safe, and that you will always be able to stay in touch, no matter what the Chinese or these other guys are up to.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you coming on.
Thanks, Steve.
Do we have any more? Who's Bobby Kennedy getting grilled by now? The Republicans have been pretty good about letting him. I know one. Yeah, she's.
For Warren.
Oh, she's okay. Let's go. Did we miss Pocahontas?
No.
Let's hopefully Charlie Kirk will pick it up. If not, Grace and Mo will stream it. And Grace and Mo are in Korea right now for the fantastic Korean event put on by Mina Kim. We want to show support of that. We've got people on the road. Of course, our own Natalie Winters is in Asia doing reporting over there. So we got a lot going on as the War Room staff goes out. Also, I think Mo's going to be in the United Kingdom for the Tommy Robinson event. Trying to get Natalie over there too if she's finished with Asia. So it's a lot going on. Charlie Kirk's going to follow us. Poso was spectacular yesterday. In my speech to the Polish folks, I did. Poso has taught me so much. Posobiec taught me so much. I kind of drafted off that. He followed me in the speech, and I think I took some of his best lines. But Jack, thanks, brother. You were fantastic. Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec. Steve Gruber, Eric Bowling back at 5 p.m. I'm giving a speech late this afternoon. I should be back in time for the 5. But if not, Dave Bratt will be here. If I'm not here this afternoon for this, which I'll try to be, I'll be back tomorrow morning. We got a lot going on in Washington, D.C. as everybody's back in town. Want to make sure HomeTitleLock.com, HomeTitleLock.Steve60 for $1. $1, you get 60 days to try out the service to make sure that you can find out why every dream you've ever had is in your home. 90% of your net worth is in your home. You don't want some bad guy, some varmint, AI, cyber, rogue lawyer, rogue accountant, rogue in-law. Take the title to your home and go take out a second mortgage from a hard money lender who does not want to hear your tale of woe. They want the money. So make sure it doesn't happen to you. So you can man the ramparts. Man, we got a September that is on fire. We're going to cover it all. I promised you a Star Chamber today. You saw what Big Pharma, they got those guys on the payroll. They want them coming in hot. Bobby Kennedy gave as good as he got. Back at 5. See you then.
Thinking about travel? Think AMAC. AMAC members have access to special money-saving discounts on hotels, car rentals, cruises, and more, so you can save money on every adventure. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to saving money on travel and so much more, think AMAC.
Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be using this. Particle 6-in-1 Face Cream for Men, the first of its kind anti-aging cream designed specifically for men. Fights eye bags, dark spots, and wrinkles. Visit ParticleMen.com and use the promo code on your screen to receive 25% off your entire order. Plus, we've got free shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee. www.ParticleMen.com. Because seeing is believing.
The next time the lights go out, will your family be ready? I'm former Navy SEAL Cade Courtley. In a crisis, your power supply is your lifeline. So for National Preparedness Month, when you get the Patriot Power Generator 2500X, we'll double its power with a free expansion pack. That's double the runtime to keep your fridge cold, your phones charged, and your family safe. But you have to act now. Go to 4patriots.com to claim your free expansion pack and the peace of mind.
Welcome back, everyone. Terrence Bates here. We're interrupting your regularly scheduled programming to take you to Capitol Hill, where RFK Jr., the Secretary of Health and Human Services, is testifying before a Senate committee. Let's listen in.
On overprescribing prescription stimulant drugs for children. And there are ways that HHS can work collaboratively with state agencies on this and to actually promote more community-based intervention to combat overprescribing. And we all have seen the harmful side effects. And there's a lot of reporting out there on this and tremendous concern for grandmamas like me who see children and friends of our grandchildren who suffer with this. So I know your team is working on solutions. So you're going to have your Make Our Children Healthy Again strategy that you're going to release. But talk for a moment. We've got 30 seconds left. Talk for a moment on how you can better arm parents with information on the harmful side effects of overprescribing these stimulant drugs.
I mean, one of the problems, Senator, is that we now have 1 out of every 5 kids on these drugs and the antidepressants, even more. And we know very little about the long-term impacts because NIH and CDC have been asleep at the wheel. Right now, we are doing those studies. We're doing extensive studies so that we can warn parents and so that we can force the companies to put labels on their products. And, we'll do whatever we can to show that, just to get data out to the public. That's really what our function is. And to show what the long-term impact of some of these drugs is. Are we actually preventing suicide or are we creating more suicide? And that's something that we don't know the answer to, which is, how did these drugs become so common in our society without us even knowing the answer to those questions? That is malpractice at these agencies, and that is the malpractice that I am going to fix.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So last November, while you were under consideration to become Secretary of Health and Human Services, Mr. Kennedy, you said, quote, if vaccines are working for somebody, I'm not going to take them away. No exceptions, no ifs, ands, or buts. You would not take away vaccines from anyone who wanted them. Then last week, you announced that the COVID-19 vaccine is no longer approved for healthy people under the age of 65. In announcing the change, you said the vaccine will be available for anyone who wants it. Now, obviously, both things cannot be true at the same moment. So let's clear this up right now, Secretary Kennedy. Will you tell America that all adults and all children over 6 months of age are eligible to get a COVID booster at their local pharmacy today?
Anybody can get the booster.
I'm sorry?
Anybody can get it, Senator.
Anybody. So you're saying that is now the official rule of HHS. Anybody is eligible to get a booster by just walking into the pharmacy.
It's not recommended for healthy people.
No. If you don't recommend, then the consequence of that in many states is that you can't walk into a pharmacy and get one. It means insurance companies don't have to cover the $200 or so cost. As Senator Dr. Cassidy said, you are effectively denying people vaccines.
We're not going to recommend a product for which there's no clinical data for that indication. Is that what I should be doing?
What you should be doing is honoring your promise that you made when you were looking to get confirmed in this job.
You're going like this.
And that is, you promised that you would not take away vaccines from anyone who wanted them. You just changed the classification of the COVID vaccine.
I'm not taking them away from people, Senator.
It takes it away if you can't get it from your pharmacist.
Well, most Americans are going to be able to get it from their pharmacy for free. Most Americans will be able to get it from their pharmacy for free.
The question is, everyone who wants it, that was your promise.
I never promised that I was going to recommend products for which there is no indication.
When you said...
And I know you've taken $855,000 from pharmaceutical companies, Senator.
Did you hold up a big sign saying that you were lying when you said that? Because you are the one who said you would not take them away. Now, Senator Kennedy,
I'm not taking them away from anybody.
Secretary,
you want me to indicate a product for which there is no clinical data?
Senator,
is that what you want?
Secretary Kennedy, you said you wouldn't, and now you did.
I'm not taking them away. Everybody can get access to them.
No, they can't walk into a pharmacy the way they could last month and get access to
It depends on the states.
A year ago,
but they can still get it. Everybody can get it. Everybody can get it, Senator.
So look, let's move on. You clearly are taking away vaccines. I've seen the list for what's coming up next, and that is the agenda for the next CDC vaccine panel. And first up is ratifying your COVID actions. Second is hepatitis B is on the agenda. So should Americans expect you to take away hepatitis vaccine access as well, even though you promised not to?
As I said, I'm not taking vaccines away from anybody.
Okay, same answer, right? You're just going to deny that when people can't get access, that you're not taking it away. Then let me ask you, is that the same game you're going to play with me?
You want me to recommend every product in the world?
No,
so that without any clinical trial data.
Through on your promises.
Yeah, my promise was to give.
A month ago, we could get COVID vaccines by just walking.
You can still get COVID vaccines, Senator.
You are taking that away.
No, you are You can still get the COVID vaccines, and Medicare will still pay for them, and Medicaid will still pay for them.
Tell the head of the CDC that if she refused to sign off on your changes to the childhood vaccine schedule, that she had to resign?
No, I told her that she had to resign because I asked her, are you a trustworthy person? And she said no. So if you had an employee who told you they weren't trustworthy, would you ask them to resign, Senator?
So I'm sorry, but this is not what she has said publicly. She has said
I'm not surprised about that.
So you're saying she's lying?
Yes. Every conversation I had with her, there were witnesses.
Let me get this straight. This is the same person that less than a month earlier, you stood next to her and described her as unimpeachable, and you had full confidence in her, and that you had full confidence in her scientific credentials. And in a month, she became a liar?
Yeah, you should ask her what changed. And by the way, a month ago, you were voting against her. Oh, because you thought she was either incompetent, ineligible, or unsuited to the task.
I voted against her because I was afraid she was going to bend the knee to you and Donald Trump. And it looks like she didn't bend the knee, so you fired her. Look, you're putting America's babies' health at risk, America's seniors' health at risk, all Americans' health at risk, and you should resign.
Senator Sanders.
I just want to pick up on Senator Warren's point. Are you telling us that the former head of CDC went to you, you asked her, are you a trustworthy person? And she said, no, I am not a trustworthy person?
She didn't say, no, I'm not a trustworthy person. She said, no. I'm giving a quote. And I asked her twice.
No, 1 second. And you're also repeating now that she is a liar, correct? What you wrote in the Wall Street Journal.
If she wrote that I fired her because she refused to sign on in advance for the ACIP committee, no, that's not accurate.
All right, so you're calling her a liar, and I look forward to her coming before the Help Committee, maybe this committee as well. All right, Mr. Secretary, I've got a bunch of questions. Appreciate brevity in answering it. So-called beautiful bill threw 15 million Americans off of health care, substantially raised premiums, and is going to have a terrible impact on nursing homes, community health centers, rural hospitals all over America. Very briefly, is that really making America healthy again?
It's going to have it's going to be the biggest infusion of federal dollars into rural health care in American history.
Yeah, you know why? Because you're cutting $150 billion for rural hospitals. You're putting $50 billion back. That's not an infusion. That's a loss of $100 billion. All right, next question. President Trump, who I don't usually agree with, called COVID vaccines, quote, one of the greatest miracles in the history of modern-day medicine that saved tens of millions of lives worldwide. Scientific community agrees with Trump. Lancet study found that it prevented almost 20 million deaths during their first year of use. Secretary Kennedy, are President Trump and the medical community right, or do you still believe that the COVID vaccine was, quote, the deadliest vaccine ever made?
No, first of all, I didn't say that. Oh, I said that in terms of affairs reports a while ago. I said today, I think that President Trump should get the Nobel Prize.
So who's right? Is Trump in the medical community right, or are you right?
President Trump did an extraordinary piece of leadership.
Is he right or wrong? Did COVID save millions of lives?
As I said, he got Americans back to work. At that time, that particular vaccine was perfectly matched to the virus that was circulating then. And I have no idea how many lives it saved, but it saved quite a few.
You know, what I find a little bit weird in this discussion, I'm hearing it over and over again this morning, Mr. Chairman, is we've got the entire medical community on one side. You got the AMA representing hundreds of thousands of doctors, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Public Health Association. All of these organizations are telling us that COVID vaccine and vaccines in general are safe and effective. You are casting doubt on that. Who are who are the organizations that are agreeing with you and casting aspersions on vaccines?
The primary advisors are Marty McCary, Jay Bhattacharya, Dr. Oz, Vinay Prasad.
So you got a few doctors who agree with you, and I'm giving you the name.
Not a few doctors. What you're talking about is there's a big difference, Senator, between established science and the scientific establishment, which has been co-opted by the pharmaceutical
hold on. So you're telling the American people that the American Medical Association, representing hundreds of thousands of people, have been co-opted and that they should not trust their doctors.
And I'm
the American Academy of Pediatrics, and by the way, just for the record, every single Republican, I don't mean to be political here, Mr. Chairman, has received PAC money from the pharmaceutical industry. Are they all corrupt as well?
And I'm telling you, the American Heart Association has been co-opted by the food
Everybody
industry.
But you, Senator. But you know what? When you ran for president, we have a corrupt campaign finance system. Maybe you'll agree with me on that. Okay, you were already president, you got a billionaire behind it. You received $300,000 from people, not from the industry, people in it, as I did, from individuals. You corrupt. President Trump got $3 million. Every Republican got corporate PAC money for the pharmaceutical industry. Democrats as well. Everybody is corrupt, but you? Is that what we're looking at? I don't think so. And I think the issue now...
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, I think you do know what I'm talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The issue is every time anyone disagrees with you...
Are you saying the pharmaceutical industry was supporting my presidential campaign?
I'm saying,
I don't think so.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the pharmaceutical industry is a greedy institution which is charging us the highest prices in the world. They are pervasive. But to suggest that every institution, the AMA, the pediatrics people, is corrupt because they disagree with you is an insult to the American people.
Listen, people disagree with me all the time. I have arguments in my agency, heated arguments every day with Jay Bhattacharya, with Marty McCary, with Dr. Oz.
You have given the names of a few people. I have given you the names of organizations representing hundreds of thousands of doctors and scientists. I yield, Mr. President.
Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Secretary Kennedy, thank you for being here. A couple of times you asked people if they were making a statement or a question. What I think I may do, just to give you a breather, is to make a statement with a lot of questions. And just for the record, I'd like for you to have the opportunity to have your staff respond. I can't conclude from the discussion today where you are on warp speed. So I would like the definitive statement on exactly where you are. Was it good? Was it bad? Were there things that worked? Were there things that didn't work? I can't discern that from what you said here. I, for one, think that it was a signature accomplishment of President Trump, and the mRNA platform is something.
I agree with that.
I look forward to you giving us a detailed statement on exactly where you are with warp speed. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a trial lawyer. I'm a boring management consultant. Another question that we'll submit in the record, I'll give you directionally where we're going. I don't see how you go over 4 weeks from a public health expert with unimpeachable scientific credentials, a longtime champion of MAHA values, caring and compassionate and brilliant microbiologist, and 4 weeks later, fire her because at least the public reports say because she refused to fire people that work for her. So as somebody who advised executives on hiring strategies, number one, I would suggest in the interview, you ask them if they're truthful rather than 4 weeks after we took the time of the U.S. Senate to confirm the person, just for the future nominee that we're going to have to consider. But I do also believe that some of your statements seem to contradict what you said in the prior hearing. You said you're going to empower the scientists at HHS to do their job. I'd just like to see evidence where you've done that, and I'm sure that you will have some. You will do nothing that makes it difficult or discourages people from taking vaccines. There seem to be several reports that would seem to refute that, but I'd rather you just respond to it. I'm not going to come here and impose my belief over any of yours. That, again, seems to be contradictory to the firing of a CDC director, the canceling of mRNA research contracts, firing advisory board members, attempting to stall NIH funding, eliminating funding for the $500 million for further mRNA research, and just want an answer for it. On H.R. 1, I believe you know my concerns about H.R. 1. I've had several meetings with, and H.R. 1 is the big, beautiful bill, OB3, whatever the brand is. But I'm still, I've got an office with 60 staff, including half of them in state office. I've had 3 different estimates of the economic impact on the state of North Carolina. Can I get your commitment? And I have been looking for somebody that's far more resourced than an office of 30 people up in here in D.C. to disprove my estimates with respect to the impact on North Carolina, period. And I've yet to have anybody. I would love to be embarrassed and be wrong, but I would like to get your commitment for people to tease through the numbers that I provided before the vote on H.R. 1 that says that if you normalize 3 independent estimates across a broad spectrum, $25 billion over 10 years. I don't need your response now. I want somebody to destroy my estimates because to this point, the most resourced health agency in the world has only given me word salad responses, and I need that so that we can prepare for the response. $25 billion over 10 years is half of the Rural Relief Fund over 5 years. And so we just need to have that fact as a matter of policy so that we can go in North Carolina and absorb it. And I know every state's different, and I'm assuming every one of my colleagues here have done the math for their states, not focused on that. But I want you to destroy my estimates if they're in fact wrong, and I want you to acknowledge them if in fact they're right. That will come into question as well. Mr. Kennedy, you've stated multiple times in response to other members' questions that scientists were lying. We'll go back to the record in cases where you've said that. I'd just like to see the scientific evidence to substantiate that. I'm going to stipulate that you were honest and you had research behind it. We'll go back and figure out what scientific studies you believe are founded on lies and not scientifically viable. And then finally, I just want to give you an opportunity. Apparently in the exchange with Senator Bennett, you said you agreed with Dr. Levy's statements, who said that the mRNA vaccine caused serious harm, including death, particularly in young people. They said you agreed with that comment. Did you agree with that comment or not?
I think that's true, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Tillis. We now have Senator Smith. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Kennedy, I have sat here for the last many minutes and listened carefully to your testimony. And I think actually Senator Tillis laid out so many of the ways that what you have said has contradicted yourself and others. It's, I don't even know where to start. So I'm going to start here. Over the last 8 months, you have claimed to make America healthy again. But in actual fact, you have led the charge in the Trump administration to destroy what is best in our healthcare system. And your denials and your evasion and your lies here do not change that. You are the Secretary of the Health and Human Services, yet you're trafficking in these fringe idea and discredited theories that are completely out of step with the scientific consensus. And you seem to be willing to say anything in the moment, even if it's untrue. So last time you were before Congress, Secretary Kennedy, you claimed, and I quote, "I have never been anti-vax. I have never told the public to avoid a vaccination." But in a podcast, you said the opposite. You said there's no vaccine that is safe and effective. So that sure sounds anti-vax to me, Secretary Kennedy. So let me ask you, when were you lying, sir? When you told this committee that you were not anti-vax, or when you told Americans that there's no safe and effective vaccine?
Both things are true.
Oh, so more denial, more back and forth. I mean, here's what I know. Here's what I know.
Want me to explain why, Senator? You just
No,
want to...
actually, I want you to listen to me.
Okay, go ahead.
I want you to listen to me, because I've been listening to you. You said that ACIP is an independent panel after you stocked it with your picks. You said that you want evidence-based science, but it seems that what you mean is evidence that supports your view, not the scientific consensus. I mean, you dared to sit there and call my colleague from New Hampshire a liar when she presented you with facts that don't support your view of the world. It's incredible. But let me move on. Just last week, in the days after the tragic shooting at Annunciation Catholic School in my home state of Minnesota, you went on Fox News blaming school shootings on antidepressants. You have no evidence of that because you have no evidence of a connection. And you want to talk about...
You're just saying something. You're just making stuff up.
You know, this is what you say, right, Secretary Kennedy? When someone presents you with information that does not fit...
I did not blame that shooting. I have no idea whether... I have no idea, and I never said that. You're making it up. You're twisting. Yeah, you are.
Secretary
you are being
Kennedy,
dishonest right now.
If you want to talk about mental health and gun violence in this country, if you want to talk about mental health and gun violence in this country, we should be talking about that, because that's what the parents of Annunciation School
You don't want to talk. You want to harangue, and you want to politically. You want to have partisan politics.
That is
I want to actually solve these problems.
Secretary Kennedy, What the Trump administration is doing right now is making it harder for people in this country to get access to mental health care. So don't talk to me about solving the mental health care crisis when you are making it harder. You cut Medicaid, which is the #1 payer for mental health care services in this country. You decimated the agency at Health and Human Services that focuses on mental health and substance abuse. That's what states count on. They're cutting their services to schools as a result of that. Several years ago, in a bipartisan way, Congress came together and passed the Safer Communities Act, which made important investments in mental health care and did some important, though small things, to reduce access to guns. What do? You propose cutting that funding. This is what we're talking about in your leadership in the Department of Health and Human Services. If you want radical transparency, as you talk about, I mean, take a look at what you are doing. And, you know, I've heard a lot about MAHA today while we've been here. There's a lot of Americans, Secretary Kennedy, who trust you, who believe what you say, especially when you say you're standing up to corruption. And I think that they need to know, you apparently have a lot of influence with President Trump. Did you ask him not to roll back these regulations that are stopping the big corporations from dumping heavy metals and endocrine disruptors into our soil and water? I mean, there's no evidence that you have been even opposing that. Did you do anything to stop the Trump administration from rolling back this handout to big pharma that makes it easier for the big drug companies to charge more for cancer drugs? No, you presided over that. I mean, it's stunning, really, what's happened over the last 8 months. It's stunning to me. And I just hope that in this moment, our colleagues, there's hardly anybody left in this room, are going to think about what it is that you've done, what your legacy is going to be at the Health and Human Services Agency, and pay attention to the damage that is being done here.
Senator Marshall.
All right. Thank you, Chairman, and welcome, Mr. Secretary. One of your themes for the CDC is transparency. And I think when I hear you talk about transparency, I think part of that is sharing what you know, what the CDC knows with parents so that they can make decisions. Behind me, yeah, I know it's going to be hard to see from there. I can barely read it. This is the current CDC recommendations for vaccines for children. On day number 1, they get their first jab, a hepatitis vaccine. By the time they're 18 months, they've had 18 jabs. By the time they get to be old enough to vote, they have 76 jabs. Now, when we talk, when I listen, what I hear you say is that, look, vaccines are drugs. We need a measured response and a measured, when do we use this? It's interesting that the United States has put age 65 and older for COVID vaccine. UK has chosen 75 and France 80. Obviously, scientists disagree exactly when that should or shouldn't be. Well, hepatitis B vaccine, it makes no sense to me. I've only delivered 5,000 babies, but we do a hepatitis test on every mom. By the time she delivers that baby, I know her pretty well. And if she doesn't have any risk factors, if she's not an IV drug abuser, if she's in a stable monogamous relationship, nobody at home has hepatitis, I don't know, I don't see the benefit myself in that hepatitis vaccine. Everyone's eligible for it, everyone can get it, and my pediatricians always agree with me. And no, I'm not saying if you don't know the hepatitis status of that patient, they shouldn't get it. I'm not saying if this person's had no prenatal care, that puts them at risk for hepatitis. Can you just speak a little bit, when you talk about transparency, and trying to empower and make vaccines available, these should be treated just like a medication.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I say I'm not anti-vaccine. Saying I'm anti-vaccine is like saying I'm anti-medicine. Well, I'm pro-medicine, but I understand some medicines harm people. Some of them have risks. Some of them have benefits that outweigh those risks for certain populations, and the same is true with vaccines. And we don't understand the risk profile because vaccines are the only medical intervention, medical device, or pharmaceutical drug that are exempt from pre-licensing safety studies. And so there are 2 hepatitis vaccines, and one of them had a safety study that lasted for 4 days on 143 kids for a product that's going to be given to 76 million kids. Yeah. the risk profile prior to the introduction of the vaccine, the risk of a baby dying from hepatitis B was 1 in 7 million. That means you need to give 7 million hepatitis B vaccines to prevent one death. If you're going to give 7 million.
So, Mr. Secretary, and I guess before the press labels me wrong, I'm not anti-vaccine either. I think MMR has been a great vaccine. The DPT has been a great vaccine. Polio has been a great vaccine. Smallpox. So there are great, but it's the measured approach that we're after, the transparency. You're trying to empower parents here. What I feel the difference is, sometimes my friends across the aisle feel like there's a one-size-fits-all, that they should be telling parents what to do. And what you and I are fighting for is we want to empower parents to make these decisions. I want to talk about morbidity and mortality of COVID for just a second. It is so true that two things can be true, and I don't understand why, just the rabbit hole some of my colleagues are going down. There's a big difference. When I was out there practicing, doing volunteer work, I was so confused myself on the numbers. People dying with COVID versus from COVID. And we still don't have that message. And I think that's what I hear you saying as well. How many people died from COVID versus with COVID is a different answer. The situation today is so different when this monster virus was made in a laboratory in Wuhan, China, and none of us had ever seen this virus, and we had no immunity to it. But today, every American's had COVID a dozen times probably, and we built up immunity. And I think that's why that both things are true. It was a miracle. Warp speed was a miracle, what President Trump and his team did, and it saved millions of lives most likely. But it's also true that it probably killed some people. Like most vaccines do, there is a death rate associated. So both things are true. Anything else you want to clear up on the morbidity, mortality of COVID and COVID vaccines?
Well, I think you just cleared it up. The COVID vaccine was critical. President Trump's leadership got it to us when our society was locked down. It allowed us to open up. It was, as I said, perfectly matched to a virus that was new in the experience of humanity. And so it was a miracle. Right now, we're dealing with completely different circumstances where the virus has mutated, where it's much less dangerous, where there's a lot of natural immunity and herd immunity. And so the calculus is different, and it's complicated. And, if you just want to turn everything into a soundbite, it makes it, you can't have a grown-up conversation. But, there were more reports to VAERS, which is the only surveillance system that we have, of injuries and deaths from that vaccine than all vaccines put together in history. So we have to acknowledge that there was a cause. We acknowledge that there was a benefit. We can't quantify either one because of the data chaos at CDC, and that's all I'm saying. And they think I'm being evasive because I won't make a kind of a statement that's almost religious in nature. Did it save 1 million lives? Well, there's no data to support that. Or maybe data, there's no study, there's modeling studies, there's faulty data. I'm not going to sign on to something if I can't do it to a scientific certainty. It doesn't mean that I'm, anti-vax. It just means I'm pro-science.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Senator Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Kennedy, Dr. Daskalakis, who recently resigned as director of the National Center for Immunization and Respiratory Diseases, his resignation letter stated he and his team were never allowed to brief you. I'm curious who you're listening to, since it's clear you're not listening to qualified experts like Dr. Daskalakis. Can you give the committee the name of the person?
I don't consider Dr. Daskalakis.
Mr. Secretary, the question that I have for you is, can you give the committee a name of who you're getting briefed by?
I'm getting briefed all the time by CDC.
Just a name.
Well, Dr. William Thompson's one name.
Thank you very much, sir.
Now, but I can get you a whole list of others. It's on my schedule.
Mr. Secretary, that's not a hard question. You know a lot of answers.
I'm not being evasive.
Okay, then you answered it. Let's go on. Now, you said that you're soon going to release a study claiming to reveal the cause of autism, timed unsurprisingly with the upcoming ACIP meeting to justify taking vaccines from Americans. Now, as you know, autism affects millions of children, so I'd guess you'd have the nation's top medical experts working on this. Mr. Kennedy, you hired a man named David Geyer to conduct this study. Is that correct?
No.
Is Mr. David Geyer working for HHS?
He's a contractor, but he's not conducting a study.
He's a contractor?
He's a contractor.
Do you know who works for you, Mr. Kennedy?
Yeah.
Do you know that Mr. Geyer is listed as a HHS on the employee directory as a senior data analyst, not a contractor?
He's a contractor. He's not an SGE.
So is your website wrong?
He's not an SGE. I don't know what.
I'm going to pull up the website for you.
He's a contractor.
If the website says he is a senior data analyst, will you at least admit to the committee?
Well, I don't know
if
a contractor can be classified as a senior data analyst or not.
Is Mr. Geyer a doctor?
No.
Did you know he never went to medical school?
He's not. He's not practicing medicine.
Did you know that he got caught in Maryland and was charged for practicing medicine without a medical license?
He was charged by a medical board. He sued the medical board, and the medical board was found to have acted in actual malice and was fined $2.6 million by a judge in Maryland for doing that.
See, so you choose to know a lot when you want to know a lot. It's incredible, Mr. Kennedy.
Senator, you're ridiculous.
So here's the question I have. You brought him in to do this study. I think there's no question about it.
I told you he's not doing a study.
Is he participating in the study?
No.
Is he doing any analysis in regards to this study?
No. What he's doing is getting access to the Vaccine Safety Data Link, which is the biggest repository for vaccine information that your friend would not give us for 7 months.
Mr. Secretary, let me ask you this question, just because you know the answer. What is Mr. Geyer doing?
He is the only one, because Congress ordered CDC to open up the VSD to him in 2002. He's the only outsider who's ever seen it. So because CDC will not give us, they have
Mr. Secretary, is he participating in this then?
No, he
is. You just said he's the only dude that knows what's going on here.
Do you want me to explain it to you, Senator, or do you just want to showboat?
I'll submit
You just want to showboat for your ads, or do you want to hear a real answer to your question?
Mr. Secretary, you choose to know answers to questions with some colleagues. And
I'm willing to give you the answer. I'm willing to give you the answer.
Mr. Secretary, someone should have asked you, maybe President Trump should have asked you, are you a trustworthy person? And we should have waited for an answer then. Let's move on.
I don't even know what you're talking about. You're talking gibberish.
Mr. Secretary, let me speak slowly and clearly so that you can understand me through my New Mexico accent.
And then give me a chance to answer.
Does this help? Can you understand me?
Yes.
Appreciate that. Mr. Secretary, yes or no, did you hire Mr. Geyer to do this study?
No.
Mr. Chairman, well, let me ask, maybe we'll just get a good answer here. Mr. Secretary, will you commit to sharing the protocols used for the autism study with Congress and to the public?
They're public.
Will you commit to giving it to this committee by the end of the week?
No, not because that's not the way it works.
Will you?
You don't even know what you're talking about.
Mr. Secretary, will you commit to sharing the protocols for the study by the end of the month?
We already have.
You just said it's public.
We put out the notice of funding opportunities, and then the scientists from all over the world.
You're not understanding me. Let me
No, you're not understanding how the world works.
Do you understand what the protocols are? Do you understand what they are?
The scientists who are doing the studies submit the protocol.
Okay, so you know what they are.
That's not coming from us.
So will you commit to sharing those protocols with this committee?
Well, anybody can get a hold of the protocol. It's published with the study.
Mr. Chairman, what I'd like to ask is for your commitment here. I'll send a letter to the Secretary. I'll ask for support from the leadership of this committee to ask for those protocols. Good. If those protocols are not given to this
anybody can get the protocols.
Mr. Secretary, I'm not talking to you. Mr. Chairman,
if the protocols are public, we can work with you to
What I'm asking, Mr. Chairman, is that if those protocols are not given to this committee, I'm asking for your agreement that we follow through with the subpoena to get them.
No, I will not agree to a subpoena anything. Let's see what happens.
Mr. Chairman, you'll help me get them if they're available publicly?
Yes.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kennedy, with all the questions here today, people just want to know the truth.
I don't think so.
Mr. Secretary, you don't think so? Thank you.
I don't think so.
I hope everyone recording that got that, because there explains the Secretary's tenure here. Look, 2 young ladies in Las Cruces, New Mexico at a town hall recently gave me this starfish pin. I was going to give it to you today, but after your questioning today, I don't think you deserve it, because what this represents is to remember that every one of us can make a difference, sir, to something as small as a starfish on a beach that maybe got washed up, you throw it back in the ocean. You might not save them all, but you can save one. I'm sorry that you're not worthy of this. Nice little pin, sir, is a nice reminder. I'm going to pray for you, Secretary Kennedy. I hope we do better. I want you to do better. But today was a failure for you, man. I yield back.
Senator Warnock.
Thank you, Brother Chair. Less than a month ago, we received the heartbreaking news that a gunman opened fire at the CDC campus in Atlanta, Georgia. This obviously is my neck of the woods. This is heart-wrenching for all Americans, but for those of us especially who live in that area. A DeKalb County police officer, David Rose, was killed. The shots hit buildings on campus in at least 180 places, narrowly missing the CDC's daycare center. Law enforcement recovered nearly 500 shell casings. Clearly, he came to do a lot of damage. It's a miracle, and thanks to the quick action of Metro Atlanta and state law enforcement, more people were not killed. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation announced that prior to the attack, the gunman expressed discontent with the COVID vaccine and, quote, wanted to make the public aware of his distrust of the vaccines. Secretary Kennedy, I assume you are aware of these disturbing reports of the gunman's motives?
Yes.
And, I understand that some people may have concerns about new medical breakthroughs, but those people don't have the world's top medical experts working under them. You've been over HHS for 7 months now. Have you ever been briefed by CDC's career immunization officials to discuss your concerns?
And by the way, every member of this panel has criticized President Trump and demonized him.
Have you ever
Are
been
you
briefed?
complicit in the assassination attempts on President Trump?
Sir, I'm asking the questions. You are the witness. It's a simple yes or no question. Have you ever been briefed by CDC's career immunization officials to discuss their concerns?
Yes, I have.
What was the answer?
Yes.
You have been briefed by CDC officials, the career immunization officials, to express your...
The senior vaccine safety scientist, for example.
Have you ever been to the CDC as secretary before the shooting on August 8th?
Have I ever been there as secretary?
Have you been there as secretary before the shooting? No. Okay. Let's return to the shooting and the aftermath. Secretary Kennedy, I'm about to ask you a series of yes or no questions about the events of the past month. And I would appreciate just a yes or no response. You called Dr. Manarez to your office on August 25th for a meeting. Is that correct? Yes or no?
It could be. I just don't know the date. I'd have to check my calendar.
Was Jim O'Neill the man you just appointed as acting director of CDC in the room on whatever date you met with him, since you can't recall? Was he in the room when you met with Dr. Manarez? In that meeting, did you criticize Dr. Manarez for her statements to CDC following the shooting where she said, quote, misinformation can be dangerous?
I don't believe so. I have no recollection.
You don't believe you criticized her?
Oh, I criticized her.
Did you criticize
her?
For that. Did you criticize her?
I don't even.
Did you criticize her for her statements to CDC workers following the shooting?
Did I what?
Did you demand that she fire career scientists or public experts at the CDC?
Yes.
Did you demand that she accept the recommendations of your hand-picked vaccine advisory panel without further review by career CDC scientists?
No, I did not.
You didn't ask for her commitment ahead of time that she would accept the recommendations from the advisory panel? You're denying
what
that?
I asked her about is she had made a statement that she was going to not sign on. And I wanted clarification about that.
Did you tell her to accept the advisory panel's recommendations?
I told her I didn't want her to have a rule that she's not going to sign on to it.
Did you say that the CDC was, quote, the most corrupt federal agency in the history of the world?
Not the history of the world, but definitely
Did you say
HHS.
Did you say that?
I did not say that, but I did say it's the most corrupt agency in HHS, and maybe the government.
So you call the CDC corrupt. Did you say that CDC staff are, quote, horrible people?
Horrible people?
Did you say that they're killing children and they don't care?
No.
Okay, I think that we all have a history of listening to you and these answers. But you're on the record for a number of these statements. Despite your lack of credentials and expertise, clearly you have an agenda. It is a threat to the public health of the American people. It's clear that you are carrying out your extremist beliefs, which is why you attempted to fire Dr.
Senator, we're the sickest people in the world.
Sir, I'm not.
We're the sickest people on earth.
I'm speaking.
How am I a threat?
Secretary Kennedy, for the first time, we're seeing deaths from children from measles. We haven't seen that in 2 decades. We're seeing that under your watch. You are a hazard to the health of the American people.
Can I respond?
No, I claim back my time.
We need to wrap
You are
up.
a hazard to the health of the American people. I think that you ought to resign. And if you don't resign, the President of the United States, who put forward Operation Warp Speed, which worked, should fire you. Thank you so much.
Senator Welch.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I want to sum up, and I want to make 3 points. First, we have a healthcare affordability crisis in this country. And second, Secretary Kennedy's policies is making that affordability crisis worse, not better. And third, Mr. Chairman, the United States Senate is not doing its job. Healthcare. Citizens of the United States, our employers, our taxpayers, and our families pay the most and get the least. That has been persistent and chronic, and it's not being addressed, it's being aggravated. Let me be specific. In Vermont, a family of 4 that makes $82,000 in income with premium support on Obamacare now pays $6,970 for their health care premium. That is going to increase $23,000 to $30,000. That is unaffordable. It's shocking and it's cruel. The big beautiful bill that we're talking about, Vermonters are going to lose 45,000 families lose health care. That is going to be a hammer blow to our hospitals because those folks who lose health care don't get a guarantee they won't get sick, and they're going to show up at our community hospitals. Our community hospitals are going to treat them, and they aren't going to be compensated. And it's why Vermont community hospitals are on a financial thin ice, and that's true that about 338 hospitals around our country are in danger of closing. Second, Mr. Chairman, I believe the Secretary made assurances to this committee, and he has not kept the promises he made. Prices have not come down, they've gone up. He assured Senator Cassidy that he would not change the standards for vaccine review. Yet since his confirmation, all 17 members of the Vaccine Advisory Board have been fired by him. He has limited the use of COVID-19 vaccine, and he has inexplicably canceled $500 million in vaccine research and funding. So, I'm not surprised. Stephen Miller credited you with being the crown jewel of the cabinet. And my observation about the crown jewel of the cabinet and the policies of folks who get rewarded are the ones who fire those in service that speak truth to power. Susan Menares, we've gone over that, fired because she refused to fire herself, staff without cause, and refused to rubber stamp changes to the vaccine schedule without data. The head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics was fired because she gave a report with honest numbers about the job report. CIA Russia expert who'd been there for 30 years, fired after the meeting with Putin. So, Mr. President, that is serious and worrisome. But I want to finally end by challenging us in the United States Senate to do our job. We have a constitutional responsibility to be a check and balance. And the fear of our founders was that there would be a concentration of power in one branch, and that would lead to catastrophic consequences for our country. And what has Congress done? On oversight and advice and consent, we have confirmed a vaccine denier. On tariffs, we've given up our constitutional responsibility. On appropriations, we're bending the knee to an administration that is rescinding and decided what to spend and what not to spend, despite what our law in a bipartisan way was passed. We cannot cede power, and there are consequences. A crumbling healthcare system, a deficit exploding, and our allies losing faith in us. You know, Mr. Secretary, in the past, you have accused some of my colleagues of being in the pocket of pharma shills. You did that with Senator Warren today. You've done it in the past with Senator Bennett and Senator Sanders. You are not a pharma shill. But I believe we have to fight pharma and bring down the prices. And Senator Cortez Masto spoke about the legislation that we now have that would reverse the $5 billion handout to Big Pharma in the One Big Beautiful Bill. And when I leave today with Senator Wyden, we are going to go to the floor and seek unanimous consent to pass our legislation that would reverse that giveaway. And I ask you to put your policy in your body where your mouth is, and join us in supporting that bill to restore price negotiation power so those pharma prices can come down from being the highest in the world to something within range of reason. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Senator Young.
Welcome to the committee, Mr. Secretary. It's my intention not to raise my voice and to give you an opportunity to respond to an inquiry. I'm going to begin with long COVID. It shouldn't be surprised to you. During each of our meetings, we've discussed my interest in making sure our government does its part to address this challenge, which afflicts, by most recent estimates, over 20 million Americans. They have been diagnosed. There are a number of others we know that go undiagnosed. Over 400 million people worldwide suffer from this at a cost of $1 trillion a year, which is roughly 1% of global GDP. This, we know, has had impacts on participation in the workforce, therefore our own GDP. So it's serious on a number of fronts. It's my hope we can come up with some therapeutics for this condition. One of the real barriers to that is seeing that we are able to launch more clinical trials. I want to get your update on how the clinical trials are going, what plans you might have in the works to increase the number of clinical trials as it pertains to long COVID.
Yeah, Senator, there was a project funded, a long COVID project at NIH. There was a huge amount of money spent on it. It yielded nothing.
I agree with that.
Right. And I think you know that we are doing now a different approach. We're launching a long COVID consortium. We're bringing together the best doctors in the country who have developed reputations for being able to treat long COVID. And one of them is a doctor that actually...
Dr. Bruce Patterson.
Yeah, Bruce Patterson, and then Dr. Jordan Vaughn, also from Florida. There's a number of them who are doing spectacular things where patients are reporting extraordinary progress. We want to get them all involved all in one room. We want to identify the protocols that are working. This is something that did not happen during COVID. It was all ivory tower science, and the doctors who were on the ground were ignored. The same thing happened during the HIV crisis.
Yes.
And we're trying to do something different, which
so
is
my time's
really
limited. You mentioned ivory tower. And so that's a segue into a statistic that I've become familiar with over the years. It takes roughly 18 years for proven interventions, pharmacological or other types of medical interventions, to make their way out into the field. If we assume, I think a conservative estimate, 12 to 15 years until we have any really acceptable therapeutics for a long COVID, that's a cheerful estimate. Plus the 18 years until it finds its way into clinical practice, people roughly my age will pass. Actuarially speaking, they will pass before there's any acceptable therapeutic. So we need to accelerate our current activities. Can you give me a couple of things you're going to do to ensure that we accelerate our development of therapeutics?
I mean, the best solution is the same kind of solutions that we should have been pursuing during COVID, which is off-the-shelf approved drugs for that are there already.
Yes.
So you don't
it
have
was
to go
recently
through a
reported that all the major pharma companies, I'm sorry if there's one good student exception, are serving as barriers to clinical trials. How can they repurpose?
It is bizarre that that's happening.
Okay, you're the Secretary of HHS. Will you be cracking down on this lack of cooperation?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Will you also be exploring research partnerships with other countries, seeing as I've established this is a global challenge?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's what we should have done during HIV. It's what we should have done during COVID.
Yes. Will you also be exploring whether ARPA-H, which has different research of protocols than NIH? NIH is very good at what they do, but it takes them a really long time to prove things because of their rigorous process. ARPA is more practical, right? And so one could imagine ARPA-H tackling this challenge. Will you be encouraging?
Absolutely open to that, Senator.
Okay. Will you be working with me and other members of the committee on your aggressive strategy as it continues?
Yeah, and looking for good ideas everywhere.
Okay. The last thing I'd like to briefly touch on with the chairman's indulgence is just recognizing the president's leadership as it relates to the appropriate use of civil commitment to deal with homelessness challenges, mental health challenges, et cetera. He's taking a look at these practices. This can be a difficult conversation for so many of us, but I think it is worth considering whether government can play a more assertive role in helping people off the streets who have serious mental illness get off the streets, receive the sort of treatment they really need to be healthy. Can you provide some very brief thoughts on this topic, and maybe then I could follow up with a phone call?
On the topic of
civil commitment.
Yeah.
We can follow up, Mr.
It's mainly happening in the States, so I want to hear your ideas on it if there's something that you think.
Yeah, I think the president said, we ought to take a look at it. If there's somebody in 20-degree below zero temperatures consistently in Washington, D.C., and they're believed to perhaps have mental health challenges, might we consider how to offer them care in a controlled setting rather than allowing them to freeze to death? Might that be humane as we reconsider our application of our laws?
Follow up on that with you.
All right.
And Mr. Secretary, you've been here just like a minute or so under 3 hours. We appreciate that. We're not quite done yet. Senator Wyden has asked for one more round, so I said he, as the ranking member, should have the right to have one more round of 5 minutes for himself. And so, Senator Wyden, why don't you go ahead?
Mr. Secretary, we'll keep this brief. I want to ask about mifepristone. I was the first member of Congress to hold a hearing on this drug, which now has served more than 7.5 million women, and of course it is used for reproductive health and medication abortion. It has been documented again and again as safe, and people say safer than Tylenol. And the reason that I'm asking the question is that I'm getting reports that you've said you're going to conduct a complete review of mifepristone's safety, and what we're hearing is it's not based on new clinical trials or data from the scientific community, but on one reviewed paper that's not a peer-reviewed paper by a political organization and Project 2025 sponsor whose stated mission is to advance an anti-abortion agenda. So what I'd like to hear today is for you to say that you'll commit that your best scientists, without bias, will be permitted to conduct this entirely unnecessary safety review. I don't see any evidence for it. You've called for it. But what I'd like to do is make sure that it's done right, and I'm very troubled by what I've heard about it. Your thoughts?
You have my commitment.
Okay.
That'll be good science and good scientists.
Okay. We'll get back to you to talk about specifically how that's going to play out, but I appreciate that. Okay, one last point for you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record declaration by these kids, some of them very young, who in the middle of the night, we were told by whistleblowers, are being whisked away and the like. And what I'd like to enter into the record are statements by these kids that we have learned about, and also a memo prepared by the Guatemalan government outlining the deportation effort into the record. We've been able to obtain that, and I think it's an important part of the debate. And with that, I beat my time of 5 minutes.
All right, without objection. Thank you very much, Senator Wyden. And we are now at the point where I'll just make a couple of very brief personal closing remarks. And then I've decided, Mr. Secretary, I said at the outset of this hearing it was going to be some partisan battling going on. That is something that is very obvious to anybody who's paid any attention to what's happened in the last 3 hours. There were several times that you were cut off, or I had to cut you off because we needed to keep moving along. And I'm not suggesting that you need to or should, but if there's anything that you felt you didn't have a chance to say, if you could briefly say it now, or if you would like, you'll have the opportunity to submit written responses to questions, which I'm going to reference in a minute, and you could make any further statements that you would like to make at that point. But
I think I'll have mercy on everybody here and let us adjourn.
All right. Wise choice. Let me just say now that senators will be allowed to submit questions to you for the record by next Thursday, September 11th, by 5 p.m. And I just want to say, Mr. Secretary, during former Secretary Becerra's tenure, responses to these kinds of questions for the record were not delivered in a timely manner. And the example I'm going to give you is that on March 22, 2023, he got questions. He answered in February 22, 2024, 11 months later. A year seems excessive. And I'm going to ask you and your team to not follow the precedent set by Secretary Becerra, and instead to respond as promptly as you can to the questions for the record that you receive. I ask that of every single nominee, and you may or may not recall, you've probably already told me you would do that in your nomination hearing. But with that, once again, to my colleagues, the deadline for submitting these questions for the record is September 11th at 5 p.m. And hearing nothing further, this hearing is adjourned.
So we'll keep the shot up just for a minute. You were listening to Robert F. Kennedy Jr. testifying before a Senate committee. Of course, a number of questions had to do with COVID-19 and COVID-19 vaccines. You also heard just general questions about vaccines specifically. It's, of course, something that the Secretary of Health and Human Services has come out against. And so many Democrats on the panel questioned him and challenged him on his perspectives as it relates to vaccines. Many Republicans on the panel, of course, praised him and continued to praise him for the job that he's doing there as Secretary of Health and Human Services. We'll, of course, have much more from that hearing coming up. In the meantime, a lot of other things making headlines. As President Trump works to end deadly wars that are happening across the globe, he is simultaneously mounting a war against narco terrorists in Latin America. Both Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth and Secretary of State Marco Rubio say that military operations against cartels will continue following Tuesday's strike on a Venezuelan boat that was allegedly carrying illegal drugs. 11 people were killed as the president and other top administration officials watched the order being carried out, as you can see here.
We're sealing the border. But President Trump is willing to go on offense in ways that others have not been, and to send that clear signal to Tren de Aragua, Cartel del Sols, and others emanating from Venezuela. We're not going to allow this kind of activity. You're poisoning our people. We've got incredible assets, and they are gathering in the region. And so you want to try to traffic drugs? It's a new day. It's a different day. And so those 11 drug traffickers are no longer with us, sending a very clear signal that this is an activity the United States is not going to tolerate in our hemisphere.
And in other headlines, Florida is set to become the first state to end all state vaccine mandates. The move includes vaccine rules for kids to attend schools.
It's wrong. It's immoral. They do not have the right to tell you what you put in your body. People have a right to make their own decisions, informed decisions. You want to put, whatever different vaccines in your body, God bless you. I hope you make an informed decision. You don't want to put whatever vaccines in your body, God bless you. And I hope you make an informed decision.
Governor Ron DeSantis says the effort coincides with the establishment of the Florida MAHA Commission. He describes it as a working group that will recommend state-level integration of Make America Healthy Again principles, including individual medical freedom and parent rights. Initially, the Florida Department of Health plans to roll back mandates on about a half dozen vaccines under its authority. Beyond that, the department will work with the Republican-majority Florida legislature on a broader package of reforms. Well, that's going to do it for your headlines. As always, we appreciate having you along for the ride. I'm Terrence Bates. Now, let's get you back to your regularly scheduled programming.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Fellow Americans, did you know a war is being waged right now for how you spend your hard-earned dollars? Over 100 countries worldwide are preparing to switch to a digital currency. Now, this means cash will be replaced by money governments can monitor and track. This tracking makes it possible to collect data from every purchase you make and the ability to decide what you can buy and when you can buy it. What's more, your assets can be frozen or even seized. I'm appalled at such an assault on financial privacy. My friends at Swiss America have a report called The Secret War on Cash with an action plan to protect your financial privacy. So please, call or text the number on your screen for a free copy. With the growing reality of a government-backed digital currency, the time to act is now. So call or text the number on your screen for your free Secret War report.
Okay, everyone, Andrew did a great job for hour one, but today for hour two, I want to have just part one of our great interview I did recently with Aaron Sabarium, investigative reporter at the Washington Free Beacon. In part one, we discuss his experience of Yale, how he became a journalist, the evolution of his political beliefs, some of his biggest stories, and more. It's a really interesting conversation. The full interview will be on the Charlie Kirk Show podcast and members.charliekirk.com. So enjoy this. Hey, everybody, we have a very special conversation with you today. A very smart person who honestly deserves some of those awards they keep giving out to those fake journalists. It's Aaron Sabarium. Aaron, great to see you and meet you.
Great to be here.
And I've been following your work for a while, and I want to go through some of your greatest hits because I have them here. But first, I want to just kind of give you a chance to introduce yourself. You're an investigative reporter with the Washington Free Beacon, and you went to Yale.
I did.
So you go to Yale, and you don't end up at the New York Times?
Correct. So I came into Yale a moderate Democrat and then kind of went through a series of sort of incremental radicalizing moments that pushed me. I don't know how far right they pushed me, but they definitely pushed me further and further right. And by 2020, I certainly felt more comfortable within right-wing institutions than left-wing ones.
What were those radicalizing events?
Yeah, so I mean, there were really two at Yale. The first is that Yale has this thing called the Yale Political Union, which is comprised of all these little kind of debating societies, political parties. And I came in thinking, well, I'm a moderate Democrat, so I'll join the party of the left, right? That's what good Democrats do. But their first resolution of the term was resolved, abolish the police. And this was in 2014, mind you, so kind of a little before.
That was before Michael Brown.
It was I think it was
Michael
before.
Brown was 15, if I'm not
Yes,
mistaken.
it was before Michael Brown. So at the time, I just thought, well, that's stupid. No one's ever going to take that seriously, right?
Or make it policy.
No, exactly. Whereas the Conservative Party, which is another one of them, was debating resolve that Socrates deserved to die. And I remember seeing that and thinking, that's interesting, and I've never thought to ask that question. These guys seem cool. I'm going to hang out with them.
That's a much more thought-provoking question.
Exactly, much more. So right at the start, it just seemed like there was a sort of vibrancy to the conservative intellectual scene that was lacking on the left. And then the second big radicalizing moment was there were all these protests in 2015 over cultural appropriation, Halloween costumes. There's a famous video in which at the time he was an administrator, he got encircled in the courtyard of one of the residential colleges at Yale and basically accosted. I mean, he wasn't physically hurt, but he was surrounded by these jeering students who were saying, "You haven't made this a safe space. You know, this is supposed to be a home. Free speech doesn't matter." So on and so forth. And then things just kind of spiraled out of control from there. And I guess the maybe sort of 2.5th radicalizing moment is that during that time, I was the opinion editor of the Yale Daily News, the campus paper. And so I had to sit there and field all of the op-eds from of all sides of the campus debate, but from the protesters. And it's like, I remember sitting next to a girl editing her piece that was literally arguing that demands for rational debate were a form of white supremacy designed to police the emotionality of women of color. And in some ways, the creepiest part of all this is that this girl, I had a class with her. She's not a dumb girl at all. It's like, in terms of just raw IQ, very smart, but she was saying this just absolute. And I kind of had to sit there and pretend that I thought it was a valuable perspective and edit it and say, yes, your voice matters, and edit it, make it better. But yeah, seeing up close what the alleged best and brightest actually thought was pretty radicalizing.
And now she's probably like a circuit court judge or something.
I'm not sure exactly what she's doing now, but I know she went to law school, so you never know.
Yeah, or she's like an FBI agent or something. But no, that I think is an important thing to spend a little bit of time on, is that this was not University of Wisconsin-Madison, no offense to them. But this is the pipeline for our nation's decision makers.
Right. There was the South Park episode that kind of made fun of you a little. Yeah,
I think it was great.
Well, no, it was great.
Piece.
Well, but it was what I thought was funny. The students in that episode, the fake students, are trying to defend abortion rights or whatever, and say kind of normal liberal things. Honestly, what they're saying in South Park, the kind of fake, parodies of liberal students, was a lot more reasonable than what the kids at Yale were actually saying in 2015, right? It's not like they were saying, well, woman's right to choose and who are you to decide when life begins. No, I mean, this was full on, you cannot debate anything or disagree with any minority or you're racist. I mean, and it really, the sort of Fox News caricature was in fact accurate. I mean, there really was no daylight between how, I think, kind of conservative media portrayed those kids and how they were really behaving.
Yeah, and it's just horrifying because so many of them are now in places of power. Has it gotten worse or better since 2014 at Yale?
It probably, I would assume that in 2020 it got pretty bad. I think it kind of recovered a bit post 2015, then 2020 probably hit a nadir. And then, now with Trump in office, I expect that there is slightly more intellectual freedom in the classroom. I do get the sense conservative kids on campus are a bit more emboldened.
Forthright.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I would assume so. I will also tell you that the undergrad, as bad as that was never as crazy as Yale Law School, which went through a period of just absolute insanity where, from what my friends who attended it told me, it really was like Soviet communism.
I know you're not a Yale historian, but I mean, you do know the institution well. I mean, William F. Buckley obviously wrote God, Man, and Yale. I think that was the title. Yeah. Where, for our audience that doesn't quite follow this but knows it's a problem, where did this come from? Why is it that Yale would get to a place where you have to field an op-ed where someone says, I wrote down like that basically I should be able to dismiss or have a higher elevation of my opinion based solely on immutable characteristics. Where does that come from, and how is that? Why has that been taken seriously at our nation's elite institution?
I mean, that's obvious. I mean, we could have a hour or 2 hour conversation just about that question. I will say what I observed was that it was not the majority of students who actually believed that, but there was a kind of massive preference falsification. So what
does that mean?
So people would just pretend to go along with it, right, and would never
I think
pretend to believe it.
Right.
And one very illustrative example is that as the opinion editor of the YDN, I also had to write sort of the editorial that was the paper's position. And we would have meetings where we would decide what the paper's position should be. And during the meeting where we were supposed to decide what to say about the protests, it became clear right away that if you spoke up and said, hey, I think this is going too far, what about free speech? You were going to immediately be shouted down as a racist. And so no one did, but I had people come up to me afterwards and say, after we had basically democratically, quote unquote, decided to vote to endorse the protests, a lot of people told me, look, I didn't really agree with that. I have issues with the protests, but I felt like I couldn't speak. Yeah, I remember one girl in particular literally said that almost verbatim to me.
So much of this is just third grade peer pressure that just gets elevated to, and that's shouldn't be too surprising.
And you mentioned the New York Times earlier. I mean, some of these students, without naming names, did in fact go on to work at the New York Times.
Or the Washington Post.
Right. Which
I
then,
know some of them.
Yes, right. Which then
I could name their names.
Right. Which then 5 years later had its own kind of struggle sessions during George Floyd.
So I mean talk more about that. Again, I don't want to spend too much time on this, but what they do on the college campus doesn't stay there.
No.
It metastasizes into the next institution.
Yes. It metastasizes into media. And medicine is another big one. I mean, all of them really, corporate America, but I think medicine is a story that has not fully, I think, been appreciated. Just how?
How?
So I did a lot of reporting in.
We have these stories, by the way.
Yeah.
So, but keep going.
Yeah. So I had did a lot of reporting in late 2021, early 2022 about the effort to ration COVID drugs based on race.
We have it right here. It's one of your best, by the way. You deserve huge credit. I remember we covered this for days. Keep going.
Yeah, and so, I mean, these ideas about kind of race-based redistribution that we're inculcating in the academy did not stay confined to a critical race theory seminar at Harvard Law School. I mean, they became government policy in not just, a city or county, but in multiple U.S. states.
Everyone, we're entering interrupting your regularly scheduled programming to take you to the White House, where the First Lady, Melania Trump, is hosting a meeting of the White House Task Force on Artificial Intelligence in Education. Let's listen in.
Integrating AI in our own workforce at the department. So I am certainly, and maybe a little to the table later than some as an adapter, but clearly I certainly am now an adapter in utilizing some forms of AI, which I'm finding so incredibly helpful. And I bet that Barron is helping you with a little bit of this as well, and maybe charging you a little bit with that. I would think so. In supporting our current grantees, we've issued a Dear Colleague letter telling anyone who has received an ED grant that AI tools and technologies are allowable use of federal education funds. Our goal is to empower states and schools to begin exploring AI integration in a way that works best for their communities. And I'm next week actually going to go to the Alpha School in Austin, Texas, to see AI in action in the school, so I'm be anxious to report back and see how that works. We are prioritizing future investments as I've now made AI one of my priorities as secretary. This explicitly encourages the integration of AI in teaching, learning, and school operations. Any grant applications that come into the department that utilize AI will be more strongly considered, for their grants. Might even get some bonus points for that. We want to integrate AI at ED. We're exploring ways to utilize AI in our processes across the department, not to replace human judgment and work, but to make us more efficient and effective. And I think that should be a goal everywhere. ED is fully aligned with the Presidential AI Challenge and is encouraging students and educators to explore AI technologies with curiosity and with creativity. It's not one of those things to be afraid of. Let's embrace it. Let's develop AI-based solutions to real-world problems and cultivate an AI-informed, future-ready workforce. ED strongly supports the Pledge to America's Youth. We are thankful to the folks in the room today and many others who have made commitments to expand AI access and understanding across schools, very important across all over the country. And as I am touring and visiting schools of all kinds of different schools around the country, I will be looking to see how AI is being utilized and totally impressed by what I'm seeing. We are helping schools prepare every school, every child, every student for the AI-driven world.
Thank you, Secretary Rollins.
Well, first of all, I will turn my microphone on. First of all, I just want to say thank you all. I'm Brooke Rollins, and what a joy to be up here with my fellow cabinet members. Michael Kratsios, you are just a visionary. And I think back to the first term when we were able to work together. It's just incredible to see you lead and drive and cast a vision supported by so many incredible people here, and I know your team. But it's just a joy to see this incredible perhaps one of the most important issues, if not the most, that we have to address and embrace and build as a culture, as a society, as America. It's just so great. And to our incredible First Lady, it goes without saying that you're strong and steady leadership, and whatever you put your hand and your mind to is beyond what any of us could have hoped or imagined in terms of your leadership, your ability to move mountains for what you believe is important. I saw it with your Be Best campaign in the first term, and now to see you put your intellect and your heart and your work behind this is just incredibly encouraging. And as your friend, I'm just so grateful. So thank you for your leadership. And to all of our private sector partners in the room, I know we're going to get to hear from some of you. Many of you, again, we've worked together for some time, but this is the new Trump administration. This is. Thank you. I want to say that President Trump has been very clear The United States will lead the world in artificial intelligence. So for those of you that have made this a priority in the private sector, we're just so grateful for your leadership and your willingness to lean in and realizing that sometimes in our country things can get fairly divisive, but your willingness to lean in and to be part of the universal approach to solving these massive problems is just so appreciated. So thank you. I want to say that President Trump has been very clear. The United States will lead the world in artificial intelligence, period, full stop. Not China, not any of our other foreign adversaries, but America. And with the First Lady's leadership and the Presidential AI Challenge, we are making sure that our young people are ready to win that race. And I think that's why we're all here today. From my perspective as the Secretary of Agriculture and hyper-focused on rural America and returning the golden age of prosperity to every corner of this great country, I would like to say that far too often for those living and working in our rural parts of our country, that often those are left behind and do not always have the same access to the most recent technological innovations that our urban counterparts across the country do. We cannot let that happen with AI. The agricultural sector, who feeds and fuels and clothes the country, who provides the national security in terms of feeding ourselves and fueling ourselves, has the potential for a seismic shift driven by the integration of cutting-edge technologies like AI. While AI has already made some inroads in our farming practices and with our farmers and ranchers, its potential in agricultural education, and we're here to talk today about education, is equally transformative. From personalized learning experiences to predictive analytics for curriculum design, AI is reshaping how agricultural knowledge is imparted and absorbed. This is why USDA will leverage partnerships with 4-H, the Cooperative Extension System, and the National Future Farmers of America to bring the Presidential AI Challenge into the heart of rural America. With potential to reach nearly 6 million youth through 4-H and then 1 million through FFA, the sky really is the limit to change the future of rural America. Microsoft and FFA have already developed a partnership called Farm Beats for K through 12 students, where they can work with environmental sensor systems to monitor soil moisture and detect nutrient deficiencies. These changes will make our farmers more efficient and make our food supply more nutritious. In addition to amplifying the Presidential AI Challenge with our partners, USDA is well prepared to support research, extension, and education activities that promote the use of artificial intelligence. In fact, USDA led the way in the first Trump administration through the creation of 5 AI research institutes at our amazing land-grant institutions. This collaboration brought together government, academia, and industry and totaled over $100 million in investments in Trump 1 5, 6, 7 years ago to research the use of AI in agriculture. In addition to the cutting-edge research being conducted, a key tenet of these institutes is education and workforce development. We can point to many examples of this at USDA in supporting the training of an AI-ready workforce. Last month, we had an AI Institute for Resilient Agriculture at Iowa State University holding a workshop for over 250 farmers to show how the AI tools they developed can assist in pest identification and management. Also embedding AI education and apprenticeships into many of our USDA grant programs. While there is more work to be done and the sky is truly the limit, examples like Texas State University creating a technology and leadership education network focused on AI, providing apprenticeships, courses, and workshops to integrate precision agriculture, training youth and education about new agricultural technologies such as unmanned aerial systems at Tennessee State University, and over 600 high school students in Colorado being trained trained on advanced technologies for agriculture like robotics and automation. As I wrap today, before I hand it over to my amazing colleague, Lori Chavez-DeRimmer, our Secretary of Labor, there is so much we can do. And I want to, again, send my heartfelt thanks to Michael Kratsios, also to our incredible First Lady and her wonderful team, and everything that has been done to get us to this point today. With the commitment of First Lady Mrs. Trump, and with the commitment of our industry partners who are sitting with us on the dais, but also in the audience, and of course, with President Donald Trump's leadership, tomorrow's workforce will be ready and leading the way in innovation. America's future will be stronger, more secure, and second to no one. The American dream will thrive and prosper like never before. And at the heart of all of that will be the American worker. So at this point, I'd love to turn it over to Secretary Chavez-DeRimmer to talk a little bit about that. Thank you all.
Thank you, Brooke. Good afternoon. I'm Lori Chavez-DeRimmer, and it's really an honor to be here on behalf Madam First Lady, thank you so much for what you're doing in the initiative. And on behalf of the American worker, we have a lot of exciting updates from the Department of Labor, and so I'll be brief. Under the direction of President Trump, the Department of Labor has taken on decisive action to make sure that we are promoting AI literacy and skills training. While the primary focus of this group is preparing our youth, the future youth, congratulations. We are also advancing proposals to ensure all American workers are ready to thrive in an AI-driven economy. As you know, the President set out a goal to make America skilled again by providing more flexibility to state and local governments, including for artificial intelligence programs. Last month, the Labor Department issued guidance to state and local workforce agencies, encouraging the use of Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. Some of you know it as WIOA funds, to help develop those AI skills. This new guidance also clarified that states can use their governor's reserve funds for AI learning opportunities, helping increase training across the public workforce system. To further promote AI training, we have developed a set of priorities to expand AI-related apprenticeship opportunities. It's part of a comprehensive workforce strategy that we just published with the Department of Commerce and Education titled America's Talent Strategy, Equipping American Workers for the Golden Age. On-the-job training programs will help fill the mortgage-paying jobs that AI will create, while also enhancing the unique skills required to succeed in various industries. Expanding these opportunities is a key component of our strategy to reach the President's goal of 1 million new active apprentices across the United States. And finally, the Department of Labor has been very proactive in engaging with industry leaders to start the dialogue around what AI literacy looks like and how we can collaborate to help all American workers to succeed. My team has held dozens of meetings with industry stakeholders, as well as the governor's offices, state workforce agencies, and local workforce boards across the country. In the coming months, I will expect to have many more exciting announcements. We are working on developing the best practices for an effective AI literacy training and on a potential public-private partnerships that could play an important role in making AI training accessible to all American workers. I'd like to thank again the First Lady and everyone in this room for doing what you are all doing to prepare the American workforce for the jobs of the future. As I continue around my 50-state tour, and we've hit 32 states in the last 5 months, we'll continue to promote AI and its excellence. And it is going to be this initiative and this group and all of you out here in America to help us lead the way and tell those stories to the President. I look forward to the continuing collaboration and am confident in this era of American AI dominance. Thank you. Secretary Wright, accept you.
Thank you all for being here today for this just really, really important movement. At its essence, artificial intelligence takes electricity and turns it into intelligence, empowering Americans. At the Department of Energy, my biggest focus 7 days a week is how to grow our supply of electricity. Over the last 20 years, the United States has more than doubled our natural gas production and tripled our oil production, but have seen very little growth in our electricity production. We will not win at AI if we don't massively grow our electricity production. So that's taking a ship that hasn't moved much in a while and getting it supercharged. The other relevant activity we have at AI at the Department of Energy is through our national labs. We are working to take cancer from a death sentence for millions of Americans into manageable conditions across those by using the power of artificial intelligence. We're using artificial intelligence to harness fusion energy, something I worked on 40 plus years ago. We're using it to understand the basic fabric of the universe. So these incredible scientific endeavors, but perhaps the killer app, the most important use of AI is for education and to fix one of the greatest American shortcomings, our K-12 education system. I am so thankful and inspired by the First Lady to focus all of us. We've got to not leave our kids behind. We've been doing that for decades. We've got to fix our education system. AI is a transformative tool to do that. Michael Kratsios here is taking that bull by the horn and pushing it forward. I could not be more thrilled to be part of this effort. My wife and I have been in school trying to fix the school system for 30 years, through school choice, through school reform, through starting schools, through running camps, through doing everything we can. But with the leaders in this room and the leadership of the First Lady and Michael Kratsios, I think we can move the needle if we all dig deep in the next few years. God bless you, and thank you for being here.
Great. David?
All right, thank you. Everyone's already been thanked, but I also want to add my thanks to the First Lady for championing the Presidential AI Challenge and your clear dedication to America's school children. So thank you, Madam First Lady. And I also want to thank our OSTP Director, Michael Kratsios, for his tireless efforts leading this initiative as well, and also helping to make sure the U.S. dominates every part of the AI stack. From his first days in office this year, President Trump has shown visionary and decisive leadership in this critical technology of AI. And we've made, I think, amazing progress over the last 7 months. There's been too many wins to list all of them here, but I want to just mention a few. In the first week of his administration, President Trump rescinded hundreds of pages of unnecessary regulation, burdensome and unnecessary regulation on our AI model companies and on our chip companies. And instead, in lieu of that, he initiated the development of an AI action plan that we just released a few weeks ago. And at the action plan's unveiling, this was on July 23rd, President Trump gave, I think, a momentous policy speech on AI, which is the most important speech that's been given on AI by any official. And he made the pillars of our AI policy being pro-innovation, pro-infrastructure, pro-export, and pro-worker. And he also signed 3 executive orders that day to help further this policy. So the first was to make it easier to build new data centers and energy infrastructure. And thanks to President Trump's leadership, he's already attracted hundreds of billions of dollars of investment into the United States for data centers and energy infrastructure. And as he likes to say, the U.S. is the hottest country in the world right now. Thanks to his leadership. The second executive order established the American AI Exports Program to ensure American leadership across the world. We want to make sure that the American tech stack wins internationally as well. And the third executive order banned the federal government from procuring ideologically biased or woke AI. We want to make sure that AI only pursues truth, fairness, and impartiality. So I think those are just some of the amazing accomplishments that the administration has made over the last 7 months. As we meet here to discuss AI education and empowering America's children, it's still the very early days of this incredible industry, and I'm reminded of what President Trump said during that AI speech, that he said that American AI is like a beautiful baby that's just been born. We have to grow that baby and let that baby thrive. And he's absolutely right about that. And we have to enable our children to thrive with it. And let me acknowledge that when it comes to the topic of AI, there is a lot of fear out there. Some people think that AI is going to take all of our jobs. I really don't think that's going to happen. I think AI is going to unleash a productivity boom like we've never seen. It's going to make all of us more productive. It's going to make our jobs more satisfying. And there's an online quote that's been flying around that says, you're not going to lose your job to AI, but you might lose your job to someone who uses AI better than you. And I think there is some truth to that, that AI is going to be the ultimate boost for our workers, and it is important that they learn from an early age how to use AI, and that's why it's critical that our children learn AI, and that's why this program is so important to further AI education. And it's important, I think, to further it for school children in every part of America, every socioeconomic class or bracket, because this is really fundamental to equality of opportunity for every child in the country. And I just finally, the last thing I want to say is just that I want to thank all of the companies that are here today who have made pledges to donate their resources to AI education. I think this is really important. President Trump, in his AI speech, called on our technology companies to promote a new spirit of patriotism and national loyalty, and that's what you're all doing here today. So I think that's fantastic. And I think each of you of your companies and the nonprofits who are here today, they've recognized the opportunity to serve your fellow citizens and help build a great American future. You're all in for America. We really appreciate that. You're putting America first, and we look forward to hearing more about your contributions, and I think we'll do that next. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, David. I think now we'll briefly hear from three of our more than 135 generous pledge signers: Arvind Krishna from IBM, Cameron Wilson from Code.org, and Sundar Pichai from Google. Each say a few words about their contributions. So maybe Arvind, if you want to start.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a privilege to be here and contribute to help build America's AI-ready workforce. Let me begin by first thanking the First Lady, Mrs. Melania Trump, for helping lead this effort and galvanize all of us into contributing, but also to President Trump for all of his efforts around AI, as David just spoke about. Let me also thank the cabinet members who are here for all the efforts that they are putting into helping build America's AI-ready workforce. Addressing the AI skills gap is going to be essential for us to achieve what we all want to with AI contributing to America's leadership, but also to America's productivity. The President's AI Action Plan shows us the way to that future by empowering American workers to lead in the AI economy. As the plan highlights, U.S. companies also have a central role to play in building this workforce. By partnering with government agencies, nonprofit organizations, and communities, as well as educators, we can deliver the training that meets the demands of the labor market. IBM has long embraced this collaborative approach, and we are fully committed to upholding this responsibility. We are proud to join the pledge by committing to train 2 million American workers in cutting-edge AI skills over the next 3 years. We will do this through a groundbreaking program called IBM Skills Build, which we launched to help expand access to AI education, but also to create pathways for these high-demand technical roles. A quick example, Zach Switzer is a high school teacher at the John Marshall School of IT in Cleveland. He used IBM Skills Build to acquire the foundational knowledge himself, and then to give his students in turn that knowledge. These examples need to get multiplied 100 and 1,000-fold in order to bring these AI skills into the communities. Teachers like Zach in schools across the country can access AI learning through IBM Skills Build, adopt the modules into the classroom, and then help the students gain these valuable skills to take into the workforce and hopefully find a great paying job. This is only one of many success stories, but when it comes to meeting the growing demand for AI, no organization can do it alone. This is why IBM is proud to be part of the President's program and part of his National AI Education Initiative with its emphasis on collaboration across the different sectors. We look forward to working with the administration and with all of our partners to achieve these goals. Thank you. With that, Cameron Wilson of Code.org.
Thank you so much, and I deeply appreciate the invite today so that Code.org can come speak to you about our nonprofit work that we're doing around AI education. So just a few months ago, 450 CEOs, many of whom are in this room today, came together and called on states to require computer science and AI education for every student. Only 12 states do this today. These leaders really recognize the moment that we're in, which is AI education is the global competitiveness issue that faces us today. And we really need to meet this moment with an education system that provides students with AI education, and specifically, students really need to learn how AI works. They really need to understand the opportunities, the risks, the limits of AI, and the underlying computer science that is driving this innovation forward. Simply learning to use AI just won't be enough. We need to spark their curiosity and build their confidence so they can be agile as the workforce changes with AI, or as AI changes itself. And we need to empower them so that they can envision and really express how they can shape a better future with AI. Steve Jobs had a great quote he used to have, and it was why he loved to learn computer science, because it taught him to think differently about problems. And that doesn't change in the age of AI. So both the Presidential AI Challenge and the AI Executive Order recognize the moment that we're in. They will catalyze state-led efforts to help modernize our education system. And I want to thank the White House and the First Lady's leadership on this, because this is a priority we must place in our AI education system. Ever since Hadi Partovi and myself began the work about 12 years ago with Code.org, we've helped change the global education system by bringing computer science education to 100 million students worldwide. And we've passed policy reform to embrace and prioritize computer science education for all 50 states. And now that changes with involving AI education with computer science. So we're the global leader that brings together partners around students and teachers and administrators so that they can be part of this global education movement. And as part of the AI Executive Order, we're committing to evolving and expanding this movement by engaging 25 million learners, including students and teachers and parents in the Hour of AI this year. This will be for this school year. We're partnering, our goal is to partner with 25 states over the next 3 years to help promote and build out AI pathways, AI standards, and the AI Education Act. We're developing and scaling a new free open source high school course focused on AI, AI Foundations, which we plan to have reach about 400,000 high school students in the US by school year 28. And we want to provide free open source computer science and AI learning for about 9 million students, K-8 students by school year 28. Those are the things that we're committing to do to really transform our education system so that students can thrive in the age of AI. But we've always acted at Code.org with a broad community of partners, including teachers, and administrators, and parents, and leaders across all levels of government from all different parties. And particularly with our lead partners, Microsoft, Google, and Amazon, have always been a really unique contribution to our coalition, and numerous other companies that are in this room. Pulling together this broad coalition of leaders has been the unique strength that we've helped build this global movement. And with AI education, we have a chance to both reinvigorate and expand this movement so that we can fulfill our vision that every student has a chance to learn AI and computer science and modernize education. So we would love for any organization that wants to partner with us to help us bring computer science and AI to the next 100 million students over the next decade. So thank you very much. And I want to turn it over to
Mrs. Trump, Director Kratsios, esteemed cabinet officials, hello, and it's a real honor for me to be here to support the First Lady's Presidential AI Challenge. I think you're really inspiring young people to use technology in extraordinary ways. It's a deeply important issue for us as a company. At Google, we see AI as the most profound way we'll deliver on our mission and transform knowledge and learning. We really imagine a future where every student, regardless of their background or location, can learn anything in the world in a way that works best for them. We've been really focused on this for decades. It's why we built Chromebooks for every classroom, why we have worked to make our AI model, Gemini, one of the best models for learning. It's why we are offering our Gemini for Education to every high school in America. We are providing access to every high school student and every teacher with our best AI tools, including guided learning. We recently committed $1 billion over the next 3 years to support education and job training programs in the US. And today, I'm excited to share that $150 million of that $1 billion will go towards grants to support AI education and digital well-being. This includes support to code.org to transform its curriculum and integrate new AI features. We're also providing support to the Flourish Fund to support nonprofits, helping youth aging out of the foster care system with tools to succeed in the workplace. For college students, our AI for Education Accelerator has expanded from 100 colleges and universities to 200, including the Texas A&M University System and Iowa's community colleges. And we've set up a centralized place for teachers and parents to get all our best AI training in one place, something we've heard can be really helpful. This is all in the service of helping the next generation to solve problems, fuel innovation, and build an incredible future. These are all goals we all share. We are incredibly thankful for the partnership and the leadership from the First Lady, the President, and the administration, and for showing us the way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sundar, and thank you all to our distinguished guests. As we work to invest in America's children, America's future, we're really grateful for all of your support. For everyone out there, if you go to AI.gov, all of the tremendous contributions and commitments that everyone has made can be seen there, and I think it's going to be a really, really special thing for all students, parents, and educators this school year. And lastly, my special thanks once again to the First Lady for being here with us today. Thank you. So this concludes our White House Task Force on AI Education second meeting, and we very much look forward to working with all of you again soon.
Watching the task force, the White House Task Force on Artificial Intelligence Education. It was hosted by First Lady Melania Trump. You heard a number of cabinet members speak during this particular panel in which they talked about the importance of artificial intelligence and, more specifically, how artificial intelligence can be used specific to their sector, specific to their government agency, and just in general in American life. Again, the task force just wrapping up. This was a task force on artificial intelligence education, and this task force was chaired or hosted, today's meeting was hosted by the First Lady Melania Trump. We'll, of course, have more coverage, of this task force throughout the day. But for now, let's get you back to the Charlie Kirk Show.
This has been a live special report. We now join our programming already in progress.
America Fest is the starting point for us to take America to greater heights in 2025. We have a team that is ready to change the world and bring America back to greatness.
Experience the greatest celebration of America. 4 days, thousands of patriots, the loudest voices, the strongest leaders, featuring Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Jesse Waters, Greg Gutfeld, Grant Cardone, Rob Schneider, Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles, Glenn Beck, Riley Gaines, Todd Chrisley, Savannah Chrisley, and more. December 18th to 21st in Phoenix, Arizona. The movement meets here. You won't want to miss this. Register now at amfest.com.
You guys know how it works. Open mic. We're going to be here for a couple hours, so get comfortable. So you would get rid of all borders. Yes. What species is the baby in the womb?
It's a human.
Therefore, they should have human rights.
No.
He's a liar. You're a typical leftist because you only care about yourself, not about the other people. It's very clear by how you're acting. What can I do to save the country? You answer that question every single day. You are doing something that is bigger than you.
A lot of people. How are we doing?
I'm on the move like a runaway. Turn it back up and got to pace. I do not care what the others say. Listen, I told you that I did not come to play. We about to take it to higher heights. History's waiting when I arrive. Today is the dawn of a new, and I'm about to show them that they cannot hold me down. When you won't win, then you learn from your losses. We came from the bottom and now we the bosses. The future is yours, so what will you choose?
the TikTok Economic Impact. That is TikTokeconomicimpact.com. TikTok has helped U.S. businesses contribute over $24 billion for the U.S. economy. That's real money flowing into small businesses, like Arizona Taco King, who went viral on TikTok and hit $1.3 million in sales in their first year. Now they're hiring more staff just to keep up. Or Bluff Cakes, who started as a home baking side hustle and became a national cookie brand. Or She Mechanic, whose business has tripled in just 1 year with help from TikTok. TikTok is helping small businesses thrive, and that's adding up to more jobs, more growth, over $24 billion flowing into the U.S. economy. Go to TikTokeconomicimpact.com. That is TikTokeconomicimpact.com. You have to wonder, I mean, and everybody knows this, that the quality of hospital care has gone down the last 20 years. It's just anecdotally.
Yeah, and the other thing I would say, too, that there's another dynamic here, which is maybe only, say, 20% of the kids are really struggling and the rest are fine. But because you don't want to flunk those bottom 20%, you have to make the classes easier for everyone to avoid the bottom 20% flunking out. And so the top kids don't get the same quality of education. So they might still be good, but they won't be as good, right? And so there's this kind of progressive mediocritization of the medical profession driven by this sort of bottom 20% dragging kids.
So I have to read this. This is one of my favorite paragraphs. I just saw this. Led by Lucero, who you introduced earlier in the piece, she also serves, or I think it's she, as the as the vice chair of the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion of UCLA's anesthesiology department.
Yes.
So let me just understand this. So the practice of administering general anesthesia, which is incredibly important. People die way too much, and thankfully we're one of the leaders in the world. What is it says the admissions committee routinely gives Black and Latino applicants a pass for subpar metrics for people who served on it said, while whites and Asians need perfect scores to be considered. What is steel man that argument for me? Why does an anesthesiology department need a DEI office?
That argument's pretty hard to steel man. I mean,
at some point, you're super smart. You went to Yale. You're part of the debate club. What is the argument for that? We're trying to figure, we need your body weight. We need to figure out how long, the mixture of these very, very powerful chemicals.
The argument you would hear is that somehow
the white anesthesiologist will murder the black person.
Maybe we have implicit bias, and so if we don't correct the implicit biases, we won't really get the most qualified anesthesiologist. Yeah, look, it's silly. It's silly.
It just collapses. But this, you pointed on something. So implicit bias, that would be their argument probably, or their argument would be like, hey, a white anesthesiologist, they don't know the struggle of the black woman they're about to put under, and so she needs someone that knows the struggle of being a black woman. I'm sorry, you're administering drugs to go under surgery. Don't you want the best?
Yeah.
But definitionally, don't you want, you can die under general anesthesia.
Yeah.
It's very high stakes.
Yes. And this has always been the kind of canonical argument against racial preferences, right? Well, do you care if your surgeon is black or white?
But it's like in front of us. It's not, I know. Not theoretical.
I know. And there's another detail in the story where she apparently, according to at least one or two people, said that so when they do residency admissions, which is a different thing, that's for when they're actually admitting basically like trainee doctors who've already graduated medical school. They have this sort of rank list of who they want to admit, and she advocated for bumping a white candidate down many slots because she thought, well, we already have enough white people. And I think that ultimately was reversed, but still, she was explicitly saying we should, move the rank of different candidates around based on race and the residents would be actually performing anesthesiology. So
again, of all the places I have a DEI office, if you want to have the DEI office at the Department of Labor, I'm going to fight that, but you can maybe make like a stronger anesthesiology.
Yeah. Not where I would put it.
Not where I would put it. That's if anything other than making sure the patient wakes up is the mission statement of an anesthesiology department. No good. After a Native American applicant was rejected in 2021, Lucero chewed out the committee and made members sit through a 2-hour lecture on Native history. What is this all about? So there was a struggle session administered by this DEI anesthesiology czar?
Yeah, I guess so. And I think that struggle session was, if I remember right, delivered by her sister.
Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. Native American history delivered by her own sister.
Yeah. So and again, it's also, this is the other thing. It's just a time suck too. Like there's something
drain.
else.
I mean,
we haven't even gotten to what they did to their curriculum at UCLA, which was to make all the kids take a required structural racism and health equity class. And in that class, I mean, they literally learned, one of the readings said that fat phobia was medicine's status quo, and said that the concept of obesity enacts violence on fat people.
More with Andrew and Aaron Sabarium tomorrow. Talk to you then. God bless. See you soon.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on the screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath & Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie-cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Hey, Real America's Voice family. Are you on Getter yet? No? What are you waiting for? It's free. It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
And the best part?
You can watch Real America's Voice right there on Getter.
Live.
So join the conversation.
Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news, we're delivering the truth, and we're doing it on Getter
every single day.
So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community.
Happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is king.
I want to go into Chicago and I have this incompetent governor that doesn't want us. Do you know that this weekend 72 people were shot in Chicago? I'm embarrassed to say it in front of the president of Poland.
This morning, Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. set to testify on Capitol Hill amid turmoil at the CDC and backlash to his vaccine policy. Kennedy defending the direction he has taken the public health agency, saying he's working to restore public trust.
Are you saying that the mRNA vaccine has never been associated with myocarditis or pericarditis in teenagers?
I am simply.
Is that what you're trying to tell us?
I am simply trying to say that the people that you have put on that panel, after firing the entire...
You're evading the question.
The state of Florida plans to end all vaccine mandates for children. They say Florida will phase out all of the long-standing vaccine mandates put in place to protect children against diseases like polio and measles.
You've expressed many times your frustration and disappointment with Putin, but there's no action.
How do you know there's no action? Would you say that putting secondary sanctions on India, the largest purchaser outside of China, they're almost equal, would you say there was no action? That cost hundreds of billions of dollars to Russia. You call that no action?
The new president of Poland was here at the White House today, aiming to strengthen his relationship with President Trump. One goal that the president of Poland had going into this was getting reassurance from President Trump that the American soldiers on the ground in Poland will remain there.
They've long wanted to have a larger presence. We have some countries that have more, not too many, but no, they'll be staying in Poland. We're very much aligned with Poland.
The U.S. is set to, quote, wage war on narco-terrorist organizations. That remark from Secretary of State Marco Rubio just a day after a U.S. military strike on a boat allegedly carrying drugs from Venezuela. The week's events have heightened tensions with Venezuela and President Nicolas Maduro, who President Trump claims is in control of a notorious criminal organization overseeing the drug trade.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily. We are here live, Washington, D.C. Today is September 4th, 2025, Anno Domini. As you can see, we are not normally in the place where we film. We're not also in our new studio because we are here on the sidelines of the National Conservatism Conference 2025, which is being held here in the nation's capital, the now freest city and safest city in America, Washington, D.C. So what we've done is we're going to sit down and go through a series of talks, some interviews, some sit-downs, and a plenary address that was given by myself earlier today. We're going to play that in full for you here on the program. And why come to the National Conservatism Conference? Why hold a National Conservatism Conference? What does it even mean? Well, to me, the idea of national conservatism is when we look at all of the issues in our country right now, what is the biggest one? The biggest one are these questions of what are nations? Do nations exist? Well, I say they do. Now, some people will tell you that nations are just economic extraction zones or just lines on a map, but I disagree. I think a nation is its people. I think the people come first, and then the people form a nation. That's clearly what our founding fathers believed. That's clearly what the pioneers on the frontier believed. They believed they were forging a nation. They were fighting for a nation. They were creating something from nothing when they came to America. That was the pioneer spirit, and that's been lost. That's absolutely been lost, and we have these policies now in place where people like the Mamdanis and the Jayapals and the Mohammeds come over and can take power over our cities and over our people. And obviously, there's a problem with that. There's a problem with policy, there's a problem with thinking, there's a problem with rhetoric, and I'm hoping that we can now begin to address that and do so from a perspective where people understand that this fight is about national identity. And national identity exists because nations exist, and nations are different. That's what the point is of different nations. It all goes all the way back to the Bible and the Tower of Babel. We are not meant to be one global morass of mush the way the globalists would have it. No, we are absolutely diverse and multicultural nations, but you cannot have multiculturalism in one nation, or that nation will be torn apart. Diversity isn't our strength, unity is. So you have to have something to unite around. That's why when I come in and I say, oh, you know, I'm totally against burning the American flag, that's what I mean. I mean having unity around those shared, protected national symbols. And that's why they do deserve a special protection beyond other things that are protected in our society. But let's cut the crap for a second. Obviously, burning a flag is not the same thing as speech. An act of violence and vandalism and burning is not the act of using speech or engaging in speech, writing speech, drawing a cartoon. Obviously, it is something else. And so when we look towards the National Conservatism Conference and when we have the ability to debate these ideas and to sit down and actually have these discussions, we can then learn. And we can see what works, what doesn't work. We can see what is popular, what is not popular. And so one of the great speeches that was held here was, what is an American? I think that actually is a seminal speech and a seminal question for us, where we are and who we are. We have to define it, because this idea that anyone can magically become an American just because you cross our borders and they hand you a piece of paper is not working. It's not working out for New York. It's not working out for Detroit. It certainly isn't working in Minneapolis. And so hopefully we can be here at the National Conservatism Conference, debate these ideas, hash it out, and come forward working with the Trump administration, who sent a lot of people here today, to be able to figure out what way to go forward to save our country and hopefully save every country that is facing this problem. So we'll be right back. Jack Posobiec, we're here at the National Conservatism Conference, Human Events Daily on Real America's Voice.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2. Plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3. When you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
If your flow doesn't go like it used to, if it's pee o'clock again, it could be an enlarged prostate blocking the way. The Urolift system is a minimally invasive, non-destructive treatment for men 45 and over that simply lifts the problem out of the way. Ask your urologist about the Urolift system. Most common side effects are temporary and can include discomfort when urinating, urgency, inability to control the urge, pelvic pain, and some blood in the urine. Rare side effects, including bleeding and infection, may lead to a serious outcome and may require intervention. The Urolift system for rapid symptom relief.
Nothing will stand in our way, and our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the National Conservatism Conference, my fellow Americans, to my friends and especially to my enemies. I have a message for all of you specifically. You are losing and we are winning. Make no mistake, the tide has turned. For years, they told us our cause was hopeless. They told us that borders were just imaginary lines on a map, that crime was the new normal, and that America must bleed its sons and daughters in forever wars all around the world with no end. But today, we stand here with proof in our hands that they were wrong and we were right. Look at our nation's capital, where we are right now. Washington, D.C., once a lawless symbol of decay, has now changed, seemingly overnight. Washington, D.C., as we stand here now, is now the safest city in the United States of America. And how? How did we do this? Because we had the courage to bring the tools at our disposal. We brought in the National Guard. We enforced the law. We gave police the resources that they needed. We said enough was enough. And Washington, D.C. has now gone from a punchline to a model that we will replicate around the country. That is victory. And we know who showed us the way. President Donald J. Trump. The man who stood up and said, America first is not a slogan, it is a mission. And special thanks as well to President Nayib Bukele of El Salvador, because you proved that when you fight crime with courage, when you take your nation back from the gangs, safety and order can be restored. These men gave us a blueprint, and it is our job now to carry it forward. And that fight, my friends, is not just here at home. Because for decades, our military strategy was wasted in forever wars, in deserts halfway around the world, chasing ghosts, while our own communities suffered and decayed. But the sea change is here, because we are done dying in wars that never end. Instead, we are bringing the fight to where it belongs, against the cartels that are poisoning our children, that are killing our families, these criminal networks that have been waging direct war on our people every single day. Ladies and gentlemen, the military strikes on the cartels have begun. And let me tell you something, the only thing that I want for Christmas this year is more cartel strikes. Folks, this is what it means to fight for America, and this is what it means to win. But I want to shift gears a little bit, because I want to tell you about something that the globalists never want you to question. And this is a fantasy that has been pushed for years in this country, particularly since the post-war era. And this fantasy is something called the blank slate. Now, what do I mean about the blank slate? Well, blank slaters believe that people all around the world are interchangeable cogs. They say that anyone from anywhere can be dropped in America, and then poof, overnight, they're a red-blooded American. Ladies and gentlemen, that's not reality. That is reality. Go look at the propaganda. It's everywhere. And it's very simple. But we can see when a great city like New York, our greatest city, is on the precipice of being run by a Zoran Mamdani, I think we realize that something has gone absolutely wrong and something has to give. Because as I stand here today, we are less than 10 years away from one of America's great cities being run by a Mohammed. We know it's coming, we can call it out, and it is time to say enough is enough, something has to give. These people are not American, they do not want to be American, they do not want to assimilate, and they are not interested in assimilation. And I say, if they don't want to be part of this country, they can go home. Look around the world. Look around the world. Korea is Korean. Saudi Arabia is Saudi. Africa is African. I personally moved to China myself. I lived there for 2 years. I learned to speak Mandarin Chinese. 打倒共产党，打倒共产党。我跟你说，我真的会讲中文的，就是的。But take a look at me, folks. I'm not Chinese. I'm just not. I'm never going to be Chinese. It is a fantasy. And if I ran around telling you that I was Chinese, you would call me a lunatic, and you would be right. You see, when it comes to gender fluidity, the right seems to get this right and understands it, but at the same time, many seem to support this idea of nation and national fluidity. This is based on a discredited fantasy of the blank slate. Nations survive because they defend their identity. They don't pretend that they are blank slates. And this is serious, because what happens when we open the floodgates to mass migration? Do we get one united America? No. We get a fractured America, and that's the situation that we've been in for a long time. We get mini nations growing inside our own borders, little Bangladeshes, little Kabuls, little Mogadishus. Do these mass migrants suddenly erase centuries of culture? Do they erase their old loyalties? Do they bring those loyalties? No. They bring the loyalties with them. They bring the conflicts with them as well. And then we're told that we have to celebrate it even when it divides us. Well, I will tell you something. Diversity is not our strength. Unity is our strength. And this is a huge problem, because we live in a time and age where technology plays a huge role here. Because of this technology, you have the ability for these nations to essentially still live in their home nation. They present themselves as still being members of their home nation. They say this in their own words. Go listen to Omar Fatah up there in Minneapolis. Go listen to some of the things that these people say. They refer to Somalia as their homeland. And I say, when they tell you what they believe, you should listen. It's really simple. We don't want entire towns where the American flag has been replaced by a foreign one. If you want to wave another flag, then you are free to do so on the flight back home. And if you want to burn our flag, you can take a trip to jail. The truth is, it's simple. Some people can assimilate, but many are not interested to. That's not bigotry, that's reality. And pretending otherwise is destroying our nation. The blank slate is dead. Nations are not interchangeable. People are not interchangeable. And America is not just dirt that you stand on and trod beneath your feet. A nation is a culture, a history, our faith, our tradition, and our people. So this is what I say. No more lies, no more blank slate, no more mass migration that turns America into someone else's homeland. Because what happens if we lose that? Well, if we lose that, then you lose the soul of America. And if you lose the soul of America, then there is no America left to save. And I promise you this, we will never, ever let that happen. Every year, we see millions upon millions of people coming into our country on these temporary visas, worker visas, student visas, tourist visas, and every year they break their word. They commit fraud, they commit scams, they commit schemes. They break our laws and they don't go home. That is not immigration. That is invasion. That is invasion and infiltration. And we're going to tell you who is behind it, because we're going to name names of the biggest violators of our immigration laws. The three biggest are China, India, and Mexico. China sends in waves of these so-called students every single year. Many are tied directly back to the Chinese Communist Party. And you can just open the newspaper or Human Events and the Post-Millennial. I see their editor-in-chief right here in the front row. And you can see stories every single day of the theft of American research, in many cases national security research, in many cases government-funded, U.S. government-funded research that is stolen and sent back to the Chinese Communist Party. Then we also see these cases where they overstay, they steal our technology, and they treat America like a buffet line. In fact, the Chinese national just recently stole the entire source code of XAI, and I believe handed it over to OpenAI. Then you have India. India milks the H-1B system dry, replacing American workers in our own tech companies, undercutting wages, and they're laughing all the way to the bank. That's why President Trump is coming in with the tariffs now, and people got really mad when I said this online. But ladies and gentlemen, we got to end the scam calls, and I think a great way to do that would be tariff every single one of these call centers. We know they're going on overseas. We know exactly where they're coming from. We know how to do this. They say, oh, Jack, you can't do that. That's not a service. Okay, midwits, with the word thinking, let's just stop for a second and understand. The United States Constitution authorizes the government to impose duties and imports on any foreign commerce. So guess what? There's nothing in the Constitution that says we can't, and in fact, we are going to. And Mexico, right? And Mexico. 90% of these seasonal visas, the work visas, go to Mexico. And every time, thousands upon thousands of these workers don't ever return. A temporary visa turns into a permanent stay. Ladies and gentlemen, that is not guest work. That's permanent trespass. That is invasion. So I say, you know what? No more. If you cannot abide by our rules, if you cannot follow the laws that have been written down, and if you do not understand that the ability to come to the United States is not a right, it is a privilege, then you lose the privilege because you have broken our rules. So no more endless visas for China, no more endless visas for India, and no more endless visas for Mexico. America is not a revolving door, it is a sovereign nation. It's really simple. I mean, I'm a dad. I say the same thing to my kids. If you abuse the privileges, you lose them. It's really that simple, ladies and gentlemen. And so if these countries continue to refuse the rules, the answer is simple. We're going to stop. Stop issuing these visas for China. Stop issuing visas for India, and stop issuing visas for Mexico. If you can't obey the rules, then you will lose the privilege. It is simple as that. From now on, folks, we will put American workers first. We will put American families first, and we will put the American nation first. Ladies and gentlemen, God bless you all here at the National Conservatism Conference. God bless America, and God bless the American people. Thank you very much.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
The poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time.
This is the home of Galina. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. If you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
If you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives.
You know, they talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, who's done a great job.
We're back here, Human Events Daily. As you can see, we're on the sidelines of the National Conservatism Conference here in Washington, D.C. Just saw the great speech that we did earlier. Hope you like that. And then, of course, we're sitting down now with Administrator Kelly Loeffler of the Small Business Administration. But first, I wanted to tell you guys and really ask you a question. Right? I got a question for everybody. Are you feeling a little bit off since COVID, or if you are one of the people who got the vaccine, well, you're not alone. And new research backs this up. Let me explain. In a groundbreaking study, Risk Stratification for the Future Cardiac Arrest After the Jab, Dr. Peter McCullough highlights an alarming rise in sudden cardiac events among young and previously healthy individuals. His study found that tiny hidden patches of heart inflammation, often missed by doctors, could silently be building up, leading to sudden heart attacks during exercise or sleep. That is why the wellness company created the 3-in-1 Ultimate Spike Detox, crafted with 100% natural ingredients, specifically designed to help your body clear harmful spike proteins, reduce inflammation, and support heart health. Don't wait until symptoms strike. Experience the only formula approved and used by Dr. Peter McCullough, a top freedom-fighting doctor who risked it all. Head to twc.health/POSO and use promo code POSO to get 10% off plus free shipping. That's twc.health/POSO and use promo code POSO to get 10% off. Get back to that pre-COVID feeling. Well, folks, we're here at the National Conservatism Conference. I got to say, this is an incredible event. You've got great speakers from members of the U.S. cabinet, President Trump's cabinet, and then just a wide array of people who, yes, there's differences of opinion. Not everyone who agrees with me, but that's fine. They're perfectly within their rights to be wrong, and I'm more than happy to correct them when they're being wrong. But no, there's been a great, I would say, camaraderie of ideas here, and I really appreciate the work that they're doing, the ability they've had. And there's been some great debates here, and I like the idea that, yes, some of these ideas are going to be controversial. Absolutely. That's the whole point, because we're figuring out what the problems that we have in our society are right now and what are the best ways to think about them. And one of those people who's really at the forefront of it is Administrator Kelly Loeffler, who sat down with her today. We're very excited to be here sitting down in Washington, D.C. We're on the sidelines of the National Conservatism Conference, and we're with the administrator of the SBA, Kelly Loeffler. Great to see you, Kelly.
Great to be with you, Jack.
Well, we've had a couple of interesting weeks together. You just came back, and we were there, the Polish inauguration. Tell me a little bit about that, and then what it was like being with the two presidents.
Well, first of all, it was such an incredible honor to lead the U.S. presidential delegation to Poland for President Nawrocki's inauguration, and great to run into you there. It was amazing.
It was wonderful, and thank you again for dressing in the Polish colors of red and white today.
Yeah,
you're still representing.
After the great meeting at the White House yesterday,
yes.
1 month later. No, it was an incredible inauguration, but also a moment in history. I mean, I really think President Trump changed the outcome of this election for the better of Poland, for the Polish people, and actually for our partnership. They're a model ally, not just in terms of NATO, but in terms of economic, energy, defense, all these important areas that Poland is just punching above their weight, and they're growing. They're now a $1 trillion economy, as President Nawrocki said yesterday. So it's been a really incredible thing to be a part of, and I'm now advocating to all my friends and family to visit Poland.
I've coming from a Polish family, and you grow up in the U.S. Polish, and you hear all the schoolyard taunts and all the rest, and I would fire right back. Don't get me wrong. I got plenty of Italian jokes, Irish jokes, all the rest. But it's really been amazing to see what Poland has done and to show that it can be done. And it's a testing bed, I think, for so many of these ideas that we see come in the United States. Public law and order, fighting for your culture and your identity against tremendous external forces and outside pressures, and showing that it can be done, and it can be done with love, and it can be done with faith.
Absolutely, and you mentioned faith. I mean, this was what impressed me so much, and I think we're seeing this in America, a return to faith, but an unapologetic embrace of Christianity, of the Catholic faith. And it's so powerful that we went right from the inaugural events into Catholic Mass. and the prayers at the tomb of the unknown soldier, the important grounding of that in that culture really reverberates, back to Pope John Paul's visit to Warsaw. I mean, so much of the history is so rich, and I think we're getting back to our Judeo-Christian foundations in America finally, and I think it's going to mean so much to millions of people.
Well, I think it's when these cultural warriors launched all of this. What was the first thing they went after? Was God in the public square, and they said, whatever you believe in is fine in private, but don't bring that out in public. Well, I think that hasn't quite worked out very well for us.
It hasn't. And in fact, we're actually taking meaningful steps at the SBA to reverse that. We're seeing it all over the federal government. There's a task force to ensure that Christians and religion and religious freedom are not suppressed anymore in this country. But there was a concerted effort that started probably long before the Obama administration, but amid that time, and then accelerated during the Biden administration. So we have to be vigilant. I'm grateful to President Trump that he's restoring a dialogue about faith and religious freedom in this country.
Well, and I know that this is tied to, because your office has really been fighting debanking and this practice that's going on. We've talked to ranchers who are facing this because they don't like the practices of the Tumaha or to some certain policies, and we face or people for religious beliefs and or freedom of speech issues. How is the SBA fighting this debanking that we've seen going on?
Yeah, so President Trump signed an executive order to end debanking, to return fair banking to all Americans. It shouldn't have to even do an EO about that. It should be a business practice. But under Obama, it started with Operation Choke Point, where they targeted certain businesses and started using reputational risk as a criteria for bank examinations. And so banks got very concerned about banking certain clients, particularly in the 2A space, for example, gun manufacturers, ammunition, gun stores. But then it spread, obviously, to other places, and it ended up being pro-life or Christians or conservatives. So this was happening over and over. Obviously, under Biden, Choke Point 2.0 came up. And so now, and we've even seen it at the regulatory level. So OCC, FDIC, the Federal Reserve, were doing bank examinations based on reputational risks of clients. When shareholders tried to sue to stop that, to say we should be maximizing shareholder return in banking for anyone who's a legal business, the Biden administration blocked those shareholder proposals to stop debanking. That's how activist this government got. So we put out a letter to our 5,000 banking clients at the SBA demanding any examples of debanking and to end that practice, which thankfully the federal regulators are also working hard to end. The Federal Reserve Board withdrew their guidance to end evaluation on reputational risk. So we're going to get there, but it's a culture shift that undoes a lot of the damage over the last 16 years.
Hi, I'm Caleb, and this is my story. I was born with osteogenesis imperfecta, or brittle bone disease. I have broken my bones almost 200 times, and I have had 11 surgeries. But I didn't let that stop me. I love to bike ride, climb, race, and I'm learning how to stand and walk. Well, I can only do all of this because of generous people like you and Shriners Hospitals for Children.
And for the past 100 years, Shriners Children's has become family to millions of kids. But it's only possible because of people like you.
Shriners Hospitals for Children is only able to provide this world-class, life-changing medical care because of the generous gifts of people just like you.
Because of you, I can ride my bike. I can play basketball. Because of people like you, I can play the trombone. I can smile.
Will you send your love to the rescue today?
When you go online to loveshriners.org, you'll help make all of this possible for kids like me. Like me. Like me.
When you say yes to giving just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a reminder of all the kids you're helping every day.
Your gift, no matter how small, can help a child today.
This is your moment to make a difference.
When you pick up your phone, I know you have it right there. and call to give. You're helping kids like me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, please call again or give right away at loveshriners.org.
Your gift makes a difference. Thank you for giving.
For National Preparedness Month, 4 Patriots is doubling your solar generator power. I'm former Navy SEAL Cade Courtley. When you get the powerful Patriot Power Generator 2500X, we're going to give you the expansion pack that doubles its power absolutely free. It's part of a bonus package worth over $2,800. All yours, all free. But you have to act now. This historic deal ends September 30th. Go to 4patriots.com now before it's gone forever.
And Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
Well, this almost sounds like a something that the Chinese Communist Party would do. This social credit score. We of course saw this in with some of the wokeness and CRT ratings and the DEI ratings that they were given in the market, and it seems like they were doing the same thing in the banks.
That's right. I mean, it's kind of like a greenwashing of everything. Like, hey, look over here. We're green. We're part of the climate circus. Don't look over here where we're suppressing law-abiding Americans' ability to not just grow a business, but even start a business, to start a philanthropy. I mean, there's well-documented examples of this. In fact, even Elizabeth Warren has said they have 12,000 examples of debanking at the CFPB.
She's no fan of the banks,
fan. But, at the same time, I think, banks that we have talked to are happy to get out of the politicization business as long as regulators aren't going to ding them. And so we have to make sure that we're not okaying it at the commercial level and we're not okaying it at the government level. We want to shine a bright light on it in the practice and get back to helping America grow. And that's what the SBA is doing.
Well, and I believe the president, I think the first lady herself also experienced
That's right. This. Absolutely. The family, I was debanked in my campaign. So over and over, same thing happened on the legal side. And to see that happening, you ask yourself, is this a one-off or is this not right? But it snowballed, and you just saw cases and cases. So those days are coming to an end. In addition, at the SBA, the Biden administration had blocked religious adjacent businesses from getting federal disaster loans illegally. And so now we've reversed that, and we're able to go back and give dozens of faith-based organizations, churches, small businesses, loans that they deserve when they need it most, when they're hit by a flood or a tornado or a hurricane. So all these illegal practices were happening within the federal government.
And so many of those businesses are in the Bible Belt, and that's what has been hit over the last couple of years by floods, hurricanes, and everything else lately.
And they're the ones that are there for their communities. I was in Texas at the tragic floods that happened over 4th of July. It's the churches that are helping the communities recover. They're marshaling resources. They're serving as a point of prayer and of providence for people. And the Biden administration had illegally shut that off. So we're back to, the way America runs, should run.
America is a way of life, and obviously we should be always supporting that way of life in every level of government. Talk to me about a little bit more on the business side, though. So SBA is obviously turning things up as well. President Trump has put business front and center. He is a businessman, so I'm sure you have lots of conversations with him about that. What has he given you the directive for, and how are you executing?
Well, first of all, it's an incredible honor to serve as President Trump's administrator of the Small Business Administration, because as President Trump says, small business is big business. It's 99% of every business in America is classified as a small business. They create 2 out of every 3 new jobs. And in fact, 98% of all manufacturers in America are small businesses. So it's our defense contractors who rely on those small manufacturers to produce sub-assemblies and other services. So really, if we didn't have the 600,000 small manufacturers in this country that employ 5 million Americans and soon to employ millions more with the $15 trillion that President Trump has brought into this country already, we wouldn't be able to build things. And the media narrative is we can't do it. We need to rely on the Chinese Communist Party to build things for us because we're not capable. That's not true. We sent a man to the moon. We built airplanes. We've created AI and chips and fracking and all the things that power this economy toward exceptionalism that we're returning to. So without small business, though, that engine of Main Street, of job creation, and really of hope of our communities, like the community I grew up in. I grew up on a farm near a town of 600. There were two businesses in that community besides the grade school, a grain elevator and a union training center. When the jobs left our town, the last business, the union training center, closed. That meant there was no training, there were no apprenticeships, and there were no jobs. And these communities, thousands of them have been left behind. It crushed millions of dreams. And President Trump believes in the American worker. He believes in American industry. He knows that's going to restore this country. And that's why this fair trade effort is so important. It's not just about collecting tariffs. It's about making our country safe and prosperous again, because we've been on the receiving side of really predatory trade practices by hundreds of countries around the world.
I spent time living and working in Shanghai, and in my, even before I joined the military, and my job at very low level, but helping U.S. businesses try to sell into the Chinese market, and it's almost impossible. It's almost impossible.
That's right.
The trade goes one way, and then when you try to bring anything over, we had Hershey's chocolate at one point. It was a client. I'm from Pennsylvania, so that they put me kind of on that one, and or even Disney when they were trying to get in, and it was so hard, the hoops you had to jump through to be able to do this, movies and all the rest. But then when it comes to this way around, when we throw up anything, they immediately scream trade war.
Yeah, it's not just the monetary trade barriers, the collecting a tariff on our pickup trucks, which we cannot sell in Europe.
Nope.
Can't come across, it's 40%, whatever the tariff. It's the non-tariff trade barriers, like you said, the hoops you have to jump through. And that has really put up walls. And small businesses are the ones that bear the brunt of it. The rest of the world can sell into a small business's market in the United States, but a small business is shut off from the rest of the world because of the non-tariff trade barriers. And that's why President Trump's fair trade policy is so vital to the survival of this country and restoring our way of life. Because if we can't make things here anymore, if we can't compete on a level playing field, what are we supposed to do? Continue to be dependent on the Chinese Communist Party for our pharmaceuticals?
No, it's ridiculous. And you mentioned from a national security perspective as well. I can remember so many times, and obviously can't get into too much of it, where, working in Navy intelligence and you're, working on some project and you have this, and when I was there, this is sort of when UAVs and drones were really kind of becoming the new wave. Now they're here, obviously. We can't rely on other countries for those things. We need to make them in-house, but every so often you need that particular widget to make your new gadget work, and you are at the brunt of having to go overseas for that. And that's obviously a huge problem when it comes from a national security perspective, if we're relying on this for our ability to not just have pharmaceuticals, not just have all of our precursors for medicine, but actually our own ability to defend ourselves.
That's right. That's why we built what I call Make Onshoring Great Again portal at the SBA. You can go to our website for free, and if you're sourcing things from outside the country, we've provided a free triple merged database of 1 million domestic suppliers for components, for inputs, to look at maybe there are suppliers domestically that if you're a small business, you can pull from that database. It's at sba.gov. And those are just some of the things we've done at the SBA in a short amount of time on my kind of 50-state manufacturing tour. But at the same time, we're doing more business than we ever have. We've cut agency headcount almost in half. We've cut the spend in half. We found $3 billion of wasteful contracts. And as a result of getting all of that out of the way, we're doing more for small businesses in Main Street and getting the focus off the woke bureaucracy and picking winners and losers that was happening under the Biden administration.
Final question, because I know you've got to run. When you go out, when you're on this tour, when you're talking to manufacturers, when you're talking to these folks that are running the small businesses, how are they responding to all of these changes at the higher levels?
Main Street feels heard again. They feel like they have a voice, and they feel optimistic. And that's not just what I see anecdotally. Small business optimism is above its 53-year average now, and the highest in 5 months. So they know President Trump's fair trade, low tax, low regulation, pro-worker policy is going to fuel their business. So they're investing more than ever. We're introducing larger loan sizes, new loan programs to fuel Main Street. So they're incredibly optimistic. They're so grateful to President Trump. And it's such a blessing to be able to work for him and with this entire administration.
Actually, and I lied, about the last question, did I hear that there was a loan record that you guys just hit?
Yeah, we did. So we've surpassed, I believe it's 51,000 loans now. It's the highest in 10 years. And so we are, just like a small business, we are doing more with less. And I think that's happening across the entire federal government. We found so much waste, fraud, and abuse. We found it in USAID. We've revoked their independent contracting authority. They were abusing it. There was massive bribery around a $550 million contract. No longer. So, and this is, all my peers in the cabinet are doing this. Like, we're making sure to hold ourselves and our agencies accountable and get back to working for the American people.
Amen. Administrator Lawford, thank you so much for joining us here.
Thank you, Jack.
Daily.
Great to be with you.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you'll probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2. Plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3, when you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem, like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
Jack is a great guy. He's written a fantastic book. Everybody's talking about it. Go get it. And he's been my friend right from the beginning of this whole beautiful event. And we're going to turn it around and make our country great again. Amen.
All right, guys, well, we're excited to be here in person for once in a while with
Love
Libby
it.
Emmons, the editor-in-chief of the Post Millennial and Human Events. Libby, how do you like NatCon?
I'm finding the questions that are being asked this year really fascinating. We keep getting into what is an American, what is America, and how do we keep our culture?
Well, and that's, you know, what I was trying to get at in the speech, to even take that what is an American and kind of go a step further with it to say that if there are people, and there clearly are, who either they cannot assimilate or they're not interested in assimilating, or because of technology and all these other factors that they don't have to assimilate, then what are we doing? What are we doing?
Yeah, and in your speech this morning, you asked that question. What does it mean if you're an immigrant coming to America, you're not assimilating, and let's say you applied for asylum, but you're still going home to your home country from whence you apparently fled to visit family for vacations and things like that. Like, what's going on there? What is it about being in America that you want if actually you still have all these ties to your home country? And when you look at the Ellis Island era, people had to leave Europe. They stepped onto the ship, and a lot of people never went back. You know, they never went back even to see their parents. And when you look back even further, the people that left, you know, on the rickety wooden ships, there was never going home again.
The whole idea then was we are cutting ties with the old world. We are embracing the new world. This is why, for example, as we are both descendants of Ellis Islanders, language was one of the first things that, was severed, that they wouldn't teach their kids the old language. You must speak English because we want you to assimilate. We want you to be part of the country, and we know that you learning English will be without an accent, will be the fastest way for you to do that. And certainly we all knew people growing up who, okay, they speak Italian at home, or there's some Polish here and there, but for the vast majority, no, it was cut off immediately.
Yeah, and I think that's a huge part of it, because language, in a lot of ways is not just the way we express ourselves, but it's how we formulate our thoughts. You formulate your thoughts in a language, and languages are different, right? I mean, there's some languages that don't have the same concepts as other ones. So you need to be part of American culture. You need to understand English. You need to be thinking in English. You need to be thinking in that way.
I made that little gimmick of, saying, I'm not Chinese,
right.
And so in
someone
Chinese,
behind me was like, oh, that's really good Mandarin.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, whoever that was. In Chinese, if I was just going to mention something, it's so simple, but I didn't realize this. They don't have a difference between finger and toe.
Really?
Right. So they say finger of the hand and finger of the foot.
Well, that's a little bizarre,
but it's just how they think, right? It's just how they think. Or their word for shark, for example, I always thought was funny. They call it killer fish. And so that's a killer fish. Computer is an electronic brain.
Oh, that's not good. I don't like thinking, but that's not an American concept,
But again, it's their language, and that's how they do it, and that's how they think. And if they try, you can think about it in certain ways.
Sure.
And that's great. But it's not American.
Right.
And that's okay.
Right.
That's totally fine for China to be Chinese. I would not go to China and tell them they can't be Chinese, but I think that we've come to this strange point, and I was hoping to tie, I don't know if I quite got it there yet, but tie together these ideas where the right stands so much against the idea and the falsity of gender fluidity.
Right,
and yet,
that was interesting.
And yet when it comes to national fluidity, nation fluidity, where, anyone can be, and it's just not true.
Yeah, I think that's true too. And it's something that growing up in America in the 80s and 90s, you don't really think about, because American culture was at that time so entrenched. English was so entrenched, Christian values were bedrock to this country. And what happened over the past, 30 years or so is one by one, these things were cast off through mass migration and by the progressive liberal order of this country, saying that.
Interesting enough, the same people who were pushing the mass migration.
Almost like. It's like they had a plan.
Oh, what? Almost like it was deliberate in some way.
Perhaps it was intentional.
Perhaps
it was, a nation-destroying exercise.
To destabilize our country and destabilize Christianity and destabilize the American way of life. But
and replace it with globalist values. And globalist values are nation-destroying values. That's like the point of them, right?
Well, I was actually, one of the lines that I had said, I was chatting about this last night with Tanya, and I said, it'd be like going into the kitchen and saying, we're going to take all the the melting pot, right? Well, the melting pot actually does fall apart when you think about it, because if you went into the kitchen and took everything you had into the kitchen and poured it into a pot, how would it taste?
Oh, it would be bad. You don't need soy sauce and salsa. Definitely on spaghetti. Definitely you don't want that.
No, or like putting cheese on Chinese food.
Right. No, that's bad.
What is that?
There's not a lot of cheese in Asian cuisine.
No, it's not.
it's
just not. Again, it's just not generally part of their diet. Something I learned that when I was in China. Okay, great. It's just different. And so you realize that when you get to a point, at some point, the soup is good, but at some point it just turns into sludge and slop and mush. And do we really want that? Do we want to live in a country like that? Do we want our children to live in a country like that? I don't think so.
No, I think we want a strong culture that we can identify. And American culture used to be identifiable the world over. And I think I think that Americans are still identifiable the world over. Like if I go to Italy, obviously I'm not Italian, even though my great-grandparents came from there. I'm obviously American, And that's something that I love about us. I love how you can always tell it's an American. We've got matching T-shirts. We're too loud. We're wearing sneakers.
But I guess
I
the
love
issue
that
is
stuff.
that
Yeah.
And one of the terms that's come up here, and it's and I love the contentiousness of some of these topics that they're not afraid to get into. The one guy was up there just talking about household voting.
Right. Right.
So that's an interesting concept. Although I said, wouldn't that disincentivize marriage?
It would disincentivize marriage, and it's also you have a situation where then whoever is the loudest mouth and the most controlling
I get where he's coming from.
Gets
and
the vote.
I would even say that in mail-in voting you already have household voting.
I agree with that, and I think that's a problem.
Which absolutely
somebody's
a problem.
standing over you.
The idea of the private ballot is very sacred, and I think if you mess around with that, you're really causing a lot of problems, which we saw in 2020.
Right.
And so but I love that we have these ideas, and so there's this new phrase that's come up, the paper American or the paperwork American. So and Zoran Mondani is this perfect example of what we're talking about. Someone who's come to this country, he wasn't born here, he's been a citizen for about 5 minutes, and he immediately starts talking about direct communism.
Right, and his parents are globalists.
They're complete globalists. I mean, like quintessential. They're rich, they have a compound in Uganda.
His dad teaches anti-colonialism at Columbia. Ludicrous.
Anti-colonialism at Columbia. Who does that remind me of? A certain former president of questionable Americanism himself, shall we say. But it's I think that as a movement and as a people that's going through these conversations, and they're tough. History is complicated. History is not a straight line. It's a tapestry and it's a story, and it's all kind of works together. But to answer this question, what is an American? I think it goes to the center because our policies flow from these questions. And when we had this idea in, say, the 1960s that America was a nation of immigrants, well, what did we get immediately after that was the 1965 Immigration Act, which started the mass migration. And so I really think that when you look at the upheavals in American society, certainly the upheavals all across Europe, the election in Poland, which was predicated on the idea that blocking mass migration, it has become the question of our day.
Yeah, and another thing, I was talking to Jonathan Kieperman at Passage Press about this.
Lomez.
Yeah, about what is American culture and how do we capture what that is. And we were discussing, bringing the founding stories, making the stories of our founding, these myths, these legends, these true history.
And the frontierism.
Histories, the frontierism. We've lost everything about the wagon train, right? Why have we lost that? The only thing anybody knows about the wagon train anymore is Oregon Trail.
We got to bring it back.
Maybe we should.
Bring it back. Oregon Trail, the series.
But we need to talk about these things.
We're going to end on that. Bring back Oregon Trail from, by the way, a member of Generation Oregon Trail, okay? Libby, tell people where they can find you.
You can find me on Twitter at Libby Emmons, and you should check out everything we're doing at thepostmillennial.com and humanfence.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have nothing but to do.
Guys, if you plan to retire in the next 20 years, or if you've already retired, I have a message for you that you need to hear. Central banks, BRIC nations, and our allies are pumping trillions of dollars back into America, but every dollar they send could make your savings worth less. Hi, I'm Donald Trump Jr., and I just want you to be prepared for the future. So protect your hard-earned savings with gold. A gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group offers you the safety net of gold with the tax advantage status of a retirement account. To see how it's done, click the link below to get a free info kit on gold IRAs. This kit reveals why gold IRAs are exploding in popularity, so do it now. What do you have to lose? It's free and there's no obligation. Click the link below to get your free info kit from the Birch Gold Group.
The next time the lights go out, will your family be ready? I'm former Navy SEAL Cade Courtley. In a crisis, your power supply is your lifeline. So for National Preparedness Month, when you get the Patriot Power Generator 2500X, we'll double its power with a free expansion pack. That's double the runtime to keep your fridge cold, your phones charged, and your family safe. But you have to act now. Go to 4patriots.com to claim your free expansion pack and the peace of mind your family deserves.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores.